kindly switch off your mobile phones or keep them in silent mode during the proceedings of the dialogue. May I request the audience to kindly switch off your mobile phones or keep them in silent mode during the proceedings of the dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request all speakers, delegates, foreign participants, and senior officers to proceed to the left foyer of the auditorium for a group photograph. The plan for photography is placed on the main notice board outside. Thank you. May I now request the audience to kindly switch off your mobile phones or keep them in silent mode during the proceedings of the dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, washrooms for our guests are indicated in blue color. I would now like to orient you within the auditorium and cover the safety guidelines in case of any eventuality. This auditorium has 4 exits as displayed in red. In case of fire or any other emergency, all personnel seated in the first 3 rows are requested to depart the auditorium from the forward doors. Personnel in rows 4 to 10 are requested to depart from the left door at the rear. All the balance personnel are requested to depart from the center rear door. All media personnel in the balcony are to evacuate from the front entrance of the auditorium. A fire point has been established outside in the right foyer. In case of any medical emergency, an ambulance with qualified medical practitioners is also available. Thank you.
Air Marshal Saju Balakrishnan, AVSM, VM, Commander-in-Chief, Andaman and Nicobar Command, Vice Admiral Suraj Berry, AVSM, NM, VSM, Commander-in-Chief, Strategic Forces Command, distinguished speakers, delegates from friendly IOR nations and service headquarters, officers from various other commands and military institutes joining us over video conferencing, and officers of the Andaman and Nicobar Command. A very good morning to all of you. I, Lieutenant Commander Anushri, along with my co-host, Lieutenant Commander Mohit, will be conducting the proceedings of the dialogue. On behalf of the entire command, I would like to warmly welcome you all to Emerald Isles for the Dweep Diksha Dialogue 2024. During the early hours of 26 December 2004, a tsunami of unprecedented magnitude set off by an underwater earthquake near the coast of Sumatra hit the coasts of IOR nations. The tsunami claimed over 230,000 lives, destroyed infrastructure, and displaced countless families. But what followed was a story of unparalleled spirit, determination, and grit, where the region collectively responded and recovered to its pre-tsunami status and beyond. It was also a trigger for IOR nations to be better prepared for such large-scale natural calamities unilaterally and through regional partnerships. To honor this spirit, the theme for this year's Dweep Diksha Dialogue has been chosen as Dweep Madad, meaning island assistance. The dialogue aims to recall events of the 2004 tsunami and examine prospects for the IOR. The dialogue will be conducted over 2 days and 5 sessions, wherein 16 eminent speakers and subject matter experts, along with 2 tsunami survivors, will share their wisdom and experiences with us. A question and discussion session has also been planned at the end of each session, which will be steered by the session moderator. The sequence of today's dialogue is as flashed on the screen. To commence with the proceedings of the dialogue, may I now request Rear Admiral Biplab Hota, VSM, Chief of Staff, Andaman and Nicobar Command, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Air Marshal Saju Balakrishnan, Commander-in-Chief, Andaman and Nicobar Command, Vice Admiral Suraj Berry, Commander-in-Chief, Strategic Forces Command, the Ambassador from Indonesia, senior officers, esteemed guests, delegates from friendly foreign countries, friends from the media, all those who have logged in online, officers and personnel of ANC. Good morning to one and all. On behalf of Commander-in-Chief, it is my singular privilege to welcome you all to Dweep Diksha Dialogue 2024. The Andaman and Nicobar Command was raised in October 2001. It is the first joint armed forces command of India. Here, the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Coast Guard components function as a unified force under the Commander-in-Chief. This integration has resulted in transforming the Andaman and Nicobar Command into a vital and credible military command. The Dweep Diksha Dialogue started in 2023. It aims to provide a forum to discuss the subjects of strategic importance, including national and regional imperatives. The inaugural dialogue was themed Strategic Importance of ANI. It saw participation of various subject matter experts whose presence and wisdom made the event a grand success. This year, the theme of dialogue is recalling the 2004 tsunami and prospects for IOR. It has been selected to commemorate the 20th anniversary of 2004 tsunami. It is dedicated to the resolve of HADR teams, armed forces, local administration, and most importantly, the people of IOR and particularly those in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. These personnel stood together to overcome the effects of the most devastating natural calamity of this century. Establishment of organizations such as IONS provide us a framework to discuss these issues and enhance regional partnership to overcome common challenges. You will be pleased to know that post-success of the inaugural seminar, Dweep Diksha Dialogue has grown in scale and subscription. This year, we have extremely eminent speakers and subject matter experts from various fields to share their wisdom. During the dialogue, tsunami survivors and brave officers who were tasked to execute their rescue mission will also share their experience. I am confident that the talk by the speakers will kindle a new perspective to HADR and enable us to respond better in the future. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to one and all, and I'm looking forward to a fruitful dialogue. With this, I hand over to the MC for further proceedings. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. The keynote address of a dialogue sets the tone and outline for the discussions to follow, and it is therefore imperative that a person of impeccable experience and wisdom does the honors. We are therefore fortunate and privileged that our Chief of Defence Staff, General Anil Chauhan, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, and VSM, has sent us a pre-recorded keynote address. The General is the second Chief of Defence Staff and assumed office on 30th September 2022. With over 40 years of experience, the General's vision will be key in steering this dialogue.
CNC of Andaman and Nicobar Command, Air Marshal Raju Balakrishnan, distinguished speakers, guests and delegates from friendly foreign countries, officers and personnel of Andaman and Nicobar Command, and all those who have logged in online. A very good morning to all of you. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate all personnel of Andaman and Nicobar Command on completion of 24 years as the pioneer joint military command of the nation. Having witnessed the first Dweep Diksha Dialogue last year with the theme Strategic Importance of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, I am actually honored to deliver the keynote address for the second Dweep Diksha Dialogue themed Dweep Madad, recalling the 2004 tsunami and prospects for the Indian Ocean region. The Andaman and Nicobar Islands hold significant geopolitical importance due to its strategic location astride the major shipping corridor. It is the gateway from east to the Indian Ocean region with immense economic potential and inherent diplomatic and regional influence. The islands are also a natural launch point for quick response during humanitarian and disaster relief situations. As part of our larger national strategy and Government of India's vision of security and growth for all in the region, called as SAGA, we view ourselves as the preferred security provider towards enduring peace and prosperity in the region. Creating of the Andaman and Nicobar Command in October 2001 was a landmark event in the history of our armed forces. It was on this day that we truly embarked on the journey towards operational jointness. The integrated functioning of the four components, that's the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, Indian Air Force, and the Indian Coast Guard, has enhanced the military capabilities of Andaman and Nicobar Island. It has also bolstered our surveillance and accompanying military capabilities in the region. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the efforts of all the officers, personnel, and families of Andaman and Nicobar Command in fostering the spirit of joint culture within the command. The experience of Andaman and Nicobar Command as an integrated command are serving as useful references towards development of the framework for integrated theatre commands. Apart from enhancing the overall military capabilities and outreach of the armed forces, the command is also a stellar example for effective civil-military fusion. Its role in maintaining a seamless connect with various response agencies has been instrumental in undertaking coordinated HADR operations, preventing illegal immigrants and flow of narcotics within the islands. It's also providing assistance to other friendly foreign countries in the Indian Ocean region. This region, unfortunately, is prone to vagaries of nature and has witnessed several cyclonic storms and earthquakes in the past, including the devastating tsunami of 2004. Effective response to such natural disaster warrants continuous monitoring and preparations. The 2004 tsunami was one of the most devastating natural disasters of this century that claimed over 230,000 lives across the Indian Ocean region. The Andaman and Nicobar Islands bore the brunt of the fury, and many of our military stations were severely impacted. Let's all take a moment to reflect on that tragedy and pay homage to the dear ones that we lost on that fateful day. It may not be wrong to state that back in 2004, we were not so well prepared to address the challenges posed by events like tsunamis. However, it has taught us a number of lessons. It highlighted the necessity to be better prepared to detect, respond to natural calamities. It clearly brought out the importance of cooperative engagement at the national and international level to reduce losses of life and material. Post the tsunami, entire national resources were mobilized for the rehabilitation and disaster relief. The three services acted in unison towards providing the much needed succor. It's heartening to note that many of those key personnel who experienced the fury of tsunami firsthand, including suffering personal losses and those involved in relief and rehabilitation across the islands, are available here today to share their personal experiences. I am sure that those invaluable lessons will enrich the audience and provide key inputs toward HADR efforts in future. Learning from the experience of 2004 tsunami and other natural disasters, India has built a credible HADR response grid across the entire nation under the aegis of National Disaster Management Authority. The NDMA is well supported by all departments of the government, including the armed forces. Major disasters such as the tsunami also requires collaborative efforts by all Indian Ocean region nations. India's recent efforts to provide humanitarian aid and transshipment of stores to neighboring countries has provided a flip to such collective efforts, promoting interoperability and extending cooperation between littoral nations. With that as a background, I am extremely pleased to note that Andaman and Nicobar Command has chosen this important and relevant theme for the second annual Dweep Diksha Dialogue. It's also heartening to know that bright minds from the regional nations would be ideating on extremely riveting topics during the course of the dialogue. I am confident that their collective wisdom would ignite curiosity and inspire you to explore and discuss disaster management in the Indian Ocean region in greater details. In conclusion, I wish the organizing team and all the delegates the very best for the conduct of the dialogue. The future holds exciting possibilities, and I have no doubt that the same dedication and determination that has brought us this far will ensure we achieve greater success together. Thank you and Jai Hind.
We sincerely thank the Chief of Defense Staff for taking out time from his busy schedule and sending us this address, which has given us the correct perspective. I am sure that interesting discussions will now ensue as we progress further. Post the 2004 tsunami and based on lessons learned from occurrence of the other natural disasters such as floods and earthquakes, India's HADR construct and response mechanism was formalized through the Disaster Management Act of 2005. This resulted in the creation of the National Disaster Management Agency, an apex body headed by the Prime Minister, to lay down and implement integrated disaster management policies. Today, we are fortunate to have amongst us Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, and BAR, who is currently a member of the NDMA to deliver the inaugural address. Through the 40 years of his illustrious career, Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain has tenanted various appointments, including commanding the Srinagar-based 15 Corps. Post-retirement from the army, the general was appointed as Chancellor of the Central University of Kashmir and member of the National Disaster Management Authority of India. I would now like to invite Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain on stage to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning and Jai Hind to everyone present in the hall. Air Marshal Balakrishnan, Vice Admiral Suraj Berry, our heartiest compliments to the entire leadership and fraternity of the Andaman and Nicobar Command, all those present here, esteemed members of the audience. I wish to convey greetings also to the people of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. We also welcome all the international delegates who are here present from various countries in the Indian Ocean region. I am proud of the fact that I was a part of the working group which helped in the execution of the recommendations of the group of ministers, which included the setting up of headquarters Andaman and Nicobar Command in 2001. I was then the Colonel MS-9 at the MS branch, and I still remember issuing the initial directions for the staffing of headquarters Andaman and Nicobar Command. I'm also acutely conscious of the 20th anniversary of the Indian Ocean tsunami on the 26th of December 2024. And I want to start by condoling the untimely death of 1,300 innocents from these islands, 5,700 missing, presumed dead also. These were all our countrymen who died in the face of one of the worst natural calamities the nation ever faced. I also, while standing here, wish to salute the freedom fighters of our nation who braved the travails of Kalapani while under detention here. Yesterday I happened to visit the cellular jail once again, perhaps the 6th or the 7th time in my life, and it was always a moving experience. There is no better way to mark the anniversary of an unfortunate event such as the tsunami than through an exercise in professional expertise, something that the headquarters Andaman and Nicobar Command does anyway. I can see that how appropriately the Andaman and Nicobar Command headquarters, has weaved together a program. I've been noticing it over the last 2 months as the drafts have been coming somehow to me too, and I've been watching it progressively evolve. A wonderful program comprising humanitarian assistance and disaster response, along with geopolitical and operational aspects, and I'm keenly looking forward to the interventions of an array of luminaries who are present in this hall, all great professionals. For us in the National Disaster Management Authority, of which I am a member, for us at the NDMA, and in INCOIS, which I hope you know the full form, the Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services, Hyderabad, which is celebrating its 25th anniversary on the 26th of December too. And here in Headquarters Andaman Nicobar Command, the intent is quite clear. We must have a zero fatality disaster the next time if it ever has to happen. That's the whole intent of professionalizing disaster management in any nation. And that's what we have done in our nation. I consider myself singularly fortunate that I have a leg in each boat. The HADR one, through my being a member of the NDMA, and the geopolitical and the operational one. And perhaps I would have loved to stay on through the complete seminar, but then my organization happens to be headed by none other than the Honorable Prime Minister of India, who is the chairperson of the NDMA, and we have our annual review on the 24th of December, which is being taken by the Honorable Prime Minister, so I have to rush back. But not without highlighting those issues that you rarely hear of or talk about. The professionalization of HADR in India and its linkage with national security. Why India? The professionalization of HADR across the world and particularly across our region. So a word on national security and HADR. This is an intrinsic connect, there is an intrinsic connect between national security and disaster management, and this spreads through different levels and vistas. The realization comes with the application of mind. And anecdotally, I can tell you this, that although we have come miles since the tsunami, since the enactment of the Disaster Management Act of India, December 2005, which was just reviewed, if you saw, 7 days ago in the Parliament again. Despite all that, the level of professionalization achieved, or level of awareness perhaps achieved, still remains partially questionable. It surprised me when visiting various category A establishments of the Indian Armed Forces, I find officers sometimes telling me, so why do we have to indulge ourselves in HADR, in disaster management at all? After all, under the Disaster Management Act of 2005, you found that the NDRF, the National Disaster Response Force, was raised. And when you asked people as to how many units are there in the NDRF, perhaps people are not aware. There are 16 units today, 16 units, to look after the entire nation, 16 units. And that is where I have to explain to people always, to tell them, you may professionalize disaster management by raising additional resources and units and things like that, but this responsibility will never go away from the Armed Forces of India. And the Armed Forces of India have always risen to it. It's only a question of us realizing it better and professionalizing our own knowledge. Officers who have served in an organization such as the Headquarters Andaman and Nicobar Command obviously stand to gain from the knowledge and experience. You are disaster ready at all times. That's what I am always aware of. You cannot divorce disaster management from national security. Let me give you a few statistics. We lost $165 billion to disasters between 2020 and 2023. That is 5.5% of the world total of $3 trillion. 85,000 lives were lost in India from a world total of 1.2 million. Mainly floods, cyclones, tsunami, earthquakes, and landslides. These were all responsible. Besides just the economic losses, the cascading effect on infrastructure is immense. If airports, shipports, power stations, tunnels, railway yards, all these things get affected, imagine the economic loss to the nation. Perhaps most people would be unaware of an organization called the CDRI, set up by none other than the orders of the chairperson, the NDMA, the Prime Minister of India, the Coalition of Disaster Risk Infrastructure. If you ask anyone today, in India, hardly anyone knows about what is CDRI, and there are almost 42 countries which have joined this coalition today, looking at how to make infrastructure that much disaster resilient. To give you a recall of what disasters can do to a nation, look no further than 4 examples that I recently gave in a seminar at Delhi, the wonderful Chanakya dialogues which the Indian Army had set up at the Manekshaw Center. I gave them 4 examples. The first was mostly concerning hybrid war. First was the drought in Somalia. Today, if you are having problems in the Red Sea, if you are having problems in the Gulf of Aden, and if Kenya, and we've got friends from Kenya sitting here, if Kenya is having a problem with Al-Shabaab as a terrorist group active there, it is primarily to the Somalian drought. The number of IDPs, internally displaced people who came out of that drought. Why go any further? Look at the Western Sahara drought. What happened in Western Sahara? The Boko Haram came out of that. Right? The migrations which happened from North Africa into Europe, many times the boat people in the Mediterranean Sea, were all related to the Western Sahara drought. The Bangladesh cyclone, Bhola, 1970, people have generally forgotten that well before Bangladesh was even created, 540,000 people died in that super cyclone. And subsequently, I think almost 130,000 people again died in the year 1991, just at the time of the Gulf War I, when another super cyclone hit Bangladesh. And all this affected Bangladesh's national security. The national security of a neighboring nation affects our national security. Look at the Pakistan floods, 2022-2023. If you would be aware, 2.6 million people have come out as internally displaced people from these floods. All living in camps, estimated that it will take $16 billion to resettle these people. And need I remind you that the last time you had such a problem, where you had in Pakistan internally displaced people living in camps, was in 1979, 80, 81, the beginning of the Afghan war. The Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, 3 million people came out on the western borders as IDPs. And that's where the seminaries were set up. That is where the Al-Qaeda was ultimately born. Everything comes from some aspect of disasters somewhere. So with climate change, we are all at risk. Extreme weather events, urban flooding, heat waves, forest fires, landslides, Gloughs, glacial lake outburst floods, cyclones. The issue is we may be prepared for the contingencies today of marginal disasters, but the really big ones are the ones which can change the landscape of national security completely. And we have to empower ourselves sufficiently, knowledge-wise to encounter these. Have you heard of the Chamoli disaster, which happened in 2021? When out of the blue, on a clear, bright day, an ice block of the size of 6 football fields suddenly fell off the Nanda Devi massif, came crashing down 8,000 feet, created a deluge of water. The air current which was produced by this cascade of ice coming down broke all the trees up to 3 kilometers on either side of the event where it happened. And it led to a massive debris flow. Sikkim. What happened on the 4th of October last year, 2023? Unfortunately, on the 7th of October, 3 days later, the Hamas war broke out. So as a result, you suddenly found everything went off the headlines. And no one remembers what happened to Sikkim. I was one of those who happened to visit Sikkim just after this happened. I came back horrified. I came back horrified to actually virtually report that militarily, we have been deeply affected by the infrastructure. The formation of ours is divided virtually by a river. A whole huge amount of ammunition has gone. Waste has been swept away. Lots and lots of things happen like that. Hardly known in the country. Kedarnath similarly. So if you just imagine if an earthquake flattens the areas in Arunachal, along with our defense infrastructure, do we have a plan to resume our functioning and building back better, which is one of the principles of disaster management? That we have to question ourselves. Do we in the armed forces have sufficient means to access potential destruction, to assess potential destruction by a disaster of these proportions? Do we have the capability professionally to assess what is the post-disaster needs requirement, the PDNA as such? This is all a part of the professional job, and that is why I say disaster management today is a subject for everyone, all of government. There are only two domains to my mind which demand all of government approach. First is war. In war, every department, no one can say the army has to fight the war, the navy, the coast guard or the air force has to fight the war. Every single department of the government has to fight war. I made this statement many times during the Silkyara tunnel rescue last year, when people questioned me and I said, all of government approach. Every single member of government is responsible for what is happening at the rescue site in the Silkyara tunnel. And that's exactly what happened. At the end of the day, it was almost everyone who joined in. So, what do I have to propose to the armed forces? One or two simple things. To bring home this whole domain of disaster management in a more professionalized way. Incorporate formally, perhaps, and we could consider it, of course it doesn't have to be executed immediately, a paragraph in our operational orders on climate, weather, and disaster management. That's something which is not difficult to do. Start to look towards wargaming, climate change, and its likely effects on the nature and scope of operations. No greater place to experiment this than the Headquarter Andaman and Nicobar Command. It will give us time to overcome our mindsets, and so let's also give ourselves a lead time to be able to enable this kind of a thing to be done. The Royal United Services Institution, the RUSI, has recently conducted for the first time a war game on climate change. The next time there is a tsunami, the nation will expect NCOIS, and I hope people from here will visit NCOIS on its 25th anniversary at some time. NCOIS is a great organization up there in Hyderabad. It will give us adequate warnings, and our drills will be so effective that it would lead to almost a zero fatality situation. I can certify to you that in many other domains, this is already prevalent. You would be happy to know. Cyclone Biparjoy, which struck Gujarat last year, June last year, not a single fatality, despite the fact that just 30 years ago, why 30, 24 years ago, the super cyclone of 1999, we had over 10,000 fatalities. How did this happen? Professionalization of disaster management and early warning. Early warning today has virtually become a human right. You must remember that. And whatever technology can contribute to early warning would be too little. If I take a survey in this hall at the moment, how many of you have downloaded the Sachet app? I can see a hand there going up. Not many people are aware of what is the Sachet app. The Sachet app is a flagship achievement of the National Disaster Management Authority. We have spent 300 crores putting up this whole technology. and it's only in its phase 1, it's going to go into phase 2 very soon. Which essentially means if you have got the app with you, then wherever you are and you have enabled it and you've got your global positioning on, you will get a warning of any impending disaster in a geographical area where you are located. If you don't have the Sachet app, you will still get a warning, but that warning will come to you a little late. It will come through a queuing effect. And this is that queuing effect that we are trying to overcome in the NDMA today, where we hope that we should be able to send you a warning within 8 to 15 seconds of any event. In Biparjoy, we sent 32 million messages to the area where landfall was to occur. And we carried out evacuation, relocation of various people under the National Cyclone Risk Development Program, which has shelters, underground cabling, roads, etc. It's through this that we could achieve this. So a lot is happening in the world of disaster management, and the more the armed forces just remain aware of it, the better it would be for all of us. Because at the end of the day, there is no better organization than the armed forces of India. To bring forth when everything else is down, ultimately it is the armed forces which will rise to the occasion. I have a minute and a half left of my allotted time. So let me just make you aware of one or two other things. If you really want a start point from where to begin learning about disaster management, being aware of HADR and disaster management as such, don't look any further than the NDMA website, where you can access the Honorable Prime Minister's 10-point agenda. You will be amazed to see how this 10-point agenda covers every aspect of HADR, including gender sensitivity, including absorption of technology, including the use of social media, including early warning as a human right. Everything is included there. And it will really put you into the right kind of a line of thinking to look at this. Last of all, the NDMA alongside has two other organizations called the NDRF, which is 16 units strong, professional force, absolutely, formed on the basis of the Rashtra Rifles, the manner in which the Rashtra Rifles has been set up at the Indian Army. Exactly that. We have 36 SDMAs in the country, state disaster authorities, 750 district disaster management authorities. The whole thing goes down, cascading down to the lowest levels. Under the new act, which has just been passed 7 days ago, all municipal corporations, all municipal urban bodies will be required to set up a disaster management authority. This is in view of the fact that we are now having such a huge threat from urban floods. EOCs, Emergency Operations Centers, are being made mandatory, and the professionalization of disaster management is well on its way. Since I've run out of time, I would not want to go beyond, but it's been such a pleasure to come here and see this program, see this kind of an audience which is sitting here. The kind of people who have been invited, who have agreed to come here and speak, one just looking forward to this entire thing. Tsunami survivors, disaster survivors, and at the same time looking at the geopolitical and the geostrategic aspects of HADR. Thank you so much for the invitation to us, and thank you for this opportunity for speaking about my organization, which I hope you will learn much more about in due course of time. Thank you very much. Marshal Balakrishnan, thank you, man, very much for this time which you have allotted to us. We will always be very thankful for this to you and your organization. God bless. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for an extremely informative and comprehensive account of India's HADR construct and way ahead for the Indian Ocean region, which has set the tone for this dialogue. Moving ahead with the proceedings, I would like you to introduce the first session for the day, which is focused on recalling events of the 2004 tsunami and responses by various agencies, including the local administration, the armed forces, and most importantly, the people of the islands. To enable better understanding of the events of 2004, we will now play a video feature recounting the tsunami and its aftermath.
The Indian Ocean, a vast peaceful bridge across cultures and communities. But then, in 2004, just a day after Christmas, it unleashed a wave of terror. Triggered by a powerful undersea earthquake, the Boxing Day tsunami gave no warning. In just 8 hours, more than 200,000 lives were lost. India was among the hardest hit. More than 1,000 kilometers from the mainland, the 836 Andaman and Nicobar Islands suffered extensive losses. The island of Car Nicobar, one of the closest to the epicenter, bore the brunt. Entire villages were swept away, with thousands dead or missing. Its airstrip damaged, jetties mangled, and the single peripheral road connecting communities swept away. 37 Wing Air Force Station Car Nicobar lost 122 personnel, including over 50 children. Overcoming grief, its magnificent men and their flying machines took to the skies, saving over 400 lives.
सुनामी के एकदम बाद यूनिट के सभी पायलट अपने परिवार को पीछे छोड़कर यहाँ यूनिट पहुँच गए हैं। उनको मालूम नहीं है उनके परिवार का क्या हाल है, लेकिन रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस के लिए आधे घंटे के अंदर पहला हवाई जहाज एयरबॉर्न हो गया।
The tri-service response was immediate.
Commander-in-Chief Andaman Nicobar Command comes directly under Chairman Chiefs of Staff. So we were passing direct orders to the CNC Andaman and Nicobar Command. The command in turn was giving us a sit-rep of what was happening in the islands.
Warriors turned saviors. Within hours, they commenced the nation's largest airlift in peacetime, with Indian Naval Air Station Utkrosh at Port Blair designated as the logistics hub. Local warships sailed out immediately, while the Navy diverted its capital ships. An integrated relief command was established with Sincan as the operational commander. The 108 Mountain Brigade, based at Port Blair, deployed more than 1,000 personnel to remote islands to undertake relief, restore and rebuild operations. They set up relief camps, field hospitals and re-established communications. Far-flung areas were supported by air till the army opened up an abandoned British-era Central Road. Jetties were repaired, enabling sea lift of heavy equipment. The Air Force also deployed a special task force to operationalize the strategic airbase at Car Nicobar. They worked round the clock to ensure runway repairs, enabling relief aircraft landings. They also repaired support infrastructure, and to their credit, within 100 days of the tragedy, the fighters called finals. Operating from temporary camps, the relief force braved over 200 aftershocks throughout the year. Uncertainty, their constant companion. The Navy positioned warships with integral helicopters off each island. At Campbell Bay, the Coast Guard led the rescue effort. The armed forces also undertook large-scale evacuations of remote populations to Port Blair for much-needed aid. Support came from all quarters. The Tata Institute of Social Sciences, with a long history of assistance during disasters, deployed a team to remote islands in the Nicobar group. India also extended a helping hand to neighboring countries, launching simultaneous rescue, relief and reconstruction missions. The memorial at Car Nicobar stands tribute to the lives we lost and our resolve to never again face such devastation unprepared. In 2005, the National Disaster Management Authority was established, marking a shift from reactionary to proactive disaster management. A year later, the National Disaster Response Force was raised. Since then, it has saved over 150,000 lives. In 2007, the Indian Tsunami Early Warning Center was established. An array of sensors monitors seismic activity around the clock. Advanced computer modeling enables timely issue of warnings. Thinking globally, in 2019, India's Prime Minister launched the International CDRI.
वैश्विक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नेचुरल डिजास्टर्स का सामना कर सके, इसके लिए भारत कोएलिशन फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिस्टेंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की शुरुआत कर रहा है। मैं सभी मेंबर स्टेट्स को इससे जुड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
International HADR cooperation also increased through multinational exercises and symposiums. Naval and Coast Guard platforms, by design, are well suited for providing rapid large-scale support across oceans. Through mission-based deployments, under the vision of security and growth for all in the region, our ships serve as first responders across the Indian Ocean. The Indian Air Force heavy helicopters and transport aircraft enable rapid strategic airlift, while the Army has assets to overcome all obstacles. Recent armed forces innovations include adoption of specialized HADR bricks, portable hospitals, and the use of drones to enhance reconnaissance. In the recent past, all three services and the Coast Guard have answered the call. During the war on COVID, they repatriated thousands and transported critical supplies. During Cyclone Tauktae, they saved over 500 lives off Mumbai. In 2023, a field hospital was flown to Iskenderun, Turkey, after a devastating earthquake.
I'm really grateful to them because they're the first group, arrived in Iskenderun.
As global warming increases the frequency and intensity of natural disasters, the nation and armed forces remain committed to protect, to assist and to help rebuild. Sankhya Shakti. Together we are stronger. Jai Hind.
To begin the first session of this dialogue, we have a first-hand account of post-tsunami activities at the Andaman and Nicobar Islands by the then commanding officer of the Maratha Light Infantry Battalion based here, Major General S.S. Ducey, VSM. With over 4 decades of military service, the general's experience of handling crisis is well known. Unfortunately, the general is unable to attend the dialogue today and has therefore sent us a pre-recorded video of his experience, which will play it on the screen now.
Esteemed guests, my dear colleagues and friends, I sincerely regret my inability to attend the event in person because of certain unavoidable circumstances, while we had looked at this event with a lot of hope and aspiration. Now very briefly, I'll share with you my experiences of Tsunami 2004, which happened 20 years back, as you all are aware. Looking at an event which happened 20 years back, I think it's proper to look at the context of the event when it happened. 4 things come to the mind. First, the geographical context. You all are aware that Port Blair lies about 1200 kilometers from Calcutta and Chennai. And the southernmost island, GNI, is rather much closer to Indonesia than mainland India. I'm highlighting these things because this had a major bearing on the movement of the rescue and relief material. The second issue which comes to the mind is the operational context. My unit had moved from J&K in the month of May 2004 after a long tenure in CI operations. Any infantry battalion coming to the islands, it's a cold start for them because we generally do not have experience of amphibious operations. But looking back, it's with a lot of pride I share with you that the unit had very seriously carried out the orientation training, recce of the area of responsibility. My unit was responsible for the southern group of islands, the Nicobar Islands. We had gone through the AMFEX, I think sometime in the month of November. This experience came very beneficial when the event had happened. We had carried out detailed reconnaissance and liaison with the people in the islands. Also an interesting point, when the AMFEX had happened, half my battalion had been tasked to participate in a similar exercise which used to happen on the Gujarat coast in Western India. The third thing is, when Tsunami had happened at that time, I was the officiating brigade commander, and with my family we were at Chidiya Tapu, the famous forest ivy there, and also later in the evening we had realized that the only pilot of the single aircraft that the civil administration had was also there. And the fourth thing is, we did not know at that time what tsunami is, but that's a sad comment because we have a vast coastline, we have island territories. One should have been more aware, more knowledgeable about tsunami and the kind of damage it does. On 26 December, sometime I think in the morning, 6:29, very serious earthquake happened, 9.3 or 9.4. We were really jolted. And it took some time for us to get oriented at the forest ivy. And since we did not know what tsunami is, all we noticed was a serious turbulence at sea. And in the area of Chidiya Tapu, we did not have the classical tsunami waves striking there. But one could fathom that something serious had happened which was causing this kind of activity. We heard the ruckus in the village which lies close to the forest ivy. Within minutes, a call came from the civil administration for the pilot to fall back to the islands. And my own battalion 2 IC, he also gave me a call, gave me a brief update of what happened. One thing which he mentioned was that the cracks had occurred at the airstrip, which raised a serious alarm. And also he mentioned that a lot of damage had occurred in the naval area in Port Blair. Immediately, since I was the officiating brigade commander, I passed the warning order through my 2IC for the brigade staff that the brigade should be ready for any eventuality, and both the battalions in company and platoon task forces, they should be ready to mobilize by air, by sea, stroke land, which came very handy because we came time to respond. And since there was a lot of churning, there's a lot of movement in the sea, we really had to take some risk to get ourselves out from the IB. We had to really rush in the army trucks through a lot of water. But these are the calculated risks which any good commander should take. And then whole of the command got into top gear to take the assessment primarily in Car Nicobar and GNI, what had happened. And another thing which had happened, which I learned later, the two companies, half the battalion, which had gone to participate in the exercise as I mentioned earlier, on 26th December in the evening, they were to be berthing at Port Blair. So mid-sea, headquarter ANC gave directions and they were directed to reach out to Car Nicobar straightaway for immediate rescue and relief effort. And I think it was the next day, the CNC called the brigade commander and me, and we were sent to Car Nicobar, take the assessment and start coordinating the relief operations. Very briefly, the deployment that we had for ourselves, which happened over the days, the brigade headquarter in Skelton was deployed at Car Nicobar. My own battalion headquarter with two companies were deployed there. We had the JCO-led detachments at Commodore Island and Kachal Island. GNI, Great Nicobar Island, I deputed my 2IC with one company, and we had about a company strength of Bihar TA there to coordinate the effort. After some time, one officer-led detachment was sent to Little Andaman to coordinate the effort. One company was retained at Birchganj military station because Port Blair was acting as a kind of a logistic node. So to coordinate that effort, to assist the command and the naval component, handle those stores and dispatch as required to the affected areas. This was done by an officer who remained in Port Blair. Now now things have changed, but at that time the rescue, relief and rehabilitation were happening concurrently, and that is where I think the art of leadership, decision making, command, risk come into play. And what were we doing? We were carrying out a damage assessment on various islands because the communication had broken, the jetties had got damaged. We were mobilizing resources very carefully, very calculatedly, and also the optimization of the resources that we had mobilized. That is something you need to take care. We built on the hierarchy community, especially where our tribal friends were there. And also one area of focus was team building, creating a sense of harmony and synergy because a lot of additional resources, a lot of NGOs were moving in to the island. And it was a mission assignment. Once a mission has been completed by a platoon, by a company, we got on to the next job of stabilization. So if I were to look back, what was the concept? It was a common sense approach with empathy and commitment. For paucity of time, when I reflect on those days, very briefly if I were to share with you, the first thing is I don't think we were prepared for the event. I also do not recollect whether we had any disaster management scheme. If it was there in the higher echelons, at least at my level, at the level of the battalion, we did not know of any. There was in many sectors non-compliance of coastal zone regulations for which we all had to pay very severely. However, and I say that with a lot of pride, the response was very prompt and effective. And it was a whole of the nation getting into the act. And we had very positive response from the ministers, from the secretaries and other departmental heads who were regularly visiting us in the islands. That led to speedy build-up of resources. We also had the engineer task forces, communication task forces, some medical teams, coming from the mainland. We had the NGOs joining up. They had to be dovetailed into the teams. And the overall, the civil-military liaison, I would say, was of a good order. Another point is that the local population, quite unlike the mainland, demonstrated a lot of patience and resilience. But the cultural, psychological, gender sensitivities, when we look back, I think we paid lesser attention, or we were less sensitive about it, or we did not know much about it. That is something for all of us to learn. There were certain oversights and failures. Simplest of the things, the IL-76s and other cargo aircraft would come loaded to Nicobar. Throughout our deployment, we could not get any forklifts. A very, very simple thing, I think, which is a failure. I used to dread as a commanding officer when these aircraft fully loaded would come, and it was so exhausting for the troops. Some of them, started getting affected because of the dehydration. Since the jetties had got damaged, at the time we had proposed that if we could have some semblance of floating barges and smaller boats, so that when the heavier ships, the bigger ships brought the material, we could quickly transport those to the islanders. To me, I got a sense that the planning for long-term rehabilitation was a little tardy. Maybe I was not as well informed at that time, because it happened in December through January and better part of February we were deployed. As a commanding officer, closely associated with the local population, I was looking at their immediate rehabilitation. So what we did, I reached out to my ex-servicemen, my friends in the mainland. They mustered some resources, and with the help of the command, we got those resources and reached out to the tribals so that they could make shelters for themselves. Even the reconstruction of jetties and primary infrastructure for the island, to my mind, took a lot of time, or that was the impression one gathered. There was no sense of psychological counseling. People had suffered, families had suffered, damages had happened, destruction had happened. That is something which I am sure the present setup, even on the mainland, would be taken care of. And the reach out to the protected tribes is something I do not know. But I think that with their own wisdom, possibly they took care of themselves. But there have been positive outcomes as well. We have the NDMA now, the NDRF, SDRF, NID, and they are doing a great job. And we are aware, and I continue to remain a keen student of disaster management. I've written dissertations on that, and soon there shall be a podcast on the subject. And we have the interstate coordination, we have tabletop exercises happening, rehearsals happening, which has significantly reduced the destruction and damage whenever disasters happen. The community awareness and participation is of a much higher order, and we are also aware that the rules and regulations compliance has improved, and we have a proper tsunami early warning system. So to end my quick brief, I'm happy that we are capitalizing on the past experiences. There is sharing of best practices. Sometime I think in the year 2005, both the COs, commanding officers of the infantry battalions, got opportunity. I went to Thailand to attend a workshop, and the other battalion commander, he went to Japan. And the country is investing a lot in the R&D, and that is how it should be. And we have synergy from all the components, from all the departments and ministries in disaster mitigation and management. And more importantly, across the table, we have a technology infusion and networking which is happening. So before I take leave, I sincerely pray for the souls whom we had lost in tsunami. When it happened, I lost a lot of my friends, And a note of sincere thanks to the local population and local administration of the time. And my very, very sincere thanks to the Commander-in-Chief who gave me this opportunity to share some experiences very briefly, and also to Commodore Handu, Commander Sujit, and so many others behind the scene. Thank you so much and wish you all the very best. Jai Hind. Esteemed guests,
Thank you, sir, for providing us with your valuable insights. Moving ahead, the panel of speakers for the first session include Air Commodore B.S. Krishnakumar, Kirti Chakra, and Commodore Benny Anthony, who were holding key appointments at Andaman and Nicobar Command during the tsunami. The session will be moderated by Sri Shivarur. May I now request the speakers and the moderator to kindly come on stage. The moderator for the session, Sri Shivarur, is a senior journalist and an anchor with the India Today group, an alumni of St. Stephen's College, New Delhi, and Cardiff University, UK, and an icon in defense journalism for 20 years. Sri Shivarur is a recipient of several awards for conflict reporting in multiple countries. In 2004, he was one of the first mainland reporters to reach and report from the Andamans. He is the author of the national bestseller, India's Most Fearless. Many of his accounts have been televised, most recently being the blockbuster film Amran. I now hand over to Sri Shivarur to introduce the speakers and take the session forward.
Thank you very much and good morning to all of you. I would like to begin by thanking the Andaman and Nicobar Command for everything that it does. Thank you for your service. For me personally, I can tell you that the topic of today's inaugural session, recalling the tsunami in 2004, comes very naturally to me. And I'll begin by, with your permission, sir, just telling a little story before I introduce the both of you. In August this year, I got a call from Diglipur, which is, as those of you who serve and work here know, is in the northern part of this island. I remained here for the next 16 days between islands reporting on the tsunami. It was my first assignment as a defense reporter. I was 23 years old, and it was my first assignment. So when this friend from Diglipur, who also happens to be a journalist, asked me if I'm coming, I said, unlike the free spirit I was 20 years ago, being able to report from wherever I wanted to do, now I'm pretty much a slave to the newsroom, and I don't think I will be able to travel. 45 minutes after that phone call, I got a call from the Andaman and Nicobar Command asking me if I will be able to attend this seminar. So for me, I believe in relationships. I believe that all things are connected. And I also believe that anyone who travels to the Andamans, and I hear that many of the delegates who've coming here for the first time, you will have a lifelong connection with these islands. It's something that you will always feel, and I did feel it when I was invited for this. So, Marshal Balakrishnan, thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great privilege and an honor to be here. In the 20 years since I reported from here on the tsunami disaster, one question that has always haunted me as a journalist, and when I tell you that most journalists haven't been to the Andamans, I mean that. Most people haven't even thought of coming here to report. There are, as you well know, not very many opportunities for the media to come here and report, unless it's something like the tsunami, which is sad. those who do come from the mainland to report from the Andamans are mostly here to report on military exercises and things like that, but never for anything else. So I have always, in the last 20 years, encouraged my colleagues and friends to come here and experience the islands for themselves. But in the last 20 years, one thing that has always haunted me every single time following the assignment when I spent reporting here on the disaster, and I did manage to report from Car Nicobar as well, is what if this happened again? Every single year, that has been a question. What if this happened again? And it's a question that anybody who saw this disaster up close firsthand would ask. It's something that was touched upon by the previous speakers as well. General Hasnain spoke about it in his inaugural address about how the biggest calamity of our time, natural calamity of our time, has made us obsessively work towards if I can say, tsunami-proofing the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. And what have we actually done to do that? General Ducey's video just now, I think, was a very sort of unapologetic and unsparing look at how there is still, even 20 years later, a great deal to be done. So I do want to say that recalling Tsunami 2004, 20 years later, is something of a paradox, because 20 years is an entire generation, and one would imagine that 20 years later, all that happened at that time, the problems that were there, the tardiness that he spoke about, the issues, all of those would have been fixed. But are there things that still need to be looked at? And one of the reasons why recalling Tsunami 2004 is so important from the perspective of those who were there to actually see it, is because over time, as we've seen in the lives that we live, information tends to become diluted, it evaporates, we don't see very much of it. Even 20 years previously, it's hard to tell whether information was authentic or not. And that's why I think it is a unique honor and a unique privilege to hear from two officers, two veterans now, who were not only lived and operated on these islands, but were part of that first response. Air Commodore B.S. Krishna Kumar Kirti Chakra. His bio is there on the screen, so I won't just repeat that, but and I will let him, of course, get into the incredible actions that he undertook once he was there. I did meet him briefly at Car Nicobar, but I don't think he would remember, because he was too busy saving hundreds of lives, literally hundreds of lives, with his helicopter. He's been someone who has operated in search and rescue mode across all kinds of domains, from sea level all the way up to Siachen. He's been responsible for the induction of some of the most advanced and future-looking rotorcraft platforms into the military. So I welcome you, Air Commodore Krishna Kumar. Thank you very much for your service, sir, and thank you for being here. Also with us is Commodore Benny M. Anthony, who was in Port Blair at that time. He was the coup for Maritime Ops, a person who with his own eyes actually saw what happened on that morning of December the 26th. He was also one of the first responders from Port Blair, and it was through his eyes and through his directions, in some ways, that the first layer of what would turn out to be a gargantuan response effort would actually flow. He was on a plane the same day, got to Car Nicobar, and what followed over the next few days, between the 26th and the next 10-15 days, is something that the islands will never ever forget. And he was right there to see it. So before I hand it over to Air Commodore Krishna Kumar and Commodore Anthony to tell us about what they saw, recalling what happened 20 years ago, I just want to say that the perspective that is offered non-academically by operations people who are in the mix, actually there, dividing time between, figuring out whether their families were okay and saving the lives of others, which is, in my view, there is no higher purpose than that.
I think this offers an extremely unmissable and an unignorable perspective, and it is the only kind of perspective that will actually help us ensure that we can, in some ways in the future, tsunami-proof these islands. With that, I'd like to invite Air Commodore Krishna Kumar to give us his address.
Can you go to the first slide? Can you go to the first slide? Thank you, Shiv, for that introduction. Air Marshal Saju Balakrishnan, the SINCAN, Commander SFC, Admiral Suraj Berry, Senior Member of the NDMA, well-known General Hasnain, Senior Delegates, Senior Officers who come from Air Headquarters, the ACS, TNH, Air Vice Marshal Vasisht. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by remembering all those whom we lost on that day of tsunami on 26th of December 2004 at Air Force Station Karnikobar in particular and in the region in general. Let me also place on record my sincere gratitude to all my colleagues who, despite having no resource at their disposal, ensured that we fought this battle, the lone battle, and came out victorious. Customarily, I must tell you how I cover this small little presentation. A brief on the area that is south of the 10-degree channel. Then we'll go on to the dynamics of tsunami. What are the immediate operations that we took up? And the subsequent actions and few lessons we learned, lest we forget. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're all aware, covered by a few of the speakers earlier, the Karnikobar is a small little tiny island located south of where we are sitting today, far away from the mainland, approximately 1,450 kilometers from Chennai. This distance becomes significant not only from the logistic point of view, but also from the point of view of the advance warning that the mainland could have got after we were hit by tsunami at Karnikobar. Further, from where we are sitting, south, around close to about 300 kilometers, is that tiny little island of Karnikobar. And it's about 484 kilometers from Banda Aceh, north tip of Sumatra, which is the epicenter of the earthquake which triggered the tsunami. This is the Karnikobar Island. And we have a Air Force station, which is a strategically important Air Force base for us, located on the southeast coast of this island. Further, we have an airstrip, and the entire buildings, both official, that is technical buildings, and the domestic, were located between the runway and the coastline. That little triangle that you see there was where my house was. The Indian Air Force has had a helicopter unit with the medium lift helicopters of the Mi-8 class. And to support the flying operations, we have a radar unit as well. With all these, it is a very cohesive community. The climate, abundance of oxygen, plenty of tender coconut water, just mind our own business, do our flying, which is good amount of effort, intra-island operations, casualty evacuation, search and rescue operations, which used to be quite frequent, special heliborne operations by day and night, and after a hectic week of flying, chill out in the beaches of Car Nicobar, doing snorkeling and walking around the beach. Life is really fantastic. I must tell this location of my house was an envy for many of the nature lovers. It is just about 100 meters from the seashore. It is an independent house, and me, along with my wife, my daughter who was 12-year-old, and my son who was 6 years old, who happened to be sitting in the fourth row today, we're all staying in that island, in the house. And like I said, life is beautiful and peaceful. Now, before I go on to the describing what happened on that day, a bit about the anatomy of tsunami for few of us who may not still be very aware of how a tsunami takes place. A sub-oceanic shift in the tectonic plate throws up water, massive amounts of water in very limited time, triggering high levels of energy which travels as waves with a speed of approximately 750 kilometers. While they travel in the sea, it does not create any wave. Thus, a ship which is cruising that time will not be able to detect any tsunami wave. But this wave, with a wavelength of, with a frequency of about 5 minutes to even 1 hour, this high energy, as it comes toward the coastline and meets up with the rising coastline, start getting decelerated. So this energy, which has been a kinetic energy, now converts into potential energy, and it takes the forms of rolling waves, one over the other, and becomes gigantic waves, reducing the speed from 750 to approximately 150. And this hydropower, massive waves of about 60 to 80 feet height, coming at 150 kilometers speed, crashes onto the shore, taking away everything, buildings, trees, and not to talk of human lives. This is what exactly happened on that day. Just to get the records, historically, the tsunami, which was triggered by this earthquake, was recorded as the third most severe, powerful earthquakes recorded in the history, with 9.1. It was the day of Christmas, and the population of Car Nicobar, a homogeneous tribal community, 98% of them are Christians. So we all were invited to celebrate Christmas on the 25th. We went to the local church. We also took part in the Christmas celebrations, came back, and we said good night to each other and slept to get up a little late the next day, being a Sunday, on this pristine island. But roughly around 6:20, timing could be a little plus minus. Around that time, my wife woke me up saying that earthquake. I, having experienced earthquake, met several times while serving in the north part of India. I was about to tell her to take it easy, but the amplitude and the severity increased in geometric proportion in no time. And we were shaken out of our wits by the rocking movement of the earth beneath us. The grumbling noise, we could feel the earth rubbing against, underneath each layer. It was a rolling motion. I also sprang out of the bed, went to the bedroom to see my children. My daughter had fallen off the bed. I told her to collect herself and run out of the house. I picked up my son, who was only 6 years old that time. In the meantime, my wife ran to open the door. Unfortunately, the door was jammed because the frame was metallic frame, and because of the movement of the earthquake, the door was jammed. Fortunately for us, there was another wooden door on the rear side of the house. She managed to open it. I tried to come out of the house just to see how severe the earthquake is. When the earth, Mother Earth underneath you shakes, you feel so uncomfortable. I would come out, I was getting tossed from wall to wall. I just couldn't walk. It was an experience as though you're standing in the vestibule of a fast-running express train. It was a very desperate situation to come out of the house before the house collapsed. Luckily for us, the rear door opened and all of us came out of the house, and we stood at the rear side of the house, and the earth was still shaking very violently. We were all helpless. Every soul in the entire island was experiencing the same thing. Fortunately for us, maybe because of the earthquake resistant construction, buildings did not collapse. We stood there for about 3 minutes or so. The earthquake continued with the same intensity and severity. What appeared to us is more than 30 minutes or so. Slowly, the vibrations died down, and we all came in front of the house just to assess the situation. Everyone in the Air Force Station was also doing the same thing. They came out of the house and exchanging what they went through this, short but very, very scary ordeal. Right then I realized that I must go back to my unit and take a look at the assets, the prized assets of helicopters that we have. So I told my wife, you can make a cup of tea, I'll just go and change and then go to the unit to have a look at the helicopters. I entered the house. I was shocked to see everything in the house was thrown as though some drunken burglars had ransacked the entire house. I was worrying in my mind as to how to rebuild this, how to repair all this, notwithstanding what I was in for. I went to the bedroom, took the top of my night suit, now only in pajama and just a vest. I heard my wife screaming again. So I reassessed. I said, isn't it another earthquake? It can't happen so fast. But no, everything is safe, all stable. But something told me that those things are amiss. Don't waste time. The training that I gotten from my Sang School, National Defense Academy, and the Indian Air Force, I wasted no time. I ran out of the house, barefooted, came in front of the house. While this is happening, Flying Officer Vijay, who was sitting on the first floor of the officers' mess, saw the sea receding. It had gone back by about 1.5 kilometers, exposing the seashell. It is a fantastic sight for people who have not seen it. But that is only a prelude. Even my wife saw this, and after that, they saw the surge of the sea. First surge, again it went back, surge again, and by third or fourth time, it was about 4 feet also surge. By the time I came out of the house, I saw churned up water, blackish in color, on a broad frontage. The entire ocean had entered my lawns. My wife had opened the gate of the house and we ran. The only thought came to our mind was that the island being a coral structure, probably because of the earthquake, the island had cracked and maybe we are all sinking because we are blissfully unaware of what tsunami was those days. So the only hope we thought was to run towards the center of the island and hope that maybe we could be saved. So she ran along with my son, I ran along with my daughter, everyone was running towards the runway. One officer came in his small little Maruti, took my wife and son, my daughter and self continued running. Just before that, my wife looked back and saw a huge wave crashing over a house and she was shocked. I told her, just don't look back, run. Everyone in the Air Force Station was running towards the runway, all in their night dresses, just been woken up. We ran. As I came across my mechanical transport section, what we call in Air Force, where all the vehicles are parked. I thought I must go pick up the vehicle. My official car was an ambassador car those days. And there will be many ladies and children who are struggling to run. So I took the car, came back. There were many who were, I could see death on their faces. They're so scared. Put them in groups, dropped them close to the runway, came back for the second round. That is the time when my station commander, Group Captain V.V. Bandyopadhyay, he crossed me, he stopped and said, KK, can you just get airborne and see what's happening? Events were happening so fast that even memory could not record. I reversed the car, I went to the tarmac where the helicopters were parked. We always have one helicopter which is ready for air, sea search and rescue role. Fortunately, the helicopter was intact despite the tarmac being badly damaged. I was barefooted in pajama and vest. Luckily for me, Flying Officer Vijay also came on the scene. There was a flight engineer, Das, and a flight gunner, Tripathi. I told all to put on the May vest, borrowed a pair of slippers, and started a Mi-8, which normally takes about 2 minutes to start both the engines. But we started and took off in a record time at a minute and a half, thanks to the coordination by the crew. Now here I must say that in normal search and rescue operations, you are briefed what to look for and what to expect. But as I turned right towards the domestic area, what I saw was shocking. Waves as high about 50, 60 feet were crashing over the domestic area and all the other buildings. I thought to myself, there's nothing we can do but just look for lives and save them. I saw a couple of people on the rooftop waving at me. I did an orbit to position myself, but by the time I completed the orbit, they were missing. They were washed off already by the wave. We looked for other survivors. There were few. Stuck in the balconies, few on the rooftops of some other buildings. We started winching them up. These waves had commenced after roughly around 20-25 minutes after that. There were huge waves which swept over the buildings. This is the approach of the waves. They come in from the southeast direction and washed off the entire Air Force station and from all the sides, entire island. The operations continued. I wanted to launch a second helicopter. I asked for the second helicopter. We had no communication. Since everything was washed off, the station Medicare center, that is the hospital, small little hospital, was completely washed off. The doctor was washed off. She never returned. The air traffic control building had collapsed in the earthquake. There was no communication. There was a makeshift air traffic control which was made. I transmitted to them to ask all people to run towards the runway and break the wall and run inwards towards the center of the island in a hope that we could be saved. In the meantime, I continued picking up people from 1 and 2 from the rooftops and balconies. We had an efficient group of engineers and gunners. And now the second helicopter was to be launched. I looked for the pilots. Unfortunately for me, both the qualified pilots, one, Flight Lieutenant Kadam, he went into water, never to return. Second, Niger and his wife, along with all small little children, they also went into the water, but they came out, losing their children to the waves, and he was in no mental or physical condition to fly. So I had no other pilots to launch. Subsequently, Wing Commander Maheshwar, who was the Chief Operation Officer, he also had gone into water, but he, along with his wife and children, managed to escape, holding on to some door and gas cylinders, etc. And he came on the scene. Then I launched a second helicopter along with Flight Lieutenant. I'm giving these names because they need to be remembered. We continued the operations, lifting people. These are the machines that we had those days. All these photographs, disclaimer that these are all post-tsunami. That time we had no time nor equipment to take any photographs or videography. We are taking stock of the situation. I flew for about 2 hours, 15 minutes in one helicopter. The only fuel available was on board both these helicopters and one Bowser standing. Rest of the fuel in the storage was contaminated already. So we had to rationalize how much of flying effort that we need to put in, because we knew that rest of the islands also would have been affected and there are no other resources available with us. Roughly around 8 o'clock, the Air Force component commander came overhead with the Dornier. He was assessing the damage to all the islands. There's a damaged ATC which I was talking about, and there's a makeshift ATC from where they were operating. There's operation of the winch operations, but this is of a different exercise and not of the tsunami. Then I noticed a radar ramp. If you can see, there's a radar transmitter, and the ramp had about 300 people. They're stuck on top. This is a water level, just an animation because we don't have the photograph of that time. And this radar ramp was about to collapse with 300 people on top of that. We had lost all of them. So I started winching them up from there. The limitation of a winch in the Mi-17 is one at a time. But we had to throw the rule book out of the window, and we started operations of pinching them up in 2s and 3s and put them all onto the runway. We had operated and rescued more than 300 people. I was fully exhausted, as all my colleagues. We had no drop of water to drink. We switched over to the second helicopter and flew for about 5 hours, 15 minutes in all. By the time I came down, what happened on the ground was that the station commander himself had gone into water. He came back after fighting the waves, and he was seen in torn kurta pajamas. Probably you would have seen those visuals on the TV sometime. So during this time, in his absence, I had the additional task of, coordinating the entire thing of the Air Force Base. And my wife was the senior most lady that time, and he had to pacify, console the people with no medical facilities, because there are a lot of people who had gone into water, fought, came out, they lost their near dear ones in all kind of combinations. We have Miss Meghna sitting here who will be talking to us later, who herself has lost her parents. So after 5 hours, 15 minutes of flying, I came back. We assessed the situation. Everything in the Air Force station was completely destroyed. We again got airborne to see what is happening to the rest of the island, and we found the entire island story was no different. With whatever little resources that we had, we mustered all that and tried to help each other. There was a ground party who was launched to look for survivors in the water, because after some time the water started receding. In that knee-deep water level, they look for bodies and any survivors. We started recovering bodies because we started getting, unfortunately, those who gone to the water never came back. By afternoon, about 3 o'clock, the AN-32 from Tambaram Air Force Station had come in. Air Force reacted with such speed that within flying time from mainland to Car is around 3 hours by AN-32. But in a record time, the Air Force launched these aeroplanes. The first communication which reached the mainland probably was our HF set, that is the high frequency set on board the Mi-8, which we used to tell the Chennai ATC that Air Force Station Karnikbar has been completely washed off. Please inform Air Headquarters. That must have been the only and the first communication that reached the mainland. Now, if you see the distance from the mainland, if we had known of tsunami that time, probably we would not have lost lives in the mainland, because we had about 1.5 hours to 2 hours to react on the mainland. This operations by AN-32 continued through the night. The runway was damaged badly. 1/3 of the runway was completely damaged. They landed on a broken runway, operating throughout the night with makeshift night landing facilities. Unfortunately, these are the Operation continued in full swing through the night. And on day 2, the IL-76, the Gajraj of the Indian Air Force, came carrying out mass evacuation in the order of casualties, those who lost their near dear ones, and the rest of the population to Port Blair and to mainland. We continued operations for the next 10 days. The days were quite bad because we had nothing. Of course, Andaman Nicobar Command, with whatever resources that they had, they present all, like we already heard the other speakers saying, they present all, whatever they could. But initial few days of survival was definitely extremely difficult for all of us. But when you look back, yes, God had given us a second life, and it was our duty to ensure that each and every life that we could save could have been saved, could be saved. And I hope we perform, all of us collectively perform that duty which was assigned to us. Now, after this first day, second day, everyone was evacuated from the Air Force station. But a handful of us stayed back, and I had the duty and responsibility to train the incoming pilots on island operations. We operated all the islands, Kardeep, Kachal, and Nankori, and all the other islands. And every island had the same stories to tell. When you approach the helipad itself, you could get that, decomposed body smell. Unfortunately, entire island. It was a very, very grim sight and a very sad experience. Few more pictures. Now, the picture of the Air Force station before and after the tsunami. They'll tell us how devastating it was. Few other pictures. Some have already been shown in the movie. Damaged roads. This is the Medicare center. Nothing left of it, including the doctor. Our air warriors living in area. Even the buildings which is standing, the water had gone through and through, taking every life which was inside. The officers' mess. Even gods were not spared. You see me standing on the plinth of my house, and it gives me goosebumps even now when I think that I was sleeping here along with my wife and children just barely 20 minutes before the tsunami occurred. This was what was left of my house. This was my prized possession, the car. Incidentally, I was quite worried when after the earthquake, when I opened my garage, I saw there was my daughter's cycle had fallen onto the car and just crashed the car. So I was very, very concerned. But look at what happened after that. We had a makeshift open air mess. Wise man said, the only mistake in life is the lesson not learned. So with this experience of having gone through tsunami and done the rescue operations and my indoctrination in the Indian Air Force, here are a few lessons. Operation preparedness, we talk of it many times, but we must definitely introspect and see how well we are operationally prepared to take on natural disasters. The disasters with warning are these days cyclone, all been covered by General Hasnain. These days we are so prepared that we have almost nil casualties in all these cyclones which keep happening. Floods again are anticipatory in nature, except for flash floods. Crew training for whether it's ship, aircraft, or the army is extremely important, because when we're caught unaware, there is no time to train each other that time. Whatever you're trained comes out naturally. So it is extremely important to have realistic training to take on natural disasters. Of course, you have to ensure availability of aircraft, ships, and other role equipment all the time. Coordinated effort with the relevant agencies is extremely important, as very aware because you can't be operating in isolation. Without warning, with all this modern technology, we still don't have a warning system for earthquake. And tsunamis are triggered only by earthquake, except for the high tidal waves, which comes during maybe cyclone, etc. Otherwise, earthquakes only trigger tsunami. So if you can have some kind of warning for earthquake, which in some time I don't know whether it's possible. Tsunamis are highly predictable. Whenever there's an earthquake of more than 4.5 to 5 on the Richter scale, it will trigger a tsunami of in different severities. So we can be much prepared. They have these systems which are already deployed in the open seas, which will sense the travel of the shock waves and will give us the warning. We need to be aware without being hysterical about it. If we have to be hit by an earthquake at this time, the very thought of it is very disturbing. But without being hysterical about it, one needs to be prepared. If you've been to Japan, every 5 minutes there is a communication on the TV which comes, what to do in case of an earthquake. It is very unsettling and disturbing. But one needs to get used to it because that is the reality. And if you're going to be faced with an earthquake, you should know, your drill should be very clear and you should be able to come out safe. That is very important. Communication extremely important. That day we had no communication at all. And the only saving grace was the HF communication that we could establish from the onboard the MIS-8 to the mainland. And of course, coordinate with all the agencies. Operate within the standard operating procedures. There will be definitely, you will be stretched because there will be time. I had to land the Mi-8 in a small little place, which is even not fit to put down a small little cheetah helicopter, but it had to be done. But you do it diligently and with the coordination of the crew, then you can be safe. Because it's pointless losing more lives to save some lives. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, I finish the episode of an experience that I had as a commanding officer and as a survivor on 26th of December in 2004. I hope I've been able to put across to you what is the kind of, how severe the entire episode was. And when faced with a challenge thrown up to you by nature, you're fairly helpless. But if you're well trained, well aware, then you can save yourself and save the lives around you. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Commodore Benny Anthony for your instance.
Commander-in-Chief, Andaman and Nicobar Command, Commander-in-Chief, SFC, Ambassador, senior officers, distinguished guests from abroad, and the panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I've already been introduced, though he says I was everything, I was only the coup Maritime Ops, and there were many layers above me who were also taking stock of the situation and organizing. But since I was at a key position where we had to deploy naval assets and we also had to look at the population in various islands where we operate, I was actually in the midst of to start with, in fact, Commodore Krishna Kumar has covered some part of what I would have spoken, so I'll just rush through that at a later stage. We had the earthquake early morning. We were also shaken up out of our beds. We were quite high up. I used to stay just next to the ANC mess. It was a fairly new building, but it was again swaying like a ship in Sea State 5. And that's the time when my family too had come for a vacation. It was Christmas, and we were planning to go to Ross Island, and we had got up early morning, and this whole thing unfolded. So since you're ready, I immediately proceed. The CSO ops, he also used to stay in the same building. He was also a bachelor. So I immediately rushed to the headquarters, and this was only the earthquake. So we were trying to send out signals to all the units across to report damages and estimates, etc. And there was, at that point, there was no inkling of this tsunami. Though I have read about a tsunami in some James Morris book, somewhere in New Zealand, and you have read about the navigation volume gives a very small passage on the tsunami, but that is not really what you see or what you expect when this earthquake happens. And while I was at the headquarters, we could see, you have a good view from top, since I had gone to the ComSen on top, the entire harbor. The first wave came in, and we had MV Akbar and two LCUs which were anchored in tandem nearby. From Chatham onwards, every ship, boat were pulled off from their anchors, everything, and were taken towards Chauldari, Viper Island. And then, after a minute or two, they were then pushed the other way as the water drained out of the harbor when the wave went down. And this continued. By the second wave, I drove down to the jetty. Water was already over the wharf. Ships, Cheetah and Kumbir were there along with some other LCUs. So they were manning the ropes. By then, they had also got. I would say we were very lucky that it never rose above a certain level. Otherwise, we would have had ships probably capsizing or coming and sitting on top of the jetty. And this continued maybe for the next hour and a half. It was not a one wave and out. It just, as I think he showed in his very nice diagram, it is a continuous set of waves. As it reaches the shelving coast, it keeps coming in. And when it comes into narrow channels like our harbor, it becomes like a boat tide and just slams in. Operational ships were ordered immediately. Most of it was all verbal. Start engines, use them to reduce strain on the ropes, keep away from the jetty. Many smaller vessels which went in and grounded on that side of the harbor and again at this end of the harbor towards Chatham. In fact, that was quite less compared to what happened where the direct water hit the civil jetties and the dry docks. I just take you through some of these: immediate assessment, earthquake and tsunami. I'll talk a bit about it because it affected the navigational aspects of the rescue and relief, role of survey ships, and maritime operations for evacuation in brief. So this was the civil harbor and the jetties next to it. We had extensive damage there. That was Steel, that 100 packs ship which had turned turtle. And this was the dry dock. And you have, the cassoon is meant to keep water out, but the entire water had come in and pushed the cassoon out. And we had a water barge, which was also inside the dry dock, pushed out, and it had sat on the cassoon. I think subsequently, we had, as everybody said, we are so far away from the mainland. We had to use our own resources, our own capabilities, whatever bit of tugs, ships we had, etc., and also whatever facilities we had in the NSRY and the civil docks, etc., to get ships to be activated. In fact, the Steel was parbuckled in a modified parbuckle manner and got upright and taken out maybe in a month or two by the own staff at the civil side. After the waves subsided, the task of securing the vessels at anchorage, assessing damages at other jetties on the islands became the top priority. The extensive damage in Karnikobar was reported to, through aircraft communications first. In fact, the report we got was Karnik is sinking. I mean, that was what the civil aircraft passed on the message to us. I mean, that is the first information we got from Karnik. So we decided to proceed then directly to Karnik to make an assessment, and you saw what was the state there. We went in a Dornier, the CNC himself, staff, and self flew in that afternoon itself. In fact, we had already got report from the government that the Prime Minister, etc., would be coming into land in Karnik the next day. The situation in Karnik was grim. You already heard I shall not elaborate on that. We had a look at what were our resources at that point of time. And the big silver lining was Gadial returning from an Amphex operations of the West Coast, and he had crossed Dondra Head and was heading this way. So one of the aim was to go to Karnik and try and identify a point where he could land troops. We had already told him he is to proceed to Karnik, land troops and equipment there so that they could start with some people available. The jetty there was damaged. You saw pictures. Some tower also had fallen over it. We went to the southeast side. That was the only location where we could walk down from the from the airport, and went and had a look. But it was, and when you look at it in hindsight, it was good that we did not try to land anywhere there. We came around, and he came and anchored off the jetty and got in all the troops through the jetty. And of course, the air base was about 10 kilometers or so on the far end from the jetty. Ships from the mainland, including Rajput, were dispatched immediately, but that would take, 2 days. Every operational ship was made ready with whatever provisions we could gather and relief materials to proceed for relief and evacuation of injured people from the islands. The entire ops post-tsunami was based on the, quakes and the effect of the tsunami. Geologically, there was subsidence, liquefaction, liquefaction below, landslides in some locations. Navigationally, if you can understand, the datum on which the entire charts, everything is made, has shifted. It shifted in a matter of minutes. So add to that, we do, the LCUs, the LSTs, everybody goes and go to different beaches, find new landing points. We do surveys, make out transits, etc. Over many years, that entire navigational data had become absolutely useless because the ground beneath had changed. So and in addition, if you look at structures, there were structures, mangled, iron structures. There were debris of concrete structures which had fallen off the jetty around the areas, buildings fallen off onto the. So, Kachal is a prime example. Kachal had a jetty which was absolutely across the flow of this. There's no sign of that jetty, whether at the root or the pillars or nothing. Everything was washed off. Where to? We couldn't even, gather. Sunken boats, pontoons. So if you see, this is, there are boats which were lifted and all on the beach. Many, it's not one, there were many all along the islands. These were the kind of structures underneath, broken. I remember on Kachal, there was, I think, the army team which was there had got the local jeep, overturned jeep, and repaired it so that they could do some transportation internally. And also emotionally, evacuation of people who were suddenly left without any administration, no security, no health care, basic necessities, water. You see, when the tsunami came in, it filled every single area, and every well, every water source was contaminated. So it was a huge task to just get water, find out sources of water at each of the islands, and there are also, a lot of doomsday predictions. The islands will sink. It's, as it happens in these kind of things. So communication and reassurance was also part of, very important part of the first stage. I've taken the liberty to take some information and pictures from a detailed study which was done in 2006 by Javed Malik, CVR Murthy, and DS Rai. I just wanted to mention it so that I give due credit. This is available on the net, and it gives a good scientific study with pictures and information, and as well as location by location effects, changes, etc. Just to read out a short passage. First, there was the subsidence of the eastern coast of the area stretching over South Andaman Islands and all the Nicobar Islands by about 1.2 meters along Car Nicobar and Andaman Islands, and by about 3 meters along the southern tip of Great Nicobar Island. Secondly, the subsidence did not occur across all places at the same time or in the same. It was a gradual occurrence because the rupture propagated northwards slowly, and immediate flooding after shaking at many locations was because of this co-seismic subsidence. Third, uplifting of the North and Middle Andaman Islands occurred up to a maximum of about 3 meters at the northern tip, and relative uplift along the western coast of the islands also happened. But since the angle of tilt from the area was about 25 to 35 kilometers, I mean, there are a lot of blessings in this. If you look at it, the actual civil structures hardly had a tilt of about an mm or two. So it did not really affect the structural stability of the whatever structures were left standing. To give an example, the lighthouse at Indira Point, there was no prominent tilt, but there was definitely, because of this displacement, which I will explain to you. You can see that actually the first quake started on 17th of November, and it went on till 12th of January. So this 17th November and onwards, quakes may not have been recorded. They have been minor. They have been, not really taken due notice of. And of course, it is not an exact science. Everybody is learning as they go along and making new models and new findings every time we have a new occurrence. So you could see the Indian plate and the Burmese plate. And what actually happened was the Indian plate, the Indian plate actually went under the Burmese plate. So you have that's what the tilt from the west going up and the east going down. And the southern end actually, so if you see this is how it finally happened. So you had Diglipur about 3 meters up, Indira Point about 3 meters down, Nankauri, we had the jetty and water almost level. And another blessing, the fulcrum of this whole thing happened somewhere around the Port Blair area. So we were, were not really affected navigationally to that extent. If it was somewhere else and we had gone down by a meter or two, it would have been, very catastrophic as far as deployment of resources and organizing various stuff. So if effect of the tectonic shift I already mentioned, and as I told earlier, because of this datum and this shift, we had to start anew, making new landing points, beaches, etc., while you're still figuring out what is happening at each of the places. Coupled with large-scale uprooting of trees and debris falling, navigating into any harbor or close ashore was a nightmare. All the young commanding officers, if they are here, or the navigators, would quite understand. I'll quickly run through the next one, and you understand, I said 3 meters, or at the tips, maybe 1.5 at Nankaveri. But if you understand, when you have a 1 meter difference, you would lose almost 100 to 200 meters of this shelving course, So if you have 1 meter down, you would have water coming up, and you would have the shoreline covered over, another 100 meters. So boats, other stuff would have to land, 100 meters away, and people would have to wade up or down. That's what happened in most of the islands. To remind you, there used to be crocodiles, I remember, sighted off Hut Bay when we were recovering people. So that was Indira Point, 3 meters down. It was already out in the water. You can see how much of the coast was taken over. These were all coast, but this 1 or 2 meters of subsidence. You can see that's trinket below. The shaded area below was what was actually land before it was taken over by the sea. Just to give a, this is MESIB, I think, at Karnik, which was, right on the coast. It used to be 100 meters inland. And that is the debris and devastation, which is, gravel, etc., taken from the sea and deposited inland. This was extensively spoken about, but as you see, like a ripple, when you drop a stone, the earthquake is, the quake, or wherever the point of actual contact is something similar, and it generates a set of ripples, not over the water, but through the water, and it keeps coming in waves till it dies down. As you see, I just put that analogy to make you understand how it does happen, and over a period of time, it dampens and dissipates. And it is also important to understand, and for future, that every earthquake does not necessarily generate a tsunami. One may be strength, one may be the way it happens, one may be how the plates meet, that you may have an earthquake, but it might not generate that energy or force into the water to go out for a tsunami. But I suppose every time, recently we had in New Zealand, they have to generate a tsunami warning and wait, and then, as by time and space, you then say, okay, the warning is over because it didn't happen. But every time it happens, you have to be ready for a tsunami coming in. Example, if you take a divers analogy, you see in the Olympics, there are some divers who will go in, there will be barely any water which comes out, and there will be some who would splash a whole lot of water. So it's something like that. I mean, it need not be that every time you will have a tsunami. And these waves, when they come in and hit, like when it comes into harbors, it comes in, it's like you have this whole amount of water coming in through a funnel into a harbor, and it just creates havoc, rises the level. It's not only rise in the level, after maybe 2 minutes, it takes out the entire water and maybe a little more, and creates, takes out everything which has come in. I remember Mini Bay, bamboo flats, etc., houses where the doors are closed, everything, water's come in and taken out, including the door and the entire belongings out into the sea. If you look at the, these plates interaction, which I talked about earlier, it is, they say 200 years, but it could definitely happen in 2 years or maybe 2 months. It is not, there are no exact sciences to calculate as to when it would happen and when it would not. And what would be the pressures which each of these plates are being affected by other plates and other geological factors going on around the world. Going on to the next, the survey ships were deployed immediately. We had 1 and then 2 and finally 3 ships. And they came in a week later. I think by then the subsidence and everything had settled down. And they had to chart the waters into each harbor and establish new navigational passages, which was a long drawn out exercise, but they continued day and night. And over the next few weeks, harbor by harbor, they had charted out new datum passages and new charts. Their aid was crucial in establishing logistic supply chains, movement of personnel across the islands over the next few weeks. In fact, the civil passenger ferries, etc., which used to then not come alongside, could then move on alongside with a certain degree of navigational safety. That eased a lot of burden on the naval LSTs and LCUs, which were doing, the up and down, come here, load up at night, sail out, proceed to island by island. There was a large requirement of diving to inspect jetties, facilities near the water, and also help in salvaging what we could from the water. And we had been, just as an aside, we had many aspiring strong swimmers, aspiring divers who came on, and that was the director of shipping, I think, who was involved with the Teal rescue at that time, Captain James. These were other makeshift divers whom we had to employ to at various jetties to get things going. Coming to maritime operations, as I told you, INS Gadial had just crossed Dondra Head. The army team on board returning after the amphibious exercises. So she immediately went to Car Nicobar, landed the army personnel and the commander to provide assistance. There was severe shortage of manpower, especially the Navy. The Army, there's manpower. And frankly, without any malice, the local administration in most areas had collapsed. It's not I'm not saying it in any bad way, because everybody in the local administration, in any disaster, you should understand that they stay home and go to work, and their families too are there with them, and they are all affected. So not asking them, they wouldn't report to office. So there was that was a major issue all across. In fact, I remember we had pulled out one lieutenant from the already short-staffed LSTs and LCUs were 3, and they were sent with a SATCOM and a brief to do whatever you can and report with the best of your abilities and send to various islands. The army, of course, sent their own teams to various islands. So we had a network of people who could report back and requirements, etc., so that we could try and load up either at Utkrosh. Utkrosh was also a big hub of, material coming in and then being transported to various islands by helicopters, by ships, etc. It was, if you come, it was like a huge logistic exercise by Utkrosh, by ships here. Karnik, of course, a lot of IL-76, we would come directly to Karnik and land and load stores, and we had stores all along the runway on either side of Karnik. So it was a humongous exercise to get. So we had teams in every island, Hut Bay, Nankaveri, there, who was looking at Kachal. We had just to look after the basic administration, and just to get stores to come in, arrange, and to send it out to the people below. And in a unique move, within I think a week or two, the commander-in-chief was made in charge of the administration. And all civil chief of staff was then doing the CMC's job, and the chief secretary and various other departments. Everybody used to have meetings here, and they would report to the CNC, because it was felt that at that time the requirement was very, very drastic to have some organization to get through aid and evacuate people and manage the entire thing. And as I told earlier, the civil administration did have issues of people to manage that thing. So that is one issue which happens, I think, I've heard, in other disasters too, which is a common factor. And that is why the armed forces, not because of anything else, we have a large number of people who are not directly affected. We have a lot of people who are maybe in living, who are, bachelors, who are this, etc. And you have your maybe accommodation a little away from this thing. And you saw how Karnik reacted. You saw even with families in turmoil, they still took off and, carried out. Similarly, so you have people to carry out exercises, and you have a backup source of, administration of food, logistics, etc. So you don't have to worry about those kind of thing, unlike, the civil counterpart. There were large-scale evacuations from Hut Bay, Campbell Bay, Nancowry, and other islands like Chaura. Chaura, there was no water. We had to evacuate everybody from there. Kachal, people to ostensibly safer areas in Port Blair. Many survivors were directly airlifted back to mainland because we had a large population. One of the indigenous population, we had a large population of settlers who were also contractors, workers, etc., who just wanted to get out. Because as I said, the doomsday predictions and various, things told, this is just the beginning and world will end, etc., etc. A lot of these was going on. The LSTs and the LCUs were our saviors, I would say. Maga brought in a Seeking 42 Charlie, which operated from Gadial and was of immense help in airlifting people from, remote areas. Rajput came initially and Sharab joined in later. And of course, locally we had Kumbir and Cheetah and the LCUs. And I must make a special mention here that, the young commanding officers really went into harm's way to land stores, evacuate people, and, entered harbors. As I told you, you have no chart. And when you're telling them to go, you're, literally telling them to go with your eyes open. That's it. And they beached at various uncharted locations just by means of radar, hand-laden line, lookouts, and a hope and a prayer. I mean, they didn't let us down. They did it with courage and conviction that the job had to be done. And in fact, in many cases, they were really the first responders in most islands and of immense help in the whole relief, evacuation, and reconstruction after the immediate relief phase. The immediate rescue and relief operations continued with more ships coming in from the mainland, airlifts mostly directly, as I told you. And so this I was just trying to show how the wave comes up, As to as to lessons learned, I think he has, Krishnakumar has said very correctly and elaborated on all those various lessons. And that's across the board, all disasters give you a whole lot of lessons. We have to assimilate it and include it in our next set of the work on our SOPs, etc. Just as a slight aside, since Shiv is here, we had a journalist, when you talk of embedded journalists on ships, etc., we had an embedded journalist on Rajput when he came in. So he came in, Rajput went various places, so he was off Campbell Bay, and the journalist said, let me go across, and he was winched into some place. And then he took some photographs, etc. We came back. And next thing, Rajput had to face a lot of flack because by the time he reached back, this was already on national TV and this was, tribal area and we are not supposed to take photographs, etc., etc., etc. So when you have a journalist embedded, you have to be careful because they always go for that, man bites dog scenario. I think I would like to end with another small joke of, these pre-disaster management times. I remember when we were in Staff College back in '98, there was the local civil administration had come to give a talk on disaster management, and and that time it was mostly cyclones. So he said, the cyclone comes up on the west coast, and everybody east coast, and everybody knows how it comes. So he had come in from Chennai. So if I am at Chennai, I would be praying that it would turn a little bit and go off towards Andhra. By the time it, once the cyclone develops, that is his prayer. And then I said, so then somebody asks him, what about the guy in Andhra? He says, he'll be praying that it curves further and goes into Odisha. I see. And what if it hits? Oh, we have a rule book for that. We open up our safe, we open, and it will say, call in the army. So that used to be disaster management, at some point of time. We have come a long way, and I'm sure we'll do much greater things if we learn the lessons. And as I would say, if we can have a history of what happened, archived well, and each of these sessions be more of a learning experience, and we take some lessons from here and put it down and work on it for our future plans, I'm sure we'll do better as we respond to disasters. Thank you. Thank you.
Commodore Antony, just to reassure you that when you spoke about embedded journalists at my talk tomorrow, I'll be talking a little bit more about that, the media's role in disaster relief operations, and I have a couple of stories to tell of my own. And I also did get into similar trouble when I was here 20 years ago, but then everything was up in the air. We're a little time constrained, but we've just got a few minutes left for a short Q&A. If you could, if anyone wants to ask a question, please raise your hand, but I'll use my moderator's privilege to ask the first question. Air Commodore Krishna Kumar, what would happen in Car-Nicobar now? And this is a question that anybody watching this will want to know. What would happen, God forbid, if a tsunami of similar intensity hit Car-Nicobar now? I want to keep that question as specific as possible.
As you have introduced me, I'm a veteran now. But from what I've seen of the Air Force base now is the constructions are being kept away from the seashore at a safe distance. But there have been some plantations of cashew trees. And if you know that these trees and the mangroves along the coastline, they take the brunt in case of a tsunami. If those things are are grown well, only tomorrow when we go there we can make out. This is one thing which I want to in my lessons learned also wanted to re-emphasize. I'm very sure General Hasnain is here. Tsunami prone areas where the construction is supposed to be away from the there's a stipulated distance which is away from this beach line, shoreline. We should not, in the enthusiasm to develop that particular place or the establishment, we should not go into too close to the sea, because romancing with the sea is good, but when nature gets furious, then you become helpless. And the mangroves are real dampeners for tsunami. But I don't know, in peacetime, it means when there's no disaster, we tend to forget and lay less emphasis on growth of mangroves along the beach line, or the trees like cashew trees, which can help us take this brunt. Now, coming back to Car-Nicobar, there are drills being conducted, as I know of last 2019, because I used to visit every year that unit, being the Commodore commandant. They have stipulated drills in case of this earthquake or tsunami, what to do. And their families are not staying there right now, but I think there's a rethinking on that, so that life becomes a little more comfortable. But I'm very sure even if the families are there, they'll also be trained and taken through the exercise as to what to do in case of this tsunami. But if the tsunami comes, definitely it will create some amount of damage to the property, but I'm very sure we can save lives.
Commodore Benny Anthony, a similar question for you as far as Port Blair was concerned. In that slide that you showed us of how there was a tilt on the islands, and Port Blair, by sheer luck perhaps or fate, turned out to be the fulcrum. So there was not much change there. What if things had been different? What kind of, how would that have affected things?
Well, see, every disaster, you say, doesn't strike the same place twice. And every lesson you learn is also, different and iterative, so that you move along and learn newer lessons. If Port Blair was not the fulcrum, and if it was not, the subsidence was, let's say, 3 meters here, we would be in big trouble, because we wouldn't have any ships entering harbor or leaving harbor till the survey ships came in and surveyed the whole thing. Secondly, I would say, now that we know an earthquake means a tsunami, it is always better to sail out every operational ship out of harbor and ensure there is, the ships are out at sea, maybe few miles off, so that they don't have this tsunami effect, and you have ready-made ships available to. But then 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whether you would be able to sail out ships, how many ships, etc., is a cause of, we have to see. We cannot have every ship ready. Like we had ships in the dry dock, they would be opened up, and water goes in, they would sink or turn turtle as it is, because you would have sides cut open for repairs, etc., and you cannot do anything in 20 or 30 minutes. So, in effect, 30-minute time, I think it's only for people, and whatever operational or ready ships or helicopters, whatever is there to take off and, carry out operations and get your communications going to every island. Now that it is it's a tri-service command. It was a tri-service command, but we were still getting into communications and how things happen. For example, like where Krishna Kumar mentioned, he told Chennai to tell air headquarters. Technically, it should have been to us in Port Blair. Luckily, there were other aircraft which I'm not doing anything. In the heat of the moment, you do think what you think is best. Air headquarters would then go on and all that. But that is how now we have so much of jointmanship. I don't think there's any doubt as to when something happens, who will be informed and how it will happen in the sequence of events. So I would only say that it's a new experience every time. However much we can prepare to our best abilities, seeing certain future possibilities. But how it will turn out next time, I wouldn't be able to say.
So we're out of time, but I didn't want to be selfish. So if there's time for one question from the audience, if anyone wants to ask, otherwise I will. Yeah, okay. Just one question. I'm taking the liberty to extend by just a couple of minutes.
Morning, from Lima 52. So as we spoke about handling 2004 tsunami, so based on those experience and considering current scenarios with the technology that we have, what do you think are the better measures that we can have to be better prepared for or any disaster as a measure of pre-crisis management?
Yes, that's a very broad question. I think he has spoken some of the lessons learned. I did not say much about lessons learned, but we have to have SOPs. We have to have mitigation factors, mitigation activities which we need to do beforehand, so that when it hits, whether it is stores which are kept for disaster relief, whether it is equipment which are meant specifically for, and communication. I would say communication is of most importance, not only between defense forces, also between all the islands and all the, civil structure. There's communication, half your problem is solved. You know exactly what is required. You know what is required to be given. Because when a ship goes from here with rice and, blankets, and they say, oh, we have already got enough of it. We need, milk powder and baby food and water. So just putting one, so that makes the whole thing. So communication is key, and I think in present day we are much better off with communications and the net and etc. So I think that we are way ahead presently. But preparation, I think in disaster management, I think the first is preparation, then response, and then so preparation. I think that's what I would say.
Commodore Krishna, you just want to quickly add to that last word.
2 points from my side. One is about contacting Chennai. Like, Commodore Benny has said that we should have ideally contacted Port Blair, rightly so, right? But in the helicopter, there's a pre-tuned channels of the high frequency sets. So one of them was Chennai, and we didn't have a pre-tuned channel for Port Blair. So that's why, and that time the activities were so intense in the cockpit that we had no time for anything. And this the co-pilot took on his own initiative. I must name him again, Flying Officer Vijay. He is the founder of MyGate Security Systems today. He's a very enterprising guy. But it was his initiative, and he told me, I told him, okay, quickly contact any of the air bases. So we had a tuned in Chennai channel, already tuned in. And in a very garbled kind of communication, we could pass to Chennai. So that one. Second thing is another lesson learned. Once again, I request General Hasnain to take note of this, sir. Post-trauma counseling is one area which we never think of. All of us were absolutely, our lives were derailed. Air Force was very kind enough to give us, posting to transfer to our native places, wherever Air Force station was available. But professional counseling by psychologists is very essential to get you back on track. Even for small children, you might think that they are not affected, but they are in fact mostly affected. They may not express it so, because if you don't do that, you lose that individual to the society, because he is not no more he or she is no more useful to the society. And this is one aspect we must ensure, because immediate actions everyone does, saving lives, etc., and then giving a little bit of help and all. But what he's gone or she has gone through in his mind, and it is going to completely redefine his or her life for the future. So we need to correct and get them back on the track by a professional, a counselor. That is one area which we had ignored, and many of the individuals suffered in the subsequent years of their lives because of that. Thank you.
If I may just add 30 seconds, ANC will not be able to speak for itself. But I can certify that Headquarters Andaman and Nicobar Command is the only armed forces organization where when the NDMA conducts mock exercises, this is the only headquarters which exercises itself. We just saw it happen 3 months ago, where even the families within the Headquarters Andaman and Nicobar Command were being exercised on evacuation and things like that. So I think we've gone a long way since then. And the last point on psychosocials are very, very correct, absolutely. During the COVID pandemic, we opened a couple of lines in the NDMA itself on psychosocial counseling. In Silkyara Tunnel, all the 41 workers were were counseled psychosocially through a telephone line which was put through the pipes, which when it went in. This is an aspect receiving tremendous attention today in all aspects of disaster management.
Thank you very much, General Hasnain, for that reassurance, as also to the other points that were raised by Commodore Krishna Kumar and Commodore Anthony. That brings this session to a close. I think this one was important because having two veterans who at that time were at the forefront of witnessing and responding to this enormous crisis was necessary to set the stage, this is the what happened. The sessions that follow will be what next, and I look forward to them. Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you very much. Big hand for them. Thank you.
Thank you, speakers and moderator. May I now request you to kindly take your seats in the audience, please. Nicobar was one of the areas worst affected by the tsunami, where, in addition to the civilian population, there was large-scale devastation and loss of life of service personnel and their families. One such story is of Miss Meghna Rajshekhar, daughter of late Wing Commander P.V. Rajshekhar, who lost her parents in the tsunami and has survived not just the tsunami, but also many challenges in life, symbolizing her resilience. May I call upon stage Miss Meghna Rajshekhar to share her inspiring story of courage and resilience.
Good morning to one and all. Yeah. It's my third time in the Andamans this year, and I wasn't expecting myself to be here so soon, but clearly destiny has its own plans. I'd spent most of this year either in or around the sea, or recovering from injuries that came as souvenirs from my choices. From getting stung by one of the most venomous creatures on the planet, which happens to be a box jellyfish in the south of Maharashtra, to getting grazed by a sperm whale's tail in Mauritius, or diving at a very volcanic barren island multiple times 2 days after having a sink broken on my foot, or getting my GoPro stolen by an octopus, a very smart one. In the waters of Neil Island, I have had my fair share of eccentric times in 2024. The downtime, though, has only left me seeking for more blue. I don't know how to change my slide. Oh. That's me. I obviously wasn't this enthusiastic about the blue and open seas, although I did find comfort in swimming pools, which were safe. I would now like to digress from the present to the past and share a story of fear and full circles. In 2018, an unforeseen sickness with fatal consequences got me to quit my job and sit in stillness thinking about what to do next. There began a quest for a man who was faceless and nameless, long forgotten. As time passed, the headhunt for this faceless man set me on a much deeper path, which I continue to explore till date. In December 2018, with the help of a family friend, retired Group Captain G.G. Rao, and the then station commander of Nicobar, Group Captain Buller, this faceless man was identified as a Mr. Fasil, an Aboriginal fisherman from Kakana, a village that shares borders with the Air Force Station Nicobar. I had met Mr. Fasil the first time on the 29th of December 2004, after having spent close to 4 days by myself. Giant waves swallowed me and the world I knew. And this incident happened on the 26th of December 2004. The whole incident was one single small term, which was completely unheard of. It was called the tsunami, which also happened to be my introduction to the sea, because I'd never touched the sea before that. 12 years old, I was lost and inhaled by the horizon, taken by the sea. I spent the whole day drowning, drifting, getting beat up. Most of the times I didn't have anything to hold on to. Briefly, I found my own room door in the middle of the sea somewhere in the afternoon. And close to after 20 hours, I was tossed on a shore on a super moon night. It was a full moon. And I spent 3 days walking on the beach in search of food, water, anyone or anything. On occasions, there were flights flying over me, but nobody could spot me. I found a bride's suitcase, and I used all the clothes to make flags. So probably somebody could see me, but it didn't materialize for me. But there came a day where I was just walking on the beach and I saw a man on a cliff and I ran towards him. He helped me out of that beach where I was stuck and gave me food, water, and submitted me with the Air Force officials. The whole station was taken by the sea and only the runway was functional. Once the man submitted me, I unfortunately forgot his name and face. We never met again. I could never thank him. The islands and the sea became a better experience and a real big nightmare for me. I drowned myself in studies and trying to learn the ways of the world around me. A Fasil, my rescuer, became a phantom I spoke about and dreamt of but could never remember. 14 years later, I circled back to the islands, where I not only found the remnants of a very disorienting dystopian world, but also a real resilient one that constantly adapts and evolves. Both nature and land rebuilt the place. This is from 2005. I have taken these pictures from the station, Air Force station. This is a 60,000 ton gallon, my apologies, fuel tank, which was tossed around. And this is something I saw similar in 2018-19 when I was revisiting, but I was very happy to see that nature was doing well for itself. This is the island that I saw, and I took this picture in 2018 when I was landing in Car 14 years later. And it filled me with a lot of hope. This was the shoreline. It recreated itself. This is my rescuer, Mr. Fasil. I'm really proud of him. We had a great time together, and we are good friends. When I was arriving there, I asked station commander what I could bring for the islands, and all he said was bring some casuarina seeds. After having read up about it, I understood that they act as windbreakers and they protect shorelines. So those seeds were planted, and now there are 7K casuarina trees standing strong and protecting some part of the station. I spent 2 months bonding with my rescuer, learning fishing, spending time with his family, connecting with the officials and tribals, asking them questions about their survival and recovery. I also happened to fail a tsunami drill very miserably. And I decided that I should not be like that, so helpless. And I started venturing into the sea. I did it sick, I did it scared, but I did it anyway. I also happened to find my childhood chef, who was trained by my mother. And I never got to eat my mother's food. So after meeting Mr. Kali in 2018-19 in Car and Having my mother's food again, I decided that I must also learn it. So I cook for myself. No. Uh, Sometimes, for semblance to prevail, it's important to look for a lost key rather than just finding it. So it was important for me to search for my family and neighbors, even though it was 14 years apart from the incident. Initially, I thought I should swim towards the horizon, which stopped making sense very quickly. Next, I found myself a mask and snorkel and decided to look under only to see the shapes and projections of my own fears. Yet I did it repeatedly, hoping that someday I'd be able to see what really exists under. Once I bid farewell to Nicobars in February 2019, in Andamans I discovered scuba and decided to challenge myself a little more. In the process of getting my first certification in diving, I got lost underwater twice, and I also nearly drowned to death once. I did it scared and I did it overwhelmed very much, but I did it anyway. After half a dozen harrowing incidents, I got a hang of it. And then underwater, I now find myself absolutely hypnotized by a very dynamic realm full of technicolor and unthinkable life forms. As a consequence of my surrender to raw nature, I believe my untreatable sickness healed and never recurred. The sea, they say, once it casts its spell, holds one in its net of wonder forever. And I cannot agree more. Ever since my first scuba certification, I have come back annually once or twice to Andamans to work on my relationship with the sea and understand her better. These islands have not just become a playground for rich experiences and learning, but also closure and relatability. After having spent almost all my life on surface, in the world of water, I now stand as a kite surfer, a long-distance swimmer, a rescue diver, and can free dive up to 30 meters in one breath. My current static is 3 minutes 50 seconds. Next year, I resume my training in Indonesia. And I've spent close proximity observing massive creatures like sea cows, sharks of various species, different species of whales, and playful dolphins, shy turtles, and extremely venomous snakes also, octopuses, countless colorful creatures and features that exist, and yet there's so much left to see. Each dive reveals something new about the vast liquid world that cradles our planet. Our planet is 70% water, a colossal womb that birthed all life as we know it. The sea, in its infinite wisdom, acts as both creator and destroyer, a delicate balance that has sustained life for millions of years. Therefore, it makes sense for us to appreciate and experience the sea and educate ourselves about this great mother. Global warming makes this fragile coralline islands very susceptible to natural disturbances and disasters. Coral reefs not only support diverse marine life, sustaining ecosystems that are critical to environmental balance and health, but also act as natural barriers protecting shorelines from erosions and impact of various storms and big waves. Removing corals for decorative purposes, which I see a lot, undermines their ecological significance and contributes to habitat destruction. I hope we all get to enjoy our brief time in this ecological heaven as consciously as possible and stay prepared for untimely situations that may arise. Coming to these islands has always been a cathartic experience for me, and I do look forward to finding myself in Nicobars again. Thank you for having me. My utmost respect and gratitude.
Miss Meghna, your inspirational story, Fear and Full Circles, is not just a story of resilience, but of hope. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences with us today, and we wish you all the very best for the future. May I now request the moderator and speakers of session 1, along with Ms. Meghna, to kindly come on stage. I now request Commander-in-Chief, Andaman and Nicobar Command, to kindly come on stage and felicitate the speakers and moderator. Air Commodore B.S. Krishna Kumar Kirti Chakra. Commodore Benny Anthony. Shri Shivarur. Miss Meghna Rajshekhar. Thank you, sir. We have come to the end of the first session. I now request you all to kindly take your seats in the audience.
Can we just for the token from the NDA?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I would now request all senior officers, guests, distinguished speakers to proceed for high tea through the exit to your left. I would request everyone to be seated by 1120 for the second session. Thank you.
This is Admiral Bailey's PPT in this, just like you uploaded. Can we do that?
Sir, ये
company है? Where does the light come up? Oh, this is the light.
Yes, sir. There's a light here also.
That's it for me. I never.
So,
What about urgent?
हो गया चंचल
We can now.
इधर हेलो चेक हेलो ऑडियो नहीं दिया सर I'll get the mic switched off.
Wait, ensure this is on. Make sure that they have the speaker, the slide changer is here, and then you move. Don't just leave. Understood. Make sure this is on, off.
Station 5 में MC
No, no, your command is not the place.
May I now request everyone to kindly take their seats. Moving on to the second session for the day. In 2004, India embarked on a transformative journey, shifting its strategic focus from the traditional Look East policy to a proactive Act East policy. This reorientation marked a significant turning point in Indian foreign policy, as the country sought to strengthen its economic, cultural, and security ties with the nations of Southeast Asia and the wider Asia Pacific. Over the past 2 decades, India's Look East policy has evolved, reflecting India's growing confidence and active engagement with the region. To reflect on the past 2 decades and examine the key milestones, achievements, and challenges that have shaped India's strategic outlook, we have amongst us Shri Vijay Gokhale. Shri Vijay Gokhale has done his masters from Delhi University and joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1981. During his active service, he held diplomatic assignments in Hong Kong, Hanoi, Beijing, New York, and Taipei, including as India's High Commissioner to Malaysia, Ambassador to Germany and the People's Republic of China. He was the Foreign Secretary of India from January 2018 to January 2020. For his book, The Long Game, How the Chinese Negotiate with India, he was awarded the prestigious Ramnath Goenka Award for Excellence in Journalism in 2021. Currently, Shri Vijay Gokhale is a distinguished professor at Symbiosis Pune and a non-resident senior fellow at Carnegie, India. Now, I would like to invite Shri Vijay Gokhale to come on stage and kindly deliver the invitational talk.
Air Marshal Balakrishnan, Commander-in-Chief, Andaman and Nicobar Command, Vice Admiral Berry, the Indonesian Ambassador, or senior officers from our armed forces, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great privilege for me to come to the Andaman and Nicobar Command and indeed to the Andaman and Nicobar Islands for the first time for this dialogue. And certainly the first session was immensely interesting for me because for the first time I'm hearing people who actually participated in search and rescue and HADR operations at first hand, and it's entirely different from reading about it in books. I think I've been asked to speak about the broader issues relating to the Indian Ocean and the Indo-Pacific and where India stands on these matters. So I'll sort of divide my talk into three parts. The first, of course, the geopolitics of the region and of the world. Secondly, what are the potential challenges and opportunities for us? And lastly, what are the options that we can pursue? in a sense, I think we are living in a world which has serious challenges at this point of time. If in the year 2000 somebody had asked me whether or not the American unipolar moment would be so brief, or that China's rise would be so sudden or dramatic, or in fact that so many of the fastest growing economies are now in the Indian Ocean, I might have actually dismissed this as fanciful thinking. But here we are 30 years later, and far from being that stable, predictable, boring world, we are in a world which is really full of challenges and full of uncertainty and full of trouble. Now, this challenge is all the more greater because I believe we are actually navigating not one but two major changes in the world at the same time. One is a millennial challenge, a millennial transformation, and another is a century transformation. In terms of the millennial transformation, Angus Maddison, who is a very well-known economic historian, identified the largest economies in the world in the year circa 1500 in the Indo-Pacific region. That included, of course, China and India. But essentially what happened after that were three events, all of them related to the maritime world, which fundamentally changed this global balance. Columbus's discovery of the Americas, Vasco da Gama's discovery of the sea route to India, and Magellan's ship, the Victoria, circumnavigating the globe. All of this happened between 1492 and 1522, and essentially was the trigger which led to the shifting of the global center of the world from the Indian Ocean or the Indo-Pacific to the North Atlantic. And for the next 500 years, power shifted, of course. Power is a very fluid thing. It shifted from the Spanish and the Portuguese, first to the Dutch and then to the French, and then, of course, as we all know, to the British Empire in the 19th century, and then eventually to the Americans after 1918. But it always remained on the Atlantic axis. It is only now in this century that that power, that center of economic power and presumably geopolitical power, is shifting back to where it was until the 15th century, which is the Indo-Pacific. And I think this is a trend which is no longer questioned by anybody. We all recognize there are huge challenges in the region, of course. China itself is no longer the sole engine of economic growth. You have geopolitical hotspots. You have a number of other issues that have arisen due to climate change or due to the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. You have some instability in the Gulf, at least at the moment. But I think the broad trend that the Indo-Pacific will be the center of economic activity and increasingly of geopolitical power is here to stay. And I think that is a huge opportunity for a country like India, which is located at the very center of that world. But of course, along with this opportunity is the challenge we face, and that is the second major challenge, which is that the global order built by the United States and maintained by the United States since 1945 is gradually disintegrating. It's crumbling. The United Nations, frankly, today is at its lowest credibility in 8 decades. And is unable to stop two conflicts which at the moment are ongoing in Ukraine and in the Israel-Hamas conflict. The Bretton Woods institutions are somewhat discredited, but more importantly, China and others have decided to establish alternative institutions because the Bretton Woods institutions will not accommodate emerging economies. And the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank now lends as much as the World Bank, so it is an alternative, a viable alternative. Technology, of course, is showing us that it is not just benefits that it brings, but serious challenges, from weapons of mass destruction to environmental degradation. But most important to my mind is that the organizing principle of the 20th century, which is democracy, as the best way to deliver welfare and security to its people, is now being questioned by a power to our north, which actually says that I can give you development without your being democratic. And to that extent, India becomes a frontline state because we are the only country which, in terms of ethnic and religious composition, population size, territorial size, economic capability, and long-term potential, rival China in this region. and therefore the success or failure of our democracy ultimately will impact adversely or positively on China's own future. So I think we are faced with both an opportunity because we are geographically located in a very strategic region. We are faced with challenges because the global order the US built, and which we all benefited from, frankly, is crumbling. And there is a major power in our neighborhood which is seeking to fill that vacuum with a political system that we don't share. Now, what the problem is that two narratives are gaining currency in this process in the Indo-Pacific. One which tells us that it is China that is responsible for the Indo-Pacific's rise and growth because of its 30-year run of double-digit growth from 1990, and that therefore it should decide what the architecture of the new Indo-Pacific should be. The second, of course, is the traditional Western view that the United States was the facilitator of China's rise, and along with that tide we all rose. And is today also leading the balancing act against China, and therefore the United States must shape the Indo-Pacific dynamic. But really, the effort on both sides, whether it is the West or in Beijing, is to project this as a binary geopolitical dynamic. And this, I submit, is not what we as Indians should really be looking at when we talk of the Indo-Pacific. It's true, of course, that the United States and China are the two most consequential powers, and undoubtedly our region, and by a region I mean the entire Indo-Pacific, has benefited when American security and China's economic development are converging or have converged. But today, neither is the United States capable of solely or even predominantly ensuring the security of the Indo-Pacific, nor is China the only engine of economic growth, or one that is capable of destabilizing the region because it slows down, or holding the region up entirely because it speeds up. And therefore, because there are diverging interests in these two great powers and intense competition, the region is being plunged into making choices. So there are competing visions. The Americans tell us it's a values-based order we must support. The Chinese say values don't matter. So long as interests converge, we can all prosper. The Americans, of course, talk of there are competing formulae. If you look at the national security strategy, the Americans talk of a free, open, prosperous, and secure world, by which they, of course, mean a democratically driven world. The Chinese talk of this famous phrase, community for the shared future of mankind. There are competing frameworks. There's a Western-led order, and then the Chinese are coming up with their Belt and Road Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, the Global Development Initiative, and so on. And therefore, this binary framing of this competition denies agency to all of us, whether we are big countries like India, Indonesia, Australia, or the small island states like Commodore, Madagascar, Mauritius, Maldives, or Seychelles. None of us apparently seem to have agency in this binary competition that the two major powers are engaged in. And if we don't decide to act, then we will be forced to choose between them. And I submit that that is not something that at least India, which can hold its own in the region, should really be looking at. So if we are not to be handed such a binary choice, then what should we as a country do, and what should the Indian Ocean states do as a grouping? And I think the first thing is we have to accept that there are certain ground realities. There are two new realities in the region. For the first time in maybe 500 or 600 years, we are going to have a Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean, whether we choose to like it or not. And that's going to be a reality simply because they have the capability, they've developed the carrier fleet, they're developing logistics bases, and they have the intention, which is clearly expressed in their white paper since 2019. The second reality, of course, is the Indian Ocean therefore becomes a frontline geographical area in the Sino-US competition. It's going to play out just off our shores and off the shores of many of those who are present in this room. Now, the problem is that China's strategic ambitions remain cryptic. It hasn't defined what its strategic ambitions are, why it has to be in the Indian Ocean permanently, and what it is seeking from the rest of us who live here, who are littoral states of the Indian Ocean. And it's unlikely that the United States will cede dominance to the Chinese, and it's unlikely that the Chinese will accept a secondary status in the Indian Ocean. And it has a very, very significant leverages. It has a large number of ports which it owns or it runs in the Indian Ocean. It controls 20% of the world shipping fleet. It controls 80% of things like ship-to-shore cranes. Yesterday, the Pentagon released its 2024 China report. At 370 capital ships, it is bigger now than the American Navy, at least quantitatively speaking. It has a forward operating base in Djibouti. There are reports of forward operating bases likely to come up in Riem in Cambodia and in the Comoros. I don't know whether that's a fact, but this is what I read in the media. And of course, the matter is complicated because it is the largest trading partner of practically every state in the Indian Ocean. And therefore, countries are limited in their capacity to do or to craft foreign policy by the fact that their economies are to a lesser or greater degree dependent on China. And therefore, individually, I think the Indian Ocean littoral states will find it difficult to express their views when it comes to this competition or to take a position. But I think there can be a group initiative here. Several Indian Ocean states coming together, I think, can provide a viable third alternative. But it has to start with recognizing one fact. There is a seamless interconnectivity between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. That was our history, right until the colonial powers came and started dividing the French sector and the Dutch sector and the British sector, and we all became South Asians or Southeast Asians or East Asians, terms which did not exist before 1750. If we don't recognize that we are seamless in terms of connectivity between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, then those countries which want to create the view that there are certain areas which are Pacific and there are certain areas which are Indian Ocean, and that the Indian Ocean states have no real salience in the Pacific, they gain ground, and it diminishes the capacity of the Indian Ocean states to really hold their own in this emerging binary competition between the United States and China. So we have to leverage our role as littoral states of the Indian Ocean, right from Australia at one end to South Africa at the other. Most of the global energy is located in our region. 50% of trade passes between the Bab el-Mandeb and the Malacca Strait. We have significant population and manufacturing centers in our region, and we have an important role in the blue economy and in the green economy simply because a lot of solar, wind, and maritime resources exist in this region. The question is, how do we build that agency to use these advantages? And I think it has to be done by essentially building the Indo-Pacific vision. Now, the Indo-Pacific vision itself is neither pro-West nor anti-China. And I think this is important because there is an effort by some countries, particularly the People's Republic of China, to suggest that the Indo-Pacific vision is an American vision, that its objective is to basically contain China. It almost seems as if none of us, ASEAN, India, Australia, Japan, the Pacific Island states or the Indian Ocean Island states have any vision of their own, or that our past history or our present or our future is actually dependent on the Indo-Pacific, and therefore we ought to have an Indo-Pacific vision. And therefore, I think it is important to remind ourselves that without this Indo-Pacific connect, there would have been no Silk Route. Who took the trade from China to Europe? Who brought the wealth from Europe to China? The Chinese never went anywhere. It was the Arabs, it was the Indians, it was what is now Indonesia, the Srivijaya Empire, the Majapahit Empire, and the large number of traders that existed from the Levant all the way to the coast of Vietnam, which actually did this trade. And therefore, both history and the present tell us that if we can have seamless interconnectivity, we can forge a community which will help manage and balance the conflict that is likely to take place. By conflict, I don't mean war, I mean competition between the United States and China. And the long-term objective of this has to be the creation or the evolution of an inclusive rules-based order in which the Indian Ocean's interests and concerns are also accommodated. Now, so far as India is concerned, I think we have certain advantages going for ourselves and for our region. There is a long-term growth potential. There is the demographics work in our favor. Our geostrategic location is good. We have independent military capabilities, perhaps the only country in the Indian Ocean region which has both economic and military capability to project power to a certain degree. But I would like to focus on the fifth point, which we very often tend to ignore in our country, and that is the strong political framework we have in our country. Very often, the West has confused governmental instability with political instability. Yes, we've had multiple changes of government in our country, but the political situation is stable enough that for 18 times power has transferred peacefully from one government to another without any kind of intervention. And the only instance when that failed between 1975 and 1977, it was a democratic process that restored it, the elections of 1977. On the other hand, the People's Republic of China is a very stable entity. Of course it is, there's only a single party ruling it. But nobody has ever really looked at whether it is a stable political entity. It's a stable government. And my own sense is it's a brittle entity. And history tells us that they've just, of course, overtaken the Soviet Union in the term of the number of years they've survived. But history tells us that non-democratic forms of government don't survive beyond a point. And we need to look as to whether it's reaching the end game or not. The point I'm making is I think India has certain advantages which we should recognize, which will underpin the Indian Ocean region. But beyond that, and I think the Chief of Defence Staff mentioned our basic outlook, which is Sagar, security and growth for all in the region. That means essentially we have to partner with others. And I think in this, the key partner has to be ASEAN. That is, we have recognized ASEAN centrality. It is the only group of countries which actually straddle both the Pacific and Indian Oceans. Of course, Australia also has a Pacific and Indian front, but it is at the southern tip, whereas ASEAN is squarely in the middle of that Indo-Pacific connectivity. And it has the economic size, the population size, and so on to anchor what might eventually emerge as an Indo-Pacific rules-based order. We have to partner with them. We have to develop solid partnerships with Australia, with Japan, with the Indian Ocean states, with the Gulf Cooperation Council states, and with the East African states, some of which are now extremely fast-growing states. And finally, we have to see that an Indian Ocean community which talks of our interests as opposed to the interests of the Pacific, which is where the other major powers are located, Japan, the United States, China, and so on, also finds mention in this strategy of the Indo-Pacific. And therefore, if we are able to do this, and I think that's the way in which India's foreign policy appears to be moving at this point, then I think we will become in time, I hope, a country which demonstrates to the rest of the Indian Ocean and to the larger Indo-Pacific community that we have no intention of being expansionist, no intentions of dominating the region, but actually being a provider of international public goods, whether they are in terms of HADR, SAR, anti-piracy operations, which is very specific to the military, or the much larger, broader concept of development partnerships that we are pursuing, which is helping in civilian and economic activities. I'm conscious of the fact that I have another 5 minutes left, and I therefore wanted to touch on one issue which I think is of substantial interest to everybody, and that is the whole issue of Quad. Because there is a great deal of effort by some countries to confuse this issue with a view to creating fear and a sense of concern in the larger Indo-Pacific community. Firstly, I think we need to be very clear that the Indo-Pacific vision and Quad are two entirely different things. Quad is not the Indo-Pacific. The Indo-Pacific vision is a vision India has, and separately is a vision that ASEAN, Australia, even countries outside the region like Germany and France and the United States have. And that is what we feel will come out of this region, which will benefit our people and our economy. And I think India deserves an Indo-Pacific vision simply because before 1750, our prosperity didn't come from the Indo-Gangetic plain, it essentially came from the coastline. And therefore, I think an Indo-Pacific vision for India is an absolute must in the 21st century. The Quad is a platform. It's a platform which allows like-minded countries to come together and project a certain point of view. But it is not the Indo-Pacific vision. It's not as if our vision of the Indo-Pacific is identical to the American or the Australian or to the Japanese vision. We each have our own visions. Ours are more Indian Ocean centric. Perhaps the Japanese are more Pacific centric. But it's a platform where we can discuss certain issues which are common to the region. That includes its security, that includes its economy, that includes its welfare. And to do this, I think beyond what Quad is already doing, which is a number of working groups in non-military areas, including resilient infrastructure, in terms of healthcare, in terms of maritime domain awareness, what we really need to do is outreach to those countries of the region, whether they are Indian Ocean or Pacific states, to explain to them and to remove this myth that is being created that Quad is an Asian NATO. Anybody who knows NATO knows it's a treaty-based organization. It has a structure. It has a doctrine. Quad has none of this. It's simply a grouping of 4 countries on a platform which meet fairly regularly, but beyond that don't necessarily strategize militarily or otherwise. And I think therefore a greater amount of outreach to our neighbors, and by neighbors I mean our maritime neighbors as well as those more far afield, is important, I think, in establishing Quad as an important element in our policy. Secondly, I think it helps that we are already as a country and as an armed force doing HADR, SAR and other operations. I think this helps build confidence in our neighborhood as a country which dispassionately engages in distributing public goods, international public goods. I think that's important. I think we need to have certain amount of focus on development assistance, much bigger than we have. For a country of our size and economy, I think we don't devote enough of our resources to foreign assistance, to building up a development of countries around us. The debate in India, of course, is that we need it to develop ourselves, but I think we can't simply look at it as ourselves and those who are not part of us because they are not within our territorial boundaries. I think our future is very much linked to the region. We need to do that. And finally, I think we need to involve others who share our mindset to come up with that rules-based order. And that means starting a discussion, frankly, on what a Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean region is going to mean. I think other countries tend to shy away from it. But if we all shy away from it, it's like an ostrich putting its head in the sand because they're going to be there. And therefore, I think it is better that right at the outset, before they are there permanently, a certain set of ground rules is established between the Indian Ocean states as to what is acceptable to us and what is not, and what we can do to moderate what is not acceptable to us through partnerships, through by ourselves or through the Indian Ocean community. So maybe I will stop there, but I do want to have one last word, and that is I think that ultimately, unless there is a greater interest that Indian citizens take in geopolitics, unless Indian citizens recognize that foreign and national security policy is as important as economic policy or social policy or cultural policy, a fact which has not been recognized for almost 75 years now, and that's reflected in the budget of the Ministry of External Affairs as well as in the discourse in Parliament on foreign policy, none of this is going to get done. And therefore, I think my final appeal to the officers of our armed forces is that you need to work with the civilian side of the government to basically increase the salience of foreign policy in general and the Indo-Pacific in particular among the Indian public, among the ordinary Indian woman and man, so that you have public support for what is going to be our future for the next 50 years. Thank you again, Air Marshal Balakrishnan, for inviting me, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. The panel of speakers for the second session are Shri Gautam Chikarmane, Shri Sanjeev Sanyal, and Professor Shrikant Kondapalli. The session will be moderated by Commodore Shrikant Kesnur. May I now kindly request the speakers and the moderator to come on stage. Commodore Shrikant Kesnur, an alumni of the prestigious National Defence Academy, was commissioned into the Indian Navy in July 1986. During his career spanning 36 years, he has commanded two frontline ships, INS Vindhyagiri and INS Jalashwa. His other important appointments include Defence Advisor at the High Commission of India at Nairobi. I now hand over to Commodore Shrikant Kesnur to introduce the speaker and progress the session.
Okay. Can you hear me at the back? Thank you. Considering the very dazzling array of dignitaries in front, kindly consider all protocols observed. Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there's a two-part to this dialogue, so to say. One was a recollection of the tsunami. Other is Indian Ocean looking ahead. What are the prospects? And I think what has transpired so far has set the stage very, very beautifully. On the one hand, you had a very evocative, very touching, very poignant description of the tsunami through those who witnessed it, those who came out of it. And then immediately after tea, you have had a very sort of magisterial talk on India in the Indian Ocean, focusing on what are the challenges ahead by Sri Vijay Gokhale. So that sets the stage very well for this session. And I can't tell you how much I'm excited because I've got probably three of the most dazzling minds in India in this panel with me. But let me just sort of make brief comments to set the stage for their fireworks, so to say. So one, of course, is why are we studying this? Why are we recounting the tsunami? At one level, it's a marker of memory. I guess for many of us who served at that time, many of us who were there, it was always a question of, like, where were you when the World Cup happened? Where were you when the tsunami took place? For many of us, at least in the armed forces, in the Navy, it was. I mean, I was commanding Vindhyagiri. We were at anchor. I was asked to sail a couple of days after the tsunami. But we were de-ammunitioning because we were in refit. And as we're ready to sail, Captain Lamba, who was a FU then, our Navy chief, in his very laconic manner says, why didn't you tell me that you are at extended notice for refit? So I said, look, this is duty. I think all of us should be sailing at this moment. Of course, ultimately, Commander G. Prakash went and he went to Sri Lanka where Admiral Berry was RDA. So each one of us has a personal recollection of that moment in some way. The second, of course, is that many of the people who sitting in this audience have joined the Navy after that. So it's captains and below, many of you would probably have not seen it. So what it means from a first-hand perspective, what it means from a historical perspective that was brought out in the earlier session, that's important. The second is, as General Hasnain brought out in some ways, disaster events, both the cause and the consequences can be strategic. He's highlighted some of them. We can argue that India's closer rapport with the US arguably went a notch up after the tsunami when US saw how we handled and how we reached out to the countries in the neighborhood. Our own positioning as the preferred security partner probably owes to what we did during the tsunami. So some of these, our decision to buy the Jalashwa, for example, may have arisen out of that moment or out of that event. So that's why we're discussing both the past and the future. Now, General Hasnain talked about early warning as a human right, and I think that's very right. Except that you can get it very well when it comes to technology field, sensors. Can we derive enough early warning in matters human? And that is where you have people with the kind of insights that you have on the panel tell us. So can we look into the long lee of history and predict what the future will be? So we have Gautam Chikarmane talking about what could or should be India's grand strategy, going into the future, looking into the future. Probably also can India get a sense of agency, as Ambassador Gokhale mentioned, out of this grand strategy? To look into our past and our relation, our intimate relation with the ocean through a historical prism, right since antiquity. We have Sanjeev Sanyal, and he will tell us many ways in which lessons of the past will guide us going into the future. And then you have Dr. Srikant Kondapalli talk to us about the dragon in the room, which is China, and what happens when you now have to think of China not merely as neighbor to your north, but also as a contender to your south. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think you've read their biodatas. We can re-flash them if you want as I talk about them. But essentially, as I said, you got three dazzling minds here. So I'll quickly go over each one of them. Gautam is Vice President, Gautam Chikarmane, the man with this lovely mane, he's Vice President of ORF, Observer Research Foundation. His interests are in international relations, in philosophy, in history. He's an author. He's authored 9 books on very, very diverse subjects. His most recent work is on India's grand strategy. It's a monograph. And he talks about what are some of the essential requirements for India to have a grand strategy, which he believes that India has all those elements. A very interesting person. I encountered him in the Pondicherry Lit Fest last year and very impressed. Sanjeev Sanyal, of course, I think almost everyone in the Navy knows him. We have read his book. His Ocean of Churn has been hugely popular, and he has been a kind of ambassador for Navy. He has been our maritime evangelist, talking about various aspects Navy. His latest thing is, of course, the Stitch Ship Project. But otherwise, for a living, he is a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. He was formerly the Principal Economic Advisor. So as an economist, historian, author, strategist, a young achiever, many things again. So he'll talk to us about history. And Dr. Srikant, I say to him with the highest respect, we have what we call as grey eagle and grey dolphin to illustrate the senior most aviators and submariners. So Dr. Kondapalli Srikant is the grey eminence as far as China is concerned. I think he's the last word on China. At least he's studied China. His PhD has been on China. He speaks Chinese. And when we were young officers doing our staff course and higher command courses, Dr. Kondapalli Srikant used to come and make us understand China. And it's great to see that he's tireless as ever, still talking about China. He's a professor at JNU, and he continues to be there. So you got these 3 very lovely minds, sirs. I will be calling you in sequence. Just rules of the game. I'm not going to interfere in between. I just indicate to each one of you to follow, except maybe for a minute or so if required, because there's also an online audience. So in case they know, they come in between, they must know who is the speaker. If it's okay with you, could I request you all to do about 20 to 25 minutes so that the audience can benefit from an interaction with you? And if that's okay, after about 20, 22 minutes, I will press a button here, and there'll be a red light next to you that will indicate. So while looking at the audience, occasionally to look at the table also. No. Thank you. Gautam, all yours. Namaste, everybody. It's a privilege and joy to be here. The privilege is to address all of you here. The joy is in re-establishing my relationship with a very primary element that I had forgotten living in Delhi for the past decades, which is oxygen. And I can't believe what I'm breathing here. Suddenly it's like a new planet. And thank you for keeping it this way. And I hope Delhi learns from you. I'm going to talk about grand strategy, and I thought I was going to be the sole person here. Not only here, I don't see many discussions on grand strategy in mainstream. And to my delightful surprise, here we have General Hasnain talking about the whole of government approach in disaster. And we had Major General Dewsey, who talked about the whole of nation around disaster management again, war. And now Mr. Gokhale, who without using the expression grand strategy has hinted and laid the groundwork of what I will now take forward. Thank you, sir. I'm going to talk about my speech, or my talk is going to be in two parts. The first part will provide a light context for those who haven't engaged with this idea. And in the second part, I will get into the specifics. Of course, the talk is India's grand strategy in the Indian Ocean region. I believe everybody here would know what a grand strategy is, but since this is a relatively young topic, and I don't see much of it as I have spoken earlier in mainstream, I will define it. Grand strategy is the execution of national power by using extant and emerging instruments of statecraft to shape and impact. The first by China, next the US, and finally the Russian Federation. China has a three-part grand strategy. It seeks to become the sole power in Asia as a precursor to becoming the sole power in the world, leaving no strategic spaces for democracies such as the US, the EU, India, Australia, Japan. Second, it weaponizes its economy through tariffs, its markets through limited access, its technology through intrusions, which it tried through, for instance, Huawei in 2019, its capital through the Belt and Road Initiative, and its people through 5 laws which have effectively turned every individual or organization into a spy. And third, to ensure domestic stability at any cost, as Mr. Gokhale also mentioned, from which it seeks to revive its past glory, its authoritarian instincts of territorial, financial, and now communications power, its crude expressions of military power in India, economic power in Australia, diplomatic power through its serial debt trap diplomacy, and its ability to influence useful idiots in all countries through media and universities, all lead to a single goal: to recapture its status as a medieval power reflecting its ancient glory. In its objective, therefore, the Chinese grand strategy is in direct competition with the US grand strategy. Coming to the US, its grand strategy is a plan for continued global domination through several ways, paths, and means. Continued. It was the sole leader. Now it has competition. The US support to the rise of China is possibly the superpower's grandest grand strategy failure. Lulled into strategic sleep by the seduction of markets, low-cost products, and valuations, and above all, the dream of democratizing China as an effective counter to Russia, the US has got lost in the complexities of its own grand strategies and ignored China's. The US grand strategy is created by individual liberties, voted into action through democracy, and monitored by an invisible hand of peace. It is directed outwardly through DINE, diplomacy, information, military, and economy. By the way, DIME has morphed into several new subsets. The ability to use domestic power to influence global events such that they in turn strengthen the US interest in a virtuous cycle alongside the protection of US territory, its citizens, its system of government, and economic well-being can be seen as the gist of US grand strategy. Like it or hate it, it works. Under its new President Trump, we can expect some disruptions in tactics, while maintaining strategic continuum. From China and the US, we now come to the grand strategy of the Russian Federation. From the Cold War years to perestroika and totalitarian state to a democratizing state, this resource-rich former superpower has seen its highs and lows. Its grand strategy today and in the foreseeable future is the vision of incumbent President Vladimir Putin. Like China's Xi, Russia's Putin leans on ancient grandeur and pride to situate his grand strategy. One aspect of it's forming a good neighbor belt along the perimeter of Russia. The creation of the Eurasian Economic Union, which came into force in January 2015, is a step in that direction. It is also based on integrating former Soviet countries, the military attack on Georgia in 2008, the multi-dimensional but non-military assault on Kyrgyzstan in 2010, the seizure of Crimea in 2014, and the ongoing invasion of Ukraine that began in 2022 are small parts of its grand strategy. On the economic side, diversifying its gas exports from the EU member states to rebalance its China relationship is another aspect of Putin's grand strategy. The $400 billion Russia-China gas deal, as well as the recent oil exports to India, are tactics. Finally, Putin has kept Russia's defense industry going through research, investment, and exports. At one point, Putin has ignored in Russia's grand strategy is its economic prosperity. Its GDP has fluctuated between 1.2 trillion and 2.3 trillion for the past 17 years. India does not have an articulated grand strategy in place. Until 2012, India was not ready to play its role in global affairs to the extent it is today. Its GDP was less than 2 trillion, and Xi Jinping was just about taking charge of China. In the dozen years since then, Xi has become the chairman of everything in China, and India is now close to being a $4 trillion economy, the world's fifth largest. It is moving steadily towards becoming a $7 trillion, which is the world's third largest within the decade, and the world's third largest and a $10 trillion powerhouse by 2032, give or take a couple of years. By the middle of this century, it is likely to be around $48 to $52 trillion economy, depending on how it manages its growth. From the outside, India seems to have a plan, a grand strategy in place. There are rich debates around internal security, external security, economic security, energy security, technology security, green security, all of which operate in silos. But with a GDP of $4 trillion and the world's fastest growing economy, it is crucial for India to have a whole of state approach to its economy, strategic affairs, defense, energy, and technology. In a world where wars are slowly becoming the new normal, India can no longer stay reactive. New wars around artificial intelligence, critical technologies, semiconductors, telecommunications intrusions, and narratives can continue. In fact, I'm reminded of Sri Aurobindo, what he wrote about 100 years ago in April 2019. He said, "So long as war does not become psychologically impossible, it will remain, or if banished for a while, return." In other words, India must craft its grand strategy. I now come to part 2. Here I will argue that the Indian Ocean region can be and should be the geography where India can create and action its grand strategy. Because the nature of war has expanded into spaces beyond the battlefield, or in the case of Indian Ocean region, ocean field, India needs to look beyond military operations and defense preparedness to fight these several wars, often at the same time. The Army, the Air Force, and the Navy are necessary institutions to protect the security of India, but they are not sufficient to fight the bigger and more treacherous wars outside. India's grand strategy, therefore, needs to address these other nefarious wars and work together to strengthen the security of India. As a result, the military defense of the Indian Ocean region needs to work in conjunction with the economy, diplomacy, technology, energy. Every soldier needs to know the value of controlling the Malacca Strait is close to 3.5 trillion. That's pretty close to India's GDP. By volume, the Malacca Strait sees almost 1/3 or about 30% of the world's trade passing through it. Strategically, 2/3 of China's trade and 2/5 of Japan's trade passes through this strait. To put this in context, the Strait of Hormuz sees 1/5 or 20% of global trade, the Suez Canal handles about 1/10 of global trade, and the Panama Canal barely 1/20th of global trade. The Panama Canal is critical to the US with 40% of its container traffic passing through it. As far as India goes, 55% of its trade passes through the Malacca Strait and the South China Sea. In other words, what the Panama Canal is to the US, the Malacca Strait is to India and China. Likewise, every policymaker needs to understand the strategic stakes of India in the Indian Ocean region. In a potential India-China contestation in this geography, therefore, we must realize the strategic as well as the economic stakes of the region and get the soldier, the diplomat, and the policymaker to work together to secure the region. Expand the scale of the Indian Ocean region and the importance of grand strategy rises. For all three, China, US, and Russia, the Indian Ocean region is a critical geography to support their trade and strategic ambitions. 1/3 of the world's bulk cargo flows through the Indian Ocean region. 2/3 of the world's oil shipments and 80% of the world's maritime oil flow through this region. But most important, 100% of India's energy imports flow in this region. Further, there are huge deposits of critical minerals here, such as manganese, copper, cobalt, and nickel, some of which are crucial for clean energy transitions. There are 33 countries with a combined population of 2.9 billion people attached to the Indian Ocean region. Of the 5 largest economies, 3 are situated in the broad Indo-Pacific: China, Japan, and India. Among the fastest growing economies, several are situated here. India at 7%, Ethiopia 6.1%, Tanzania 5.4%, Indonesia 5.0%, and Kenya 5%. China at 4.8%, and ASEAN countries taken together at an average at 4.4% comprise some of the world's fastest growing geographies. 9 of the 19 countries comprising the G20 are part of this geography. Sovereign stakes here have increased from traditional players such as the US, the UK, Australia, France, and Japan to new countries including China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey. All are investing in this region economically, politically, militarily. The Indian Ocean region, therefore, could become the theater of future clashes. There is potential of a direct collision of Beijing's grand strategy and Washington's grand strategy, as well as India's interest in this geography. For China, the diplomatic and military death trap engagements around India, for instance in Sri Lanka or Maldives, is part of an ambition to subdue India. Its strategy of invading or assimilating Taiwan, its aggression in the South China Sea countries, most recently Philippines, that holds $1 trillion worth of critical mineral reserves, and its control of trade in the Southeast Asian region market makes this area critical for China. Its recent disengagement overtures around the Indian border, combined with signals for greater trade, more flights, and greater investments, to me, is a small tactic in its grand strategy. It is a reaction that flows from the election of President-elect Donald Trump, who has clearly stated his China policy. I see the timing of the recent thawing of the India-China border as a small tactic that will bring India closer to China at a time when US is using Canada and its narrative industry to exert illogical pressure on India around, for instance, Khalistani terrorism. Beijing is doing the exact opposite of what it did in 2020 to reach the same outcome, which is to keep India away from the US. In 2020, it attempted to bully India on the border. In 2024, it is attempting to beguile us. India must remain alert. For the US, the Indian Ocean region is an arena where it will confront China around 2 key determinants: trade and security. The world's fastest, is that me? The world's fastest growing economies lie here. Its G7 partner, Japan, is situated here. Two of its Five Eyes partners, Australia and New Zealand, are situated here. The Quad is an additional grouping in the region that pulls Australia into the area. The US economic and strategic interests in this region begin from the Suez Canal, flow through the Red Sea, the vast area between East Africa and the Pacific Rim, all the way to Australia in the southern hemisphere, and Taiwan and Japan to the north, passing through the Malacca Strait and the South China Sea. Unlike China, the US sees India as a partner, not an adversary in the region. The momentum of India-US relations that began in 2005 with the US-India Civil Nuclear Agreement has been steadily maturing over the past 2 decades. Over the next 2 decades, till the middle of the 21st century, the India-US relationship is expected to strengthen further. The next 4 years are expected to power this relationship exponentially. And I say this not because of anything, it's just that when two huge democracies, it takes a lot of time to come together to a single point. But when they do, it is very difficult to undo things. So I think a lot of thought, a lot of actions, a lot of relationships that have been built across various governments, across prime ministers and presidents cannot in a moment be undone. Although in geopolitics, anything is possible. The probability is low. As far as Russia goes, it is currently focused on its European borders, and apart from exporting oil to China and India, it is largely unaffected. The two routes it uses to send its ship to the Indian Ocean region are Suez Canal to the west and Malacca Strait to the east. If for some reason, say a potential war between Israel and Iran, and its oil flows get restricted through the Red Sea route, then it can use the Eastern Maritime Corridor to reach Chennai. Other than that, there are defense deals with India, for instance, the leasing of advanced submarines by 2028, which I'm told is a 50-50, but it's there on the table. Neither Washington nor Beijing will be celebrating such deals with Russia. Washington will push India to buy US-made submarines. New Delhi will demand them to be made jointly in India. Washington will also seek space in India's oil imports, and India will be well advised to diversify it, so there is no direct conflict here. If, for instance, the oil from America starts flowing towards India, I think India needs more energy than if it has to grow at 10% in dollar terms as an economy. You will need at least 13 or 14% increase in our energy needs. I argue, therefore, that the Indian Ocean region can be and must be the foundations where India can build its grand strategy. In this case, it can work with the US for security and defense manufacturing, particularly submarines. This will also enable a technological upgrade beyond defense. When I say submarines, I mean nuclear submarines. Managing a potential tariff negotiation, Trump has labeled India as a tariff abuser. Is the easy part. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has indicated that India is happy to negotiate. And from the data that I have read, I think apart from automobiles, there is no pinch point for India. As far as importing US oil goes, and I have stated earlier, India needs all the energy it can get. India's grand strategy in the Indian Ocean region could also mean working with China on non-strategic manufacturing, provided Beijing backs its verbal intent with reduction in military aggression on borders and trade aggression through dumping. Irrespective, Chinese firms must not be allowed into critical infrastructure such as telecommunications, ports, or airports. Further, New Delhi has made it very clear that sustained peace on the border is crucial for any other transactional surges from trade and investments to flights and markets. India's grand strategy in the region with respect to Russia will ensure continuing imports of oil and defense equipment. Here, the focus should be on submarines. India has 19 submarines compared to China's 70 and the US's 67. Russia itself has 64. So India has a long way to go. Within this competition, there is also an opportunity for India to create spaces for collaboration. Since all the three great powers, the US, China, and Russia, are seeking out India in one way or another, it is also time for India to up its game. Over the next few years, the Indian Ocean region is expected to host more than 300 submarines. The potential risk for accidents, therefore, has increased. Amid calls to create an underwater code of conduct, India can lead the policy design and offer it as a global public good. To conclude, the Indian Ocean region is a geography where India can start articulating its grand strategy. All the major players are converging here. The economic stakes are high and rising. The strategic stakes are intensifying. The defense stakes are expanding. And the potential for conflicts is escalating. Keeping peace and collaboration as the fundamental pillars friction-free trade as the expression, and the Navy as a medium of deterrence as well as support, India can protect not merely the Indian interests, but the interests of a diverse group of stakeholders that include countries, companies, and carriers. Above all, it can structure new multilateral agreements or engagements. Finally, this is a geography that needs deeper reflection, imagination, engagement, and from the ideas community. And in the vast ocean of differences, perhaps ideas may be the platform that unify diverse interests and stakeholders. Before I end, I want to plant a final thought. The 836 islands and rocky outcrops that comprise the Andaman and Nicobar, particularly one or two of the 31 that are inhabited, can become one of the world's most valuable and prime real estate. There has been a potential to become, it has a potential to become a Hawaii or a Singapore together. From the strategic basis to tourism, to a special economic zone, to a mega trading hub, to a global financial center, Andaman and Nicobar Islands can platform all these and more. What's needed is policy imagination and a greater freedom from bureaucratic and legal limitations. We have seen this happen partially at the Gift City in Gujarat for finance. What I'm talking about is an audacity of ambition that can deliver not merely economic growth, but power India's strategic, financial, defense, and technological capabilities. In other words, this is a prime geography for not merely reimagining India's strategic location in overseeing the Indian Ocean region, but as an experiment in statecraft, a pilot project where the whole of state approach can serve as a model for crafting India's grand strategy. Thank you.
Absolutely. In fact, yeah, it took exactly 22 minutes. So that's very nice. Now, one of the points that Dr. mentions for requirements of grand strategy is a range of administrative competencies. Sanjeev Sanyal provided many of those competencies. Fighting COVID, as a member of the task force, Prime Minister Sandhu, we talked about how India overcame COVID. And of course, it's not talking about that today, but I thought I would mention it here. But the other thing that Dr. talked about towards the end, that ideas giving us contribution. We take that, and now I would request Sanjeev Sanyal to talk about Indian Ocean.
Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking the Andaman and Nicobar Command for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. Now, I'm here primarily going to speak as a historian rather than as a policymaker, but they are closely linked. So actually, I'll begin from policy and you will see why understanding the history of the Indian Ocean is so important. One of the strange things about India, and India is the only country in the world which actually has an ocean named after it, is that we have a strangely landlocked view of the world. Maybe because our capital is in Delhi, I don't know. But for whatever reason, when we think about policy, when we think about geostrategic grand strategy, we tend to get fixated on a friendly neighbor to the northeast and a friendly neighbor to our northwest. Whereas if you take a maritime view of the world, it is a very different environment. Our neighbors from a maritime perspective are countries like Oman, Indonesia, Singapore, Australia, very often thought of as a Pacific country, but it's an Indian Ocean country as well. So it's a very different environment when you take a maritime view of the world. And unfortunately, for a variety of historical reasons, we tend to have this landlocked view. And this landlocked view has peculiar implications for the way we think about our own economic policy. So just to give you an illustration. Now, for a country that is clearly in the middle of two big maritime choke points, on the Red Sea on one side and the Malacca Straits on the other side, itself having such a long coastline. People in this audience, of course, will not be shocked, but when I speak about it outside, they're usually shocked when I tell them that this large country, soon to be the third largest economy in the world, has less than 1,500 serviceable ships. Only 487 of them are capable of doing overseas trade. And this means essentially that India as an economy is almost entirely dependent on the ships of other countries to do our external trade. In fact, 95% of our external merchandise trade is taken back and forth on foreign ships. After oil, the amount we pay for shipping, various kinds of shipping related costs like insurance and so on, after oil, it is the second largest import we have. So given that situation, it is not only an economic cost, but it's also a major security threat. If 3 or 4 of the largest shipping lines in the world decide they don't like us, we would be basically brought to our knees in a few weeks, because we don't have the ships to actually carry this on. For a country with as I will show you, with a very long history of shipbuilding, today China builds something like 45% of the world's ships. Between Korea and Japan, they build another 45%. India builds less than 0.1% of the world's ships. And this is a very bizarre thing, given that we are a country which actually is capable of building nuclear submarines and aircraft carriers, and yet we barely build any ships for ourselves, forget other people. So this is why I have in recent years been trying to change our mindset vis-a-vis the sea. Because I think at a meta level, if we are ever to have any strategy, forget a grand one or not, we need to begin to do something about this sea blindness. So this is why in some ways we need to rethink of ourselves and how we think of ourselves as a civilization and as a country. And that is why history matters, because it defines in some ways the way we think of ourselves as a people. So one of the interesting things about Indian history is how maritime it really is. In fact, India has one of the longest maritime histories of any country in the world, going back well past even the Phoenicians, who are very often thought of as a maritime people. So if you went back as much as 5,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago, the Indians were sailing the Arabian Sea. During the Harappan period, this is the Bronze Age, there were ports in what is now Gujarat, which were sailing, which had ships sailing out towards the Persian Gulf, to Oman, to Bahrain, all the way through to Mesopotamia. And there are actually cuneiform records of Indian merchant communities in large numbers living in and around Sumerian Bronze Age cities. They keep mentioning a people called the Meluhans, who came there with obviously Indian products like beads and ivory and peacocks and so on. And they even mention an interesting court case of the first Indian that we know of from outside of the Indian subcontinent. The court case involves a Meluhan who had broken the tooth of a local in a drunken brawl. And the court case then holds the Indian Meluhan as guilty and charges him a few silver coins. And my guess is that this is the origin of prohibition in Gujarat. Now, this world that I just described fell apart around 2000 BC. There was climate change. We have talked about climate change today, but climate change is not new. It has happened in the past. The the economic system that sustained the Mesopotamian cities, the cities of the Hadappans, fell apart. One of the major rivers on which the Harappan civilization was based, the Saraswati, dried up. But from a maritime perspective, people forget this, sea levels actually dropped. And so it left marooned some of our biggest ports. For example, Dholavira. Dholavira today looks marooned in the middle of the Run of Kutch and the salt flats there. But in fact, Dholavira was a port, and many of these ships going back and forth from the Middle East would actually go to Dholavira. But today you can't imagine it as a port because it is marooned far inland. Anyway, this, however, did not end India's tryst with the maritime world. It continued over the next many centuries, expanding out to creating major ports, not just in Gujarat, but in Kerala, for example, there was a major port called Muchiripatnam, what the Romans and Greeks called Muziris. On the eastern seaboard, there were major ports in Kalinga, now known as Odisha, in Tamralipti, today's Bengal, Chandraketugarh, and large numbers of ports which are trading with the Greeks, the Romans, the Persians and Arabs on the west, but also through onto the east coast through Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, all the way through to Korea. In fact, Korean history begins about 2,000 years ago in their school textbooks with the marriage of a local prince to a princess, guess from where? From Ayodhya in India. So, you know, there is this history that was there, and all of this was happening by sea. So let me describe two episodes in this long history which may be of interest today. So I'm going back 1,000 years ago to the Chola period, around about 1000 AD. India was at that time the world's largest economy. According to Angus Maddison, about 29% of world GDP was produced in India. And the main highway of global trade went from the Fatimid dynasty which controlled Egypt and traded further on with Venice and so on the other side, and through the Red Sea, through to southern India where the Cholas were ruling, then out eastward through two major straits, the Malacca Straits and the Sunda Straits. It's important here to remember that these two were typically controlled by two sort of power centers that were big rivals. So the Malacca Straits were usually controlled by the Srivijaya Empire, which were a empire based in Sumatra on one side and the Malay Peninsula on the other side. And the Sunda Strait was controlled usually by the Javans, and there were various dynasties that came and went. So today, Sumatra and Java are in one country, but typically at that time, 1,000 years ago, the rivalry was between the Sumatrans and the Javans. And the Malay Peninsula was a part of the Sumatran sphere of influence. So from here, the ships would go further east, trading their way along what is now Vietnam, where the Champa Empire of Champa was, and then further out to the Chinese, the Koreans, etc. And then China at that time was controlled by the Song Empire. So this was the highway of maritime trade. Now, it's quite interesting that there was a lot of geopolitics around it. So let me describe the geopolitics of the time. It turned out that in the first decade of the 11th century, the Javanese managed to push back the Srivijaya of Sumatra, and the Sumatrans then appealed to the Song Emperor in China for help. So on the basis of support from the Chinese, interestingly, the Srivijaya pushed back the Javans, and for the first time, they controlled both the Malacca Strait and the Sunda Strait. Now, like any monopolist, they did what they basically began to increase the tariffs for using of the two straits. Now, in the year 1017, the Chola Emperor Rajendra Chola sent a small expedition, to essentially persuade or threaten, depending how you think about it, the Sumatrans to reduce their tariffs. It doesn't seem to have worked because in 1025, Rajendra Chola then sent a very large expedition, naval expedition, which set out from Nagapattinam in southern India. It's still a port today. The original port was somewhat north of the current port of Nagapattinam. They first went south towards Sri Lanka using the winter winds, winter monsoon winds, and then swung eastward using the current to the west coast of Sumatra. They then went further south to the Sunda area, where probably they got refueled and replenished by their allies in Java, and then went through up past Sri Lanka, what is now Singapore, and up the Malacca Straits, basically sacking all the major ports of the Srivijayas. Finally defeating the main army of the Srivijaya in Kadaram, which is now northern Malaysia, and Kedah. And then they came back out, refueling and replenishing themselves in the Nicobar Islands, and then back to India. Now, this was a major expedition, and it was done based on the economic interests of that time. It is also very, very interesting what the Chinese did in response to this. They did nothing. Now, we do not know exactly why they did not support their ally in Southeast Asia. It is quite possible that the Cholas had an understanding with the Song, and that the Song emperors were just as annoyed with the rent extraction that the Srivijaya were doing. We do not know, but we do know that a few years later there was a joint embassy between the Cholas and the Srivijaya, which visited the embassy, which went as an embassy to the Song court. So I am assuming that they came to some sort of an agreement. I'm telling you all of this just to give you a flavor of the fact that geopolitics that we now talk about has been going on for a very, very long time between India and China and Southeast Asia. And this has meant all kinds of combinations of alliances and geopolitical maneuverings of that time. I also want to point out that much of this trade that I am describing did not take place with, a few heroic ships and merchants sailing out in different directions. This was very large-scale trade, which meant that there were literally thousands of ships sailing around in the Indian Ocean and beyond. And most of these were actually controlled by merchant guilds, which were like multinational companies. Many of the other countries probably had these, but certainly in India, they had colorful names like the 500, because it had 500 shareholders. Another one was called the Mani Ratnam, and so on and so forth. And these merchant guilds were powerful entities with their own navies. Very often they survived multiple dynasties, suggesting that, no matter which dynasty came and went, they usually did not molest these multinational merchant guilds because they were very, very powerful. And interestingly, how were they financed? They were actually financed by temple banks. So one of the reasons that ancient Hindu temples had such a lot of gold is because they were basically banks and venture capitalists. That's where their money came from. So very often people have this impression that ancient Indian temples had lots of gold because kings were handing over their gold to the temples. Let me assure you that even in ancient times, getting Indian politicians to hand over their money to anyone was quite difficult. Now, this world that I just described fell apart around about 1200 AD. The reason for that was that, again, climate change changed the dynamics of Central Asia. There was a sudden boom in population in Central Asia, and waves of invasions happened from there. First the Turks and then the Mongols. And all the nodes that I mentioned of this trade were affected by this. There were raids on by the Mongols on the Chinese, and of course the Mongols then finally conquered China. very brutally. There was the brutal destruction of Baghdad, also by the Mongols, and of course the invasion, the Turkic and later Mongol invasion of India. All of these three modes went through utter destruction, and much of this financing of this trade fell apart and declined to some extent, although some of it still survived because Marco Polo, who visited the court of Kublai Khan, most people know him as going through by the land route, the Silk route from Mediterranean to China, but in fact he returned by the sea route, and he too witnessed that enough of the sea route and trade was still intact despite all the devastation that had happened to all these economic nodes. Now what happens from here on is quite interesting, is that India remains in significant turmoil through the next few centuries, despite over time the re-establishment of the Vijayanagar Empire and later on the Mughals and so on. But it is in China that there is again this real re-establishment of an empire, which like today's China was very much into re-establishing a preeminent civilization that they felt had been unfairly destroyed in the previous few centuries. And this happens under the Ming emperors. So after having thrown out the Mongols, the Mings then began to build a massive navy in the early 1400s. Now this is an important thing to remember, because this navy, although of course it did have interests in maybe doing some exploration, it wanted to do trade, but the sheer scale and ambition of it, it's quite clear that one of the things that it really wanted to do was to simply project power. And this navy, which had these massive ships, which were, sometimes 4-5 times the size of Columbus's ships. So these were large ships by modern standards, and interestingly commanded by a eunuch admiral called Admiral Zheng He. So Admiral Zheng He led these series of expeditions of the treasure fleet. So these massive ships were called the treasure ships, and these treasure fleet, he led a series of these expeditions out from China through the Southeast Asia into the Indian Ocean world. And as I said, they did want to trade, but it is important that these were not primarily expeditions of exploration. Most of the routes they were using were essentially well known for thousands of years before that, particularly because of Indian explorations in the region, Indonesian explorations in the region. They were also partly for trade, but the real thing they wanted to do was geopolitical projection. So when they came into the Indian Ocean, they did several things. For example, they visited Cochin, for example. They also visited Sri Lanka. But in many of these places they visited, they did try to carry out regime change. In Sri Lanka, for example, there was at that time a civil war going on between different claimants to the throne. So the Chinese took one of the claimants and the Buddha's tooth and took it back all the way to China. The Ming emperor then gave this person the blessings. He came back with the tooth and attempted to establish hegemony with Chinese support in Sri Lanka. It didn't work out eventually. This particular claimant didn't eventually succeed, but I'm just telling you the kinds of maneuverings that happened. Similar things were attempted by the Chinese also in Southeast Asia. Do remember that at this point, the most powerful maritime power in the Indian Ocean were not the Indians, who had been in decline now for quite some time, but the Indonesians, the Majapahit Empire, which was then coming up. And so the Chinese were kind of in some kind of conflict with all these powers. But it was very clear to anybody, if you were there in 1430s, who the top dog was. The Chinese ships were technologically far more advanced. Their fleets were simply on a different scale from what anybody had. And if you had asked somebody in 1430, you know, somebody is going to dominate the world in the next 200, 300 years, who do you think it's going to be? Everybody would have basically chosen the Chinese. But then what happened is quite interesting. In China, the Ming emperor died and he was succeeded by another emperor. And this new Ming emperor was brought to the throne with the help of the Confucian Mandarin bureaucracy. And this Confucian Mandarin bureaucracy was very, very suspicious of the eunuchs in the court who controlled the navy. So what they did is what all good bureaucrats do, is that they switched off the money. So the Chinese fleet, which was by some margin the most advanced, largest, powerful navy in the world, was never defeated. It actually basically rotted away in the port. And the records of these great voyages of Zheng He were actually so well suppressed that it's only in the 20th century that we have finally, in the late 20th century, that we have finally managed to uncover the sheer scale and audacity of Chinese maritime activity in the Indian Ocean. So it leads us to one of the great lessons of history, which is always be afraid of bureaucrats. Now, I've given you some sense of this long history of the Indian Ocean. And the point here is that if we do not understand that much of how we think about the world in these kind of grand terms in which the maritime sphere is very, very important, then we simply misunderstand what happens as going forward. So let me show you what happened subsequently as a result of this in the 1440s, 1450s, the withdrawal of Chinese maritime dominance from the Indo-Pacific, so to speak. Effectively, what had happened, the Chinese had come into the Indian Ocean, they had beaten up everybody, they had, in order to checkmate the Majapahit, they had funded the Malacca Sultanate to begin Islamizing Southeast Asia. Yes, not many people know that the Islamization of Southeast Asia started out as a Chinese geopolitical project. And the Majapahit then became weaker and weaker. But the Chinese themselves, as I mentioned, themselves vanished from the Indian Ocean, leaving behind a vacuum in the 1490s in which the Portuguese arrived. So, in case you wonder, why is it that this small group of ships backed by a tiny kingdom in the North Atlantic, Portugal, and Portugal wasn't even a great power in Europe, forget about being a world power, why is it that Vasco da Gama and a small fleet came into the Indian Ocean and suddenly managed to take the whole place over? The reason they were able to do this is because the Chinese had been there, they had beaten everybody else up, and then for their own internal reasons, gone away. So this vacuum was then filled out by the Europeans, particularly the Portuguese, then later on by the Dutch, and of course, ultimately by the French and the British. So this sequence of events was started out essentially by the sea blindness of Chinese bureaucrats. So what do we do about this sea blindness of India and its policymakers? Well, first of all, we need to get out there and tell our story right, to put our maritime interests out there and to sort of refocus and recondition ourselves in a much more maritime orientation. This is what I have been trying to do through my books, my articles, my lectures throughout India and the world. And I can say that some amount of progress has happened in this. If you will see that we are now making some very major steps towards trying to change this. In just the last 6 months, we have announced a big new port in Vadhavan, just north of Mumbai. This will be when it's finished, larger as a port than all our current ports put together. We are now putting a big new effort into trying to support shipbuilding. In Parliament right now, there are 4 big laws that are making their way up, which will radically change our flagging, ownership, and other ship-oriented laws and so on. And the idea is that in the next decade, we will emerge as a serious maritime power. Obviously, much of what I'm saying is from a merchant navy perspective, but obviously this will have to be backed by hard power from the navy as well. So this is something that I am personally doing. And another project which may be of some interest to you is to simply tell the story, or this long story that I have summarized for you, of India as a maritime country. And so in order to sort of sell this story to the general public, I have taken on a somewhat idiosyncratic project, which is to build an ancient Indian ship from 1500 years ago. So I've been, so I looked at painting in Ajanta, read up some ancient texts on shipbuilding, talked to some traditional shipbuilders in Kerala and other places. And on the basis of that, I'm putting together a ship built in using ancient technology. We're stitching it together, no nails, with a square sails, no rudders, but trailing oar, and so on. And this ship is coming together and being built as we speak in Goa, in Diwar Island. There's a shipbuilder there called Hodi. And the idea is that next, this coming March, we'll put it in water. And assuming that it doesn't sink immediately, we will then test it along the coast for a little while. And this time next year, the idea is to sail it then to Oman. That is one of the traditional routes which I mentioned that we used to sail. And if that works out, then we will attempt to do a longer voyage, which is from Odisha to the island of Bali in Indonesia. So, Ina, you have been warned. So this is what I'm attempting to do. The idea is, as I said, to kind of build a pride in our maritime past and a general awareness that, you know, India is a maritime nation as well. In fact, what I'm attempting to do, ladies and gentlemen, is to put India back in the Indian Ocean. Thank you.
You know, if you observe the way he stood on the stage with his hand, it completely covered that light bulb, you know, so any amount of my, but I'm sure none of us complained because it was a very, very fascinating take on the Indian Ocean history. And more importantly, the kind of salience it has for contemporary times. I mean, history repeating or history sort of following a rhythmic pattern. So that's kind of very wonderful segue into what my senior namesake, Dr. Shrikant Kondapati, will now talk about. Because, sir, if we see there's a grand strategy in terms of opportunities and resources that he talked about, do we see it in terms of threat? Do we see it as a combination of both? And where does China figure in? History-wise, future-wise, is it collaborator? Is it adversarial? Is it going to be a combination of all of that? So over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank the ANC Commander-in-Chief, as well as the Admiral Berry and other distinguished participants in this room. Greet my fellow panelists. I agree with their position that we need to scale up the Indian maritime footprint in order for us to also address various issues. But taking from the morning sessions, I would like to suggest that we have a different tsunami coming in, not a natural one that has been affected, but it is China which is going to come up in a big way, and I'm going to scan those issues here in suggesting that there is a larger danger for Indian maritime domain. Specifically, my focus is on the ANI, ANC, and what we need to do, the ANC need to do. That's the main focus of that. Just to flag a few things that the previous speakers have also mentioned about the Indian plans, the 2047 100th anniversary of the Republic of India, and what we need to do in terms of our GDP per capita, HRD, socioeconomic profiles, and so on. Much of that will come through the maritime domain. Specifically, last year we have had about $1.1 trillion of the GDP on the high seas. That means from $450 billion to about $1.15 trillion. If we have to grow at 7%, and if we are to become the third largest economy, the maritime domain would actually take a lot of stress here in terms of the trade, energy, and various others. So this is the profile that we need to build up in the maritime domain. None of this is being accomplished. Fisheries, minerals, and so on. So that is where I think we need to buckle up for the blue economy, Sagarmala, Actis policy, and in 2007, the Integrated Defense Staff mentioned about the primary responsibility on the Indian Ocean. We got stuck with that still doctrine. We need to review this policy to also address the South China Sea and the Persian Gulf. We cannot put it just in a silo in terms of the Indian Ocean, and ANC has a huge responsibility in that regard. In specific telegraphic manner, I would like to say that the 10-degree channel is a major contentious point in the near future, as it asteroid the many choke points, especially in terms of the Straits of Malaccas. So that is a key feature that I would like to highlight in this. This is where I would suggest that a larger tsunami is coming up. Someone mentioned about the largest trading partner. 28 countries in the Indian Ocean have the huge trade with China. And since 2001, when China became the IOR ARC, at the time it was IOR ARC, now IORA, became an observer in 2001. And since then, China has been using a lot of mercantilist policies to kind of enter into the Indian Ocean region, Africa as well, east coast of Africa, and others. China's objectives, by 2049, they want to accomplish what they say socialist modernization. We don't know exactly what does it mean, but one of the things that Xi Jinping suggested in the 19th Communist Party Congress is building up of a world-class military. I would assume a world-class military would be from point A to point B. They need to accomplish the job and get back home, which the US Navy SEALs does. As some of you may have seen, the Zero Dark 30 would agree with me. The whole job is over in about an hour and a half, and then went back to Tampa with the body bag. So that is what China wants to accomplish by 2047. In the 19th Communist Party Congress, the Chinese General Secretary also mentioned that they want to occupy the center stage. Chinese have the habit of using different words to say the same thing, which is acquiring hegemony. But they cannot acquire hegemony at the global level till the United States is around. But before that, they need to acquire hegemony in Asia, and this is where big regional powers like Japan, Australia, India, Turkey, Indonesia, to an extent Kazakhstan, are all located. And so that needs to be addressed by China in this regard. China began a two-ocean strategy in 2009, Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. And they began preparations in this regard. So that is, so expansion of trade, substantially. Today, China has $3.3 trillion of trade, more than $1 trillion of the United States, which is trading on the maritime domain. Our trade is in the maritime domain is about $434 billion, which we overall component import export we want to increase. Exports is about $434 billion. China is $3.83 trillion of trade. So energy imports, last year they imported 520 million tons of oil. Much of that is passing through the Straits of Malacca, 80%, 56% from Middle East, 14% from Sudan, Angola, and other African countries, Nigeria included, so about 80%. But last 2 years, they bought about $62 billion of energy from Russia. And the Arctic is also kind of opened up for that purposes in the near future. So China is diversifying and reducing those vulnerabilities through the Straits of Malacca and others. Marine fisheries, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization, there are about 243 million tons of fish that was captured 2 years ago, 2022 figures, out of which 36% is the Chinese share. India about 8%. We have not really exploited the resources. But most interesting part of that 36% of the global catch is 60% of this is in the Indo-Pacific, including from the Bay of Bengal, Arabian Sea, Indian Ocean, and other maritime domains. So according to the UNCLOS 56 article, anyone can do the fisheries and et cetera, but these are also being done from our EEZs, in which, of course, ANI has a huge, over 30% of the EEZ capacity. So this is where China is catching a lot of fish. So that is where the ANC need to really watch out and do some countermeasures in this regard in terms of fisheries. Marine transportation, shipbuilding, and the PLA Navy. China began with this new concept called comprehensive maritime power. We all are used to the comprehensive national power, but they have now been diversifying into comprehensive maritime power, which means infrastructure, shipyard building, capacities, the other infrastructure, ports, so on and so forth. So that is where I think China is heading in with huge progress. Shipbuilding, as has been mentioned, nearly 45% of the global container ships, VLCCs, etc., are produced by China. And PLA Navy is the largest today, 370 ships, and by 2030 they would be expanding this posture. Even when Trump in the first administration was bragging about 1,000-ship navy, which they have never been able to cobble up, and this is increasing further in terms of the Chinese naval buildup. But most important for the Indian Ocean, since 2008, the PLA Navy started sending naval contingencies to the Somali piracy operations. 2 to 3 ships on an average in each of these contingencies. But strangely, we see that they are involved in submarine operations, but also as a precursor for the next decade is the air defense. Remember in 2010, they have imposed the ADIZ in East China Sea. They have the South China Sea ADIZ, Air Defense Identification Zone, but also started experimenting with the Indian Ocean ADIZ. Air Commodore Krishna Kumar mentioned when a tsunami comes, it doesn't show up immediately. It takes time to push up the waves. So that is what we're going to see in the next decade in terms of air defense systems that they are doing some baby steps in the Indian Ocean region. Of course, for this you require air bases, you require logistic support, you require a lot of other infrastructure so that you can put up the ADIZ. Not an easy task, but that is what the Chinese are trying to do. They are the largest import partner for 24 countries in the Indian Ocean and top export partner for about 13 countries in the IOR. Also, there is the Indian Ocean Region Forum that was established in Yunnan with the Yunnan provincial government support. In 2018, two meetings were held. Most important, they have been popularizing the idea of China-Indian Ocean region. Although China is not a regional power in the Indian Ocean, not a residential power in the Indian Ocean, yet there's a new concept that is coming up, and also maritime community with a shared future. So this is basically community of common destiny or maritime community with a shared future is basically some kind of a semi-alliances. So we probably will see on the horizon this aspect in the future. PLA Navy has an average of 8 to 10 ships at any given point of time in the Indian Ocean. That includes the surface, subsurface research vessels every year since last decade. In 2020, China executed the unmanned underwater drones to map the ocean floor around the ANI. So that is almost 4 years. So they've been scanning. Some 56 missions have been conducted so far. Some suggest about 100, but 56 is what I gather. So the Malacca Straits has about 70,000 ships passing through, 15 million barrels of oil. Currently, it is supposed to increase to about 21 million barrels of oil in the future. The other choke points, Suez, Aden, Horn of Africa, Hormuz, also increasing. And this is the place where China is putting up some maritime ports and other infrastructure projects. Pipelines have been constructed. Most important for our purpose is the CMEC project from Yunnan to Chakfu, and from Chakfu to Chittagong. That is what is they are planning to, in order to reduce the dependence on the Straits of Malacca. And that is where we could probably see some action in terms of the ANI and the ANC. Those are continental-based and the maritime-based pipelines. The other idea is the Maritime Silk Road, where they are planning to put up these ports. Some of these are 25, 30 times bigger than the previous ports, especially in Tanzania, in Mombasa, in other places. So that is the grand plan that China has since 2014, when they unveiled the BRI and a maritime component, Maritime Silk Road. Recently, when Xi Jinping visited Lima, there was the port construction in Peru that was also inaugurated. So what does China have in the Indian Ocean region? Let me remind the audience that the Indian naval history mentions about the Romeo class submarine coming to the Indian Ocean, to the Bay of Bengal, during 1962 border conflict, long ago. So we can imagine that there is not just the continental focus of the territorial dispute, but also the maritime dimension. The next major visit was in 1986, when port calls were made at Chittagong, Colombo, and Karachi. Since then, they have been debating within the internal discussions on how this needs to be scaled up. Admiral Liu Huaching was instrumental in those programs till 2049, and this is being implemented for a blue water navy, including in the Indian Ocean region. In 2012, the first deployment of the Navy, Chinese Navy, took place in terms of the maritime intelligence collection in the Indian Ocean, but it took nearly 8 years to come to the ANI region, where they are now scanning extensively. I will show a picture of those later on. CMEC was initiated some 6 years ago, and as part of that, the energy pipelines railway line, which is not yet commissioned, but also other projects across the maritime routes. There is the dual infrastructure projects that have been commissioned, support base now at Djibouti, next to the US and the EU NAFORts. But 24 ports, 9 have been completed, and 2 stalled for various reasons or cancelled, including the Malacca port. Paira Port, Chittagong Port are likely to be extended further during the current Yunus government in Bangladesh. Chakfu Port has already been constructed. Malacca has been cancelled, stalled. Colombo Port Terminal, very strict, including the Sri Lankan Parliament has given concessions to the Chinese to directly come to these Colombo Port and the Hambantota. Hambantota has been taken on a 99-year lease. Hong Kong was taken on a 99-year lease after the Opium Wars. So China today is reviving the Opium Wars syndrome in terms of these 99 years. Gwadar has been taken on a 45 years, and other ports, China is planning for long-term stationing of not exactly troops, but these are dual use. But when the Yuan Wang 5 came to Hambantota and India expressed concerns, these were overruled by the Sri Lankan government. And it did its job of surveillance of the Indian Ocean later on. So those were quite useful for China. In Africa, those are the ports that China is currently putting up across. These are big ports which are meant for the 21st century kind of maritime trade and others. Interestingly, in Australia, the Darwin port has also been contracted for. There are again outposts, these are mentioned here, which could be upgraded in the future. The status of these ports mentioned in this little bit hazy slide, but what does that mean for the ANI? At Great Cocoa, there are 54 Chinese present. Currently, they are involved in a lot of infrastructure. These are the things that have been recently unveiled in Great Cocoa. So what are the other features in the Chinese role? In terms of the anti-piracy operations that China has been pushing these planned contingencies, PLA Navy contingencies, there is substantial other aspects not related at all to the counter-piracy missions. The Dutch initially deployed the submarines, and China took a cue, and China also today deploying submarines. They did visit Colombo Port, Karachi, and other places. These are also other surface ships that were sent to the Indian Ocean region in terms of various. So possible bases in the Indian Ocean by China in the future are mentioned here. That depends on the responses of United States and the IORA states. At the moment, there is also a lot of arms transfer to the Indian Ocean, Bay of Bengal, Arabian Sea states. Nearly 48% of Chinese global arms trade is directed to the South Asian countries, to the Indian Ocean states. And these are some, but I highlighted some of the surface ships and subsurface ships, which are quite formidable. Frigates, submarines, minesweepers. These are things that we need to watch in terms of China's arms transfer to Thailand, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Pakistan. So these are coming in bits and pieces, but cumulatively is going to pose a big challenge for the Indian Navy, Indian Air Force, and the ANC in particular. So what is the surveillance state in the Indian Ocean region? As I was mentioning, between 56 to about 80 surveillance missions were conducted. This is still classified, so I do not have the exact number, but just below 100 surveillance missions conducted in the Indian Ocean through the new ships that China had. Of course, the Indian Navy had pushed away the Shriyan 6, which was docked in Colombo first in 2023, last November. but has also been doing a lot of work in the Bangladesh EEZ without official consent. There are other ships like Xiang Yung Hong, Tai Yung Hao, and the Shriyan 6 version. So about 13 of these ships are in active service, scanning the whole of Indian Ocean, but specifically at the ANI. And one of the contingencies that I was trying to suggest is the 10-degree channel. Submarines have also been visiting extensively. I mentioned to you 1962, the first one, and then later on the other ones here. Basically looking at the temperatures of the seas, sonar performances, navigational accuracy, and other subjects that are being looked at. China is conducting a number of exercises in the Indian Ocean region. This is a list of the ones with Thailand, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Maldives, Sri Lanka, and other countries. So these are the details that one could get across in terms of. So China, the tsunami is beginning, and we could probably see in the near future what is impact. So this is the CSIS graph in relation to the research ships that are there across the globe, and China has the largest number of such, not just in the Indian Ocean, but also in the Pacific and others. What is India doing in terms of countering any of those? There are a number of bilateral and multilateral initiatives that India has. You all know about these, so I will skip this, but come to the final slide as I just have about a minute now. One is obviously the 10-degree channel vulnerabilities that needs to be fixed in terms of infrastructure, in terms of defenses, but most importantly, the United States has shifted from land to the sea, sea to the land, and today to expeditionary advanced base operations. Now, what I hear in the Chinese military journals is China is learning from the EABO operations. And I link up with this 10-degree channel. I see some issues here. And so that is what we need to look at. Our naval doctrines need to be revised in terms of these expeditionary advanced base operations. China could overcome the Malacca dilemma, which has been highlighted since Hu Jintao's time, but this is a camouflage to enter into the Indian Ocean region. Basically naval contingencies, maritime transport bases, etc., are what they are looking for. So India needs to also enhance the unmanned underwater drone capability, long endurance with AIP and other aspects. As I was mentioning, 60% of Chinese fish catch is in the Indo-Pacific, and that is the illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. We have a mechanism recently in the Quad on the Indo-Pacific Partnership for the Maritime Domain Awareness, and IUU operations have also been part of that contingency. I think in terms of a capacity build-up, we need to look at more concertedly at this partnership. Also, I agree with the panelists that we need to leapfrog from the ANI into the entire Indian Ocean region with the maritime infrastructure projects, investments, and forward-looking attitude. I agree with Mr. Chikamane that the investments need to go up in public-private partnership and other initiatives to build up the infrastructure in this period. I also hear that the Indonesian ships are around in the Corpat. We need to intensify these and share experiences with the Southeast Asian countries, Thailand, Indonesia in specific. With Thailand, we had a territorial dispute resolution in 1972. With Indonesia in 1977. We actually do not have much trouble in this, except for piracy and others which are increasing. So this is a forward momentum for us. Finally, I would suggest that we need to not just the conventional deterrence capabilities, and I know that this is being looked after, but also strategic capabilities. ASEAN has tilted towards China. One of the primary reasons, not just about decoupling process between US and China, but also since the EP3 incident in 2001, they have been tilting towards the United States. You look at all the ASEAN statements, you find there is a huge, so strategic capability build-up in ANC will send a good signal to the ASEAN in terms of balancing. What Goh Chok Tong mentioned about the Airbus balancing by the ASEAN between China and India. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Srikant. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'll agree with me. You got the need and some of the aspects of a grand strategy and the vision that Gautam laid. You're a fantastic walk back into history with certain lessons for the present from what Sri Sanjeev Sanyal said. And then great amount of granular detail in terms of what Professor Kondapalli said, warning of an impending tsunami. And all of this has been undergirded by the very fantastic talk by Sri Vijay Gokhale. So now let's have questions. You got three very good minds. So we'll take to reduce time, we'll take 2 or 3 questions in one go and just introduce yourself and be brief with your questions.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Captain Somijit Padi, posted at headquarters ANC. My question is regarding the grand strategy that was spoken about, sir. We all seem to agree that a growing country and a regional power like India should have a grand strategy. I'm sure that the power corridors of North and South Bloc are also aware of that. So, is there a deliberate decision or is it a deliberate?
The Chinese are so you're saying that, if I get you right, you're saying why are we not having a articulated written grand strategy statement? Is that right? Okay. Okay, fair enough. Just park that. Any other question? We'll take 2, 3 in a go so that we have good time from the speakers. Anybody on the same related topic or anything else? Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Surgeon Lieutenant Aman Rathore from INS Schoolish. So my question is for Mr. Gautam, sir. So what aspects of humanitarian operations, in your opinion, are quintessential for inclusion in India's grand strategy, sir?
Okay, how do humanitarian operations figure? Anyone else? Third point. It can be to any of the speakers, please. It need not be to...
Commander
Yeah.
G.V. Singh.
Yeah.
I'm QNI from 318 Squadron. My question is, sir, that India has always overpromised and underdelivered in many of the projects which it has undertaken in our neighborhood in Asian countries, which has actually led down to the image. Though there have been an intent to build an image and come as leaders of our neighbors, but somehow we have not been able to deliver. I would like to invite comment of the panel on this.
Okay. So if it's okay, you can take the strategy thing and then both of them can take the over-promise, under-deliver, and if they want to add something on the strategy, fair enough.
To the question whether why we don't have a grand strategy, or is not having a grand strategy a grand strategy? Okay, I don't know. So let me try to think this here. I think India is very, very good at reacting to crises. Be it the tsunami, the China border, anywhere. So the fact that we don't have our own articulated direction. Now, there could be some secret direction somewhere. And recently, Dr. Jayashankar was asked, why don't we have not a grand strategy and a security strategy? His answer was, if I tell you the security strategy, I will have to kill you. If that is the kind of thinking, then perhaps hiding in South Block is some sort of a grand strategy, or in the PMO, but that we don't know. Being a democracy, it is crucial that the strategic community, the governance community, come out and engage with people. You don't need, for instance, if you ask 10 people, what are the 10 biggest national goals that India should have? Can we converge on that somewhere? For instance, the only goal that I know of, which somehow nobody has opposed, is Viksit Bharat, $20,000 per capita income by 2047. Other than that, do we have a single other goal articulated? So you can hide your tactics, you can hide your processes, you can hide the other ways and means. But can we start by just having 10 national goals that we don't have them? So everybody, that is where the power of democracy can come through. That these are the 10 things that we will go, irrespective of which government comes, which government goes, what happens in the states, what happens at the union, what happens in the army, what happens in the civil life. If we can get just these 10 goals, it's a random number, by the way. You can put 12 or 6. But if we have these 10 goals, that would be the first step of having a grand strategy. I think we are not thinking towards grand strategy. And I think it is not that. So one way to look at it is, at a $4 trillion economy going on $7 and $10 trillion, we ought to have a grand strategy. We should know where we are headed and how we are going to get there. The other thing is, we are $2,800 per capita income. So we remain a poor nation. We may be a large economy, but we are a poor country. So somewhere that bridge needs to happen, needs to be built. And I'm saying, even in the strategic circles, even in think tanks, even in universities, I don't see grand strategy being thought. So the onus probably is on the thought class, the thought leaders, to start putting these ideas, mainstreaming them through books, articles, talks. But at some point, the state, which is beyond the government, or beyond the current governance people, the state needs to have a direction, and that is where I think I see grand strategy coming. Not having a grand strategy cannot be a grand strategy. It may have. There are some countries who do not have a grand strategy as a strategy because they are weak, they are flexible. Sometimes China pushes them, sometimes West Asia, somewhere else. So India is not that country. I think India deserves better. That's my view, by the way. And in a democracy, if you have a different view, it's okay. But we must have a grand strategy. And for a start, let's get those 10 goals articulated.
So let me respond. Yeah, so let me say, without confirming or denying the existence of this secret grand strategy, let me say that we need to think through a few things first. What is indeed a grand strategy at all? And I'll tell you why I want to distinguish this, because in India, people tend to confuse grand strategy with a grand plan. And the problem with grand plans is they will be no more or successful than the 5-year plans that we used to do for the economy. And let me explain why. You see, the way our system works, and maybe it works worldwide, by the way, is that these so-called grand strategies end up getting embedded into extremely rigid ways of thinking. So before we have this, we need to understand this. I told you earlier the story about how the earlier round of Chinese attempt at world domination was ultimately undone by their own bureaucracy. And the country that benefited from this was a tiny country in Europe called Portugal, which, nobody would have been able to guess how that was going to turn up. Which is why, since there are some Australians in this room, please keep track of New Zealand. Now, the point I'm trying to make is the following. We live in a world where technologically, geopolitically, and many other things are moving, and many unintended things, unpredictable things will happen. So I think the thing we do need to invest in as a grand strategy is not a plan, but preparation. I think that we need to differentiate between preparing and planning. And unfortunately, our thinking in the way our bureaucracy is set up is not oriented towards this kind of thinking. I can give a full lecture on what the difference between the two are, but there is a very big difference between the two. And unfortunately, whether it is in economic area or in other fields, we tend to confuse the two. As a result of which, we tend to go down certain paths without thinking through, and then it gets embedded in everything. Not having a very strongly and in detailed grand strategy, given the current systems, may not be entirely a bad thing. That is not an argument for not investing in capabilities and preparation. As I said, I'm myself a very strong advocate for investing in maritime capabilities. But I think we do need to be very, very careful that we do not have very rigidly articulated grand strategies, because very, very quickly that will become almost like religion inside the system, and it will become so rigid. And I see this in all kinds of areas inside the government as a policymaker myself, that completely ridiculous things which are outdated for the last 30 years are still driving basic policies in all kinds of areas. I mean, look at our agricultural policy, for example. I mean, we have been producing excess amounts of food grains for the last 30 years, and yet we go on with an agricultural policy which is actually damaging to the environment, costs us a lot of money, and grows a lot of calories which we don't actually need, and we have to convert to biofuels and find other uses of them. So we need to be a little careful about jumping down the grand strategy path unless we are very clear what do we mean by a grand strategy.
Professor?
My 2 cents. There was somebody, an American professor, who interviewed a lot of people in Delhi. In India International Center, there was somebody who said India doesn't have a grand strategy. And then he went and published by saying India doesn't have a grand strategy, George Pekovich. So that spread across that India doesn't have a grand strategy. But if you look at the Standing Committee of the Parliament on Foreign Affairs, on defense, the 6 pages, 7 pages, which will give you clearly what is India's strategy.
Sir, quickly, all three of you, a little bit on whether India overpromises and underperforms.
I think it also goes with the economic growth rates. It is only recently that we have had 7% growth rate. Previous decades, about 5%. During tsunami, negative growth rates. So it all depends again on our GDP growth rates. So if we have not performed well, I think we have to address the chambers of commerce and others for not growing up. So I think this is very crucial. Look at China. They've maintained 10% on an average, 9.8% growth rate from 1980s till 2010. And they have this coordinated development, which means that if the civilian economy grows up, the military also will grow up. So as a result, they have 10% real growth in the defense budget. As compared to our 2.5% growth rate in defense budget, they have 10% real, removing inflation, removing all that, they have had a 10% real growth rate in the defense allocations and the budgetary process, which created the kind of infrastructure that we are seeing now.
Okay. I guess one part of his question was also in relation to our projects with other countries. Would that be right? Or when you talked of overpromise and underperform, that was in relation to projects with other countries. So
this is an old problem we have had for a very long time, and it is not only in this particular space. So we have this problem in sports. We have had this problem maybe even in the economy. So this is a general problem of national effort and the general attitude of chalta hai that we have had on many fronts. So whether it is in terms of delivering of indigenously made fighter jets, or in terms of delivering on manufacturing growth, many other things. In the last decade, I would argue, we have begun to change that. The fact that we have these ambitions at all is in itself a change. Now, that doesn't mean that we have solved all the problems, but I'm just saying that for the first time, when we say that we will build a serious, say, a brand new port in Vadhavan, which will be bigger than all our current ports put together, people take it seriously, because in recent times we have been able to deliver on large infrastructure projects, or been able to, like, for example, provide certain amount of global leadership, say during our G20 leadership presidency, or in terms of dealing with piracy in the Red Sea. These are very new things. I mean, the fact that we are providing global leadership, I think the last time we were attempting to do it was this non-aligned effort in the 1950s. And since then, we have not really punched at our own weight class. So this is very, very new. You have to allow for some of these things to evolve, to build out, to institutionalize. In some ways, we are still too dependent on, say, the personal rapport of, say, Prime Minister Modi with some world leaders. This kind of thing is still very new. So I think what we need, among the many things we need, is first of all, we need to create, and this is why this particular meeting is also important, to create an intellectual basis for all of this. We do not, as a people, invest into the intellectual basis for being a world power, which, you know, if you want to be a world power, you need to begin to think like one. And, you know, we have large numbers of largely defunct think tanks across the country, which we need to revive. Today, and I'm not talking about ORF is pretty good, but we have a large number of think tanks in the country which are basically retirement homes. I'm sorry, that's basically what our think tanks are. If you want new, aggressive thinking, you need to create these think tanks. The conversation in our media, our academia, etc., needs to be essentially much, much more bringing in new thinking from young people, from more sort of wider thinking. I mean, in the end, the intellectual basis of any kind of grand strategy of any kind, even if it's very, very flexible, has to start eventually in the intellectual space. And I think we do not invest in these kinds of things or don't think it's important. We basically use our intellectual institutions, which should be doing this, as parking spots for retired officials.
Yeah. So I think the way Sanjeev articulated it, it shows the need for a grand strategy. The fact that our ability to promise and deliver to another country a project is also linked to our own ability to drive economic growth. And the two need to work together. We did very well, by the way, in vaccine diplomacy. We exported to 100 countries, even though we had some shortfall, but I think finally we fixed our place and we exported to 100 countries. It's a very big deal. This model needs to get replicated. But financially, to expect a poor country, large GDP but poor country, to give help to other countries, which we have, by the way, particularly during devastations, floods, earthquakes, and such like, is also dependent upon being economically secure. So we can provide strategic security, we can provide disaster security to other countries once we have our own economic security, our own energy security in place. And therefore, I reiterate, perhaps the need for a grand strategy is here. It was probably here 5 years ago. And we need to mature into and take on that role actively, embrace it, and go about it cohesively. I'm not saying the your criticism was it can get bound into some very small thing. I'm saying those are tactics. Just give us 10 big goals. Just show us how they will happen, and give us where is the money going to come from. That's it. Once you have that in place, and you have the whole of state approach, where the army, where the armed forces works with the civilian government, where the private sector works with the universities and think tanks, you have a grand strategy.
That you're going back into the last one. So I have got time for one or two more. Yeah, one question.
So, this question is basically from an online participant, sir.
AWC Mao?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
So I'll just read out the question. This is from Colonel K. Kiran. He is a research fellow at Army War College at Mao. His question is, the focus of grand strategy looks at the Indian Ocean and the IOR. The speakers spoke about two extremes from Bab el Mandab to Straits of Malacca, the landlocked borders looking at China and Pakistan. Is the maritime vision only looking at the eastern seaboard by strengthening the capability of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, or is there a strategy to look at the eastern seaboard? Is there a strategy to look at the eastern seaboard by looking at the western seaboard and the capability development of the Lakshadweep too? Comments from the panel, please.
So basic question is, are we focusing too much on the east and ignoring west in our maritime strategy?
That is what I understand, sir.
Is there, are we saying this because we are in Andaman and Nicobar?
Yeah, so maybe I am blinded, and Lakshadweep does not really have a presence of the kind that Andaman and Nicobar does. But if you were to evolve this grand strategy, it would also mean Tamil Nadu, Kerala. It would mean Lakshadweep. My indications on grand strategy was the region as a whole, and not a particular geography.
Whole of it.
Yeah, that's.
Have we ignored the western part?
No, I mean, I think let's be very clear. Lakshadweep is a very, very small bunch of islands. Most of them are not capable of even getting an airport there. So I don't think we can reasonably expect to equate the two. We do have a presence in the Arabian Sea, Western Indian Ocean, and as we speak, we are probably the main country patrolling those waters. We have allies in that area, for example, Oman and the UAE, and so we have there are certain Diego Garcia, Mauritius, etc., with the that are there. We do have a presence in Mauritius as well. So we do have a strategy. As I said, the point, as Gautam has also pointed out, as we become a bigger, more powerful economy, we can have ambitions that are commensurate to it. All of this is very, very new. The very fact that we, even have a vague aspiration of being some sort of a global power is also itself new.
I think we have had a balanced approach, not just the focus on ANI. If you look at Chabahar Port, $678 million investment. We also had the I2U2 and then the IMEC projects, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. We have Milan exercises with Iran, with other West Asian countries. IONS is reflective of that kind of balance, Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, by bringing in all those maritime countries together. So I do not think it is just one side, eastern side, but there is a balanced approach.
Thank you. It's 1:40, exactly the time that the moderator gets his, as per the program, the moderator gets his 4 or 5 minutes to make closing comments. I think we've had a wonderful, wonderful discussion, and I'm sure there'll be many more questions for the speakers during the session. So just let me, bring a couple of things that, it's not for me to comment in any way about what the speakers have spoken, but just a couple of things that caught my attention. One, of course, I'll begin with this last question by Colonel Kiran, and I find that a little, it's strange. It's nicely strange because all along for the first 30, 40 years, I'm sure Admiral Berry will remember, that the criticism in maritime field was we're concentrating too much to the west. That it is the western fleet that is predominant, the east gets less importance, the Andaman hardly gets any importance. So today, if someone in OGs is suggesting that India's maritime orientation has moved east, I think that is a very welcome development, because it finally suggests that even we have sort of taken up our blinkers off on west,
and probably giving equal importance to both East and West. So just quickly a couple of my points. One is, of course, I think I'll begin with what Professor Srikant said, because he talked of an impending tsunami. So this session, the morning session from Word Go, is, I think, from one tsunami to another, one that happened in the past and from which we should learn lessons from, and another that if you want to prevent that tsunami sort of coming in. So would 2049 socialist modernization versus 2047 Viksit Bharat be at loggerheads? Would the vision, as Sri Gokhale said, that does democracy as an organizing principle of the last century, will it face headwinds as China gains strength? And if so, then how does the rest of world get together? Thousand ship navy was spoken about before Trump also, but it was spoken of as a coalition. In fact, even the US realizes that it probably will not be able to get, that the seas are so vast that no one country will be able to look at the problems on the ocean. So is there going to be some sort of a coalition of the willing to look at maritime challenges in future? People in the maritime world, by and large, might agree to it, but people in the political world, to make those sort of relationships, you've seen that in piracy, for example. The word coalition is a bit of anathema in many of the corridors of power. So while we might be able to partner at sea, deriving similar partnerships on land may become difficult. I don't know. I think the submarine issue was very well highlighted again. The Chinese Romeo class vessel in 62. In 65, Pakistan had a submarine and we did not have. So we were late entrants to the submarine business. So everyone here suggesting that we need to enhance submarine strength. And I'm very happy that eminent civilians are saying it, because this is also one way. For a long time, it was only people in Navy, people in uniform who spoke about the requirement of all of this. I remember, if you go back to Admiral Chatterjee in 67, 68, he's the sole man waving the Navy flag and saying, India will be in charge of the Indian Ocean after the British withdraw west of Suez. So 60 years later, when you have an entire academic community, backing this, I think you can say we have come a long way from then. So, Sir Hasnan sir, the climate change finds some mention in the Navy's strategy document of 2015 in terms of looking at how do we handle it. The last word, of course, is about the Andaman and Nicobar Command. I think what emerges clearly is that this place is going to be very, very important as we go into future, whichever way we look at it, whether in terms of China, whether in terms of maritime domain awareness, or whether in terms of our larger maritime orientation. So I think what the Andaman and Nicobar Command should also do is, if you are not already doing it, you probably are, that there used to be a mentality here. This used to be called the Fortress Command. So there used to be a mentality of a fortress. So my humble recommendation would be, now, instead of thinking this as a fortress, think of this as a springboard. Is this India's pivot is the ANC India's pivot to the east, to the far east, to the southeast, and to better maritime future? So that's a thing I'll want to leave with all of you. Thank you very much. I'd request the audience to give a big hand to these three esteemed speakers. Thanks a lot. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. We have come to the end of the second session. May I now request Shri Vijay Gokhale and Commander-in-Chief, Andaman Nicobar Command, to kindly join us on stage for felicitation. Shri Vijay Gokhale. Shri Gautam Chikarmane. Shri Sanjeev Sanyal. Shri Shrikant Kondapalli. Commodore Shrikant Kesnur. May I now request the Commander-in-Chief and the speakers for a group photograph. Thank you, sirs. With that, we have come to the end of the second session. I would now request all senior officers, guests, and distinguished speakers to proceed for working lunch to the exit on your left. I would request everyone to be seated by 1420 for third session.
Hello, hello, check. 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 Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello, check. hello, check.
I request everyone to kindly take their seats in the audience. The 2004 tsunami resulted in unprecedented loss of life and widespread destruction of infrastructure, livelihoods, and communities. In its aftermath, massive reconstruction and mitigation efforts were undertaken, involving federal and state governments, international organizations, NGOs, and local communities. By reflecting on those experiences and outcomes, we can gain valuable insights into the complexities of disaster response and recovery and identify strategies for building more resilient and sustainable communities. The esteemed panel of speakers for the third session includes Air Commodore Nitin Sathe, Vice Admiral Suraj Berry, and Professor Janki Andharia. This session will be moderated by Air Vice Marshal Anil Gulani. May I now request the speakers and the moderator to kindly come on stage. Air Vice Marshal Anil Gulani is a qualified flying instructor and instrument rating instructor and examiner. Commissioned into the fighter stream of the Indian Air Force in December 1982, he raised and commanded the 1st Harpy Squadron of the Indian Air Force. He has also served as the Air Force Component Commander at the Andaman and Nicobar Command and Chief Staff Officer Air Vector at the Strategic Forces Command. He took over as Additional Director General of CAPS in 2021 and Director General of CAPS in 2024. I now hand over to Air Vice Marshal Anil Gulani to introduce the speakers and progress the session.
Sincan, Air Marshal Balakrishnan, Vice Admiral Berry, Ambassador Vijay Gokhale, General Asnan, and all of you, welcome back to this session post-lunch. I think we all had a sumptuous lunch thanks to the hospitality of the ANC. So, you know, on this session, we get back to from what we saw in the first session of people who had experienced the tsunami firsthand, and then on to grand strategy and what should be India's role in the IOR, you know, when looking at China, which is the elephant in the room. We now come to the post-tsunami mitigation and the measures that were taken. And I just like to, you know, introduce the topic by saying actually, we heard this young girl, Meghna, speaking in the morning, and if you can see the resilience of the human spirit has been tested time and again, and defying all odds, as the tsunami struck this region, it galvanized the people of the island to come together, you know, sacrificing their own personal loss of loved ones and property. And as I think it was mentioned in the previous session, India is very good at reacting to situations. And because a disaster of this magnitude had never been envisioned before, and the loss of life and property unprecedented, therefore the administration wasn't geared up to cope up with this challenge at that time. And the distance of the islands from the mainland, the damage to the port and airfield infrastructure, and the fear psychosis that gripped the survivors only made things difficult. And many of those who were responsible for relief and rescue suffered personal losses of their loved ones and their property. And the challenge was to deal with the psychological trauma, a little bit of which was discussed in the previous session. But I think what General Hasnan also mentioned of opening of lines with the COVID and all, I think these are very, small measures, but in my opinion, not enough to deal with the trauma that people face after this disaster. And a lot has probably changed since then. And the NDMA got created, as we all know. The NDRF battalions are there, and they've got requisite infrastructure, equipment, and awareness is there. And having served over here in these islands in 9, 10 and all, I am aware that, we do in ANC carry out exercises, and the awareness of the people, the general population at large, is much more than what we see on the mainland when disasters like this happen. So, it's, in my opinion, the psychological trauma that people have suffered, it may not go away. It may take years to go away. And maybe this is an area that I think Professor Janki would like to address, having been here and spent a long time. And I think in the panel today, we are very privileged to have people who have been a part of the, efforts post the tsunami, when people who were posted here were moved out to look at how the situation unfurled. And we have 3 speakers today. The first is Air Commodore Nitin Sate, who's an old colleague. We served together in Wellington. He was one of my SIs when I was the CI over there. And tremendous amount of experience in the helicopter fleet. I've made him write for CAPS as well. And, his 2 seminal books he's published, A Few Good Men and the Angry Sea, and the book on late flying officer Anil Kumar, which I don't know if you people haven't read. You must read, because that also shows the resilience of the human spirit. And like I said, he's written a chapter for the book that I edited as well. And next up, we have Vice Admiral Suraj Berry, who was there when the tsunami struck in Sri Lanka as the Indian DA. And I have fond memories of, when we went for the higher air command course, he was host to us over there. And I think his experience speaks for itself, having served over here as the costs in the past. He has a good view of how things unfurled and what happened in the tsunami. And last on the list is Professor Janki Andharia, who's done a lot of seminal work and research, which is acknowledged not only in India but worldwide as well. And she spent a long time over here amongst the survivors, and looking at rehabilitation and all. So with that short introduction, over to you, Nitin.
Good afternoon, everyone, and always a pleasure to come and speak at fora like this. I was at home on that fateful evening of 26th of December 2004 in Patiala. I was commanding the small station there, and my daughter came running up to me, and she said, "Baba, you know what a tsunami is?" So she said, "Tsunami." So we were sitting by the fire outside, and I said, "I don't know." She said, come to the TV." So she was watching the news. She was about 6, 7 years old. So went inside, and what I saw was it shook me up. And I decided to ring up Air Headquarters immediately and find out what had happened to Air Force Station, Car Nicobar, because my friend and course mate sitting here, he was posted there, and I wanted to know how things were. Of course, in the same breath, I added that if you need me to go, I am ready to move at short notice. And move I did. Within 72 hours, I was on the islands, crop cut, a small bag, and not knowing what we are in for. So we were 70 of us like this, the other 69 having been chosen from various parts of the country, various parts of the Air Force. And we called ourselves the rehabilitators of Car Nicobar. So we arrived here with the Vice Chief of Air Staff, and work started immediately as soon as we landed. So I'm going to take you through small, short, my experiences of staying on the island for a year, what we learned as far as leadership and management lessons at the grassroots level. And then maybe you guys, future leaders sitting at the back, you'll kind of maybe learn from that and kind of use it when you have to, when you're faced with a situation like this. So this is Karnikobar runway. I'm not, and thanks to KK, he has actually finished half my work, so I have more time to talk to you about little things that I wanted to, because 20 minutes to cover 1 year of work, I think it's too short. Firstly, let me tell you some 2 or 3 interesting stories. You know, in the first few days after we landed there, and we were eating from plastic bottles which were cut oblong. We had managed some dal and chawal from various houses and some from the logistics section. And that is all we had. So I rang up my friends. I sent a message through the AN32 to my friend in Chennai. There was no phones, of course. And my friends in Chennai, they sent us almost 400 kgs of pickle, chicky, and some small eats. And those were like, I mean, we were so thrilled that we got them. Also, on the 3rd day after landing, the ladies at Port Blair, they were also badly affected. They made puris and aloo ki sabji for us, and they sent it across in the Donia because we hadn't eaten a roti for the first few days that we were there. So this is how things were. There were no lights, 1 hour in the morning for your shave, and maybe an hour in the evening. That's it. 1 bottle of water per day per man. 1 bottle only. And for the ablutions, you can just imagine what we were doing. So that was the state as we started. So when KK and all left, and by the way, I wrote a book called A Few Good Men and the Angry Sea. This was my first effort at writing. And thanks to the tsunami that I wrote this book, and thanks to the tsunami that I'm here speaking to you today. So as the aircraft took off for their return journey to the mainland with the remaining survivors, an eerie silence descended, broken only by the whine of the wind and relentless crashing of the waves. This is all what we could see. And of course, the stench that was so overpowering. We were on our own now, marooned in the midst of destruction, and our mission was about to begin. So this is what I wrote then. And I started my book with this quote that I wrote at that point in time. Right. So it's a satellite picture of, I'll go through some sites very quickly and give you some real stories that we went through. So this is the island after the tsunami. You can see what has happened towards the base, and KK already showed you this. So we'll not go through this. One story that comes to mind when I show this slide is there was a guy called Scornley the Dihot, and he was the station flight safety officer. And there was a brand new camera that was being was purchased from the public funds, and he had it at home for some reason that evening. And next morning, when the tsunami happened, when the waters receded, the brilliant coral was so beautiful that he ventured out to do some photography. We found the camera a few days later, but of course the earth was gone. So he has told you that you can see that, you know, the sea has gone in about 1.5 kilometers. So it is traveling at a speed of 70 kilometers an hour, and the wave is about 50 to 70 feet high. And the width of the wave, we were told and we could see, was about 1.5 kilometers wide, right? So it could destroy things up to 1.5 kilometers inside. Closer picture from the Google Earth. Right, this is what things look like. I'm going to kind of accelerate through these slides. We'll come to some nice stories after this. This was already shown to you. So the radar ramp story, the Kirti Chakra is here. You heard his story in the morning. Amazing performance, amazing deed that he did, and he deserves much more than what he got. Okay, so all this has been discussed. All this has been discussed, so we will not spend time on this. Issue was about communication, like he said, the HFRT that was there. The problem was that the batteries had run down and we didn't have any generator sets. So we went around, we found a few generator sets. We took out some kerosene from the aeroplanes and we used them to charge our batteries so that at least the internal communication on the walkie-talkies could commence and we could talk to each other. Okay, this is also, most of it has been discussed. No disaster management SOPs. Immediate damage assessment was not possible. We were all, cocooned inside the island. The roads were broken. We didn't know what was happening even outside. A few people who ventured outside to check, they just came back and said, sir, everything is absolute chaos outside. And since we were a new team, and the old team, KK and all stayed for 3-4 days after most of them went by the Ainther route that got us in. So after KK and all left, we were on our own. We didn't know which side was north. We didn't know where the stores were. We didn't know much about what the paperwork was. So it was a fresh start and a fresh beginning to Air Force Station Karnikobar. In the same breath, while I was speaking to the Vice Chief while we were coming in, he gave us a mandate. He said, I want the station fighter ready in 100 days. 100 days that we had. So first about 1 month or so was spent in kind of gathering our thoughts and trying to get things into order. So it was a very tall task, as tall as the Tsunami, and if not more. And we were looking absolutely towards Port Blair, towards Delhi, and towards everywhere to get as much help as possible in whatever way we could. Like you were told, the jetty was down. The runway was partially serviceable. I say partially, I'll just explain to you what we did. Some jugaad had to be done to get the aircrafts to land. Okay, I'll cover that now itself. So what we used to do is we got a lot of sand from the beach and put it along the runway in heaps. And before every landing, people had to go and fill up these little broken parts of the runway, and the aircraft was to land. And after each landing, we had to again go and fill up, kind of put it back again, and the next aircraft is to land. And mind you, we were just 70 of us. From cooking to cleaning to doing your guard duty to do your technical work to service the helicopters and what have you. Everything had to be done by these 70 men. So it was a daunting task. All this has already been told, so we'll not. Yes, the disheartening scenes and negative psychological impact that we saw stayed with us for quite some time. So what you see here is again all the broken vehicles, but an interesting story that comes here to my mind is, that is KK's car, by the way. He showed you in the morning. And that is an insurance agent. He came all the way from Chennai. I don't know how he made it to the islands. And he wanted to see whether the car is really broken. So we had to shunt him out from there and said, okay, everything is gone, boss, you go. So this is the kind of, unnecessary trouble that we had once in a while. Meghna told you about these 80,000 liter diesel containers. This was actually became very useful for us, in fact for the civilians out there, because a lot of diesel which was there on the sides, they got inside the container and picked up diesel in their thing and took it away for their cooking for the first few days. So it was a blessing in disguise. Right, again, this is what the frontal part of the station, no coastal regulatory zone, no nothing, all right up to the sea. Things were constructed and all were raised to the ground. Okay, so this you see, interesting part is that the second, is there a pointer on this? Does it work on this? No. That first part of the building is the first floor of a building that has been broken and put into the officers' mess. That was the fury of the water. This is how the rooms look like when we first went in. These are the airmen quarters. This is what the tsunami did to them. So actually, we didn't know where to begin. This was the generator room. Where do we start? Where do we end? It was all in front of us. We had to get order established. I'll come to the Japanese well a little later. I'll tell you a little story about what happened with the water. This is what the runway looked like. And this is a JCB which is working here, which came much later. Initially, it was manual cleaning with your hands. And there was some jugaad done here. We found those broken fans. You know, we took out the blades and used the blades to scrape off the runway. So everybody had one blade in his hand and he was scraping the runway to get the muck out. So after a few days, we got a little cleaning done. And I always show this picture wherever I go. What you see on the tree, hanging on the tree, is a fridge belonging to somebody. So this became a tourism attraction in Car-Nicobar. Everybody who came there, including the Prime Minister, he wanted to go and see. Where is the fridge? We have been told there's a fridge on the tree. Actually, this fridge told us what the water line was on that day. So about 60 odd feet up into the tree. So on our station, we had about 600 to 700 people. We had, this is the figure I have. The figures are between 120 and 128. Property 150 crores and 15 crores of personal property. Like somebody spoke about subsidence, we lost about 160 acres of land of the Air Force. So we had to shift upwards towards the hill inside near the runway, and everything was built around that after this. Unfortunately, to get more land from the civil administration was almost near impossible. A lot of tries were done, but we always came up with a knot. So it was not possible to get additional land to get our Air Force station on the other side of the runway. It was not possible. So like I said, in the end, I say complete reset was required. The watertight line actually started, because of the subsidence, 1 meter, 1.5 meter down, the water started coming in right to beyond where KK and all was staying, every day, on a daily basis. So this was Karnik figures, just for anybody who is interested in figures. We were told that there were about lots of Bihari labor. There was no count of the Bihari labor that was working for the runway and all over the island. So a lot of people died in that, and there was no count of the Bihari. So the actual figure that we were given is about 4,000 dead. And wherever we went for a walk along the beaches, we only found human bones and human remains all the 6-7 months that we were walking around. We used to keep collecting them and putting them underground. So the RRR, this has been covered, the story about immediate rescue operations. This is the Donia which got us our puri and sabji. And what happened? Okay. So somebody spoke about the Teal, the ship, which turned turtle here in Port Blair. I just put that photograph there. Yeah, so the doctor was missing. And what you saw of the station sick quarters was just the gate was left. But some enterprising people went and dug behind this, and they found some liquor of the CSD canteen. So in the evening, I saw there was a bucket being passed around and a mug, and people were having a drink. I said, "Where do you manage a drink from?" So they said, "Sir, we were looking for medicines and all that CSD items. We found some liquor there." So I said, what is this liquor? What is it all about? He said, "Whatever bottles we found, we broke the neck with a da, poured it into a bucket in a muslin cloth, through a muslin cloth, and this is the concoction that we are having for a drink this evening." So survival. Right. And yeah, we had some medical assistance available. The helicopter from the ship, the Chetak, used to come in and take away people who were badly injured and who require immediate assistance. And of course, the aisles and all, when they started coming, a number of people started going back. So again, I'll not really go through all the points. They have been covered. Emotional support to the families and team. Our own team required emotional support. So we didn't allow them to work. A single man was never allowed to work. always in a pair. Even if he was working on an aircraft or anywhere else, he had to be together. Because in such circumstances, people tend to, do all sorts of negative stuff. So we didn't want that to happen. Yeah. So, like I told you, 70 people chosen from different walks of life. And all of you who are sitting here who are leaders of men, today if I ask you to shed one man for a relief mission, whom would you shed? I'll leave the answer with you. You will shed the person that you don't want, I suppose. I hope. I think I'm right. You will shed the chap who doesn't work or, doesn't conform to your line of thinking. So we had this kind of people, but not one of them failed the test. Not one of them. I can proudly say that all 70 worked day, night, and we got the station back to what it was. So it is not the man that he's not good or bad, it's how you get him to work and get him to work happily. That's most important. So this has been covered. This is the medical center. Again, one car which KK was driving, the little fuel was there. Till the time the fuel finished, we used the car for going around. Uske baad, we didn't have any other car. Just that dozer. The dozer used to keep failing. And we had again local jugaad trying to repair it and getting it to work. Because manually clearing that island was next to impossible. So we decided to light up fires, little fires, and clear out the, weeds and the trunks of trees and all that. What happened was we started having huge explosions. The gas cylinders that were floated into the water and hit themselves up in the debris, they started blowing up, leading to bigger fires. So I always call it one thing leads to another. So we have to be careful when you do such kind of stuff. Okay, I've covered most of this. Yeah, so we have specialist manpower for these, JCBs need some specialist people to work and all. So we didn't have all this, the luxury of having this. So one of our cooks was a good JCB driver. So we used to relieve him of his cook duties, and he used to go and do the JCB work when we wanted the JCB to be used. Not the JCB, but the bulldozer, what we call the bulldozer. Okay, so the op Madad was for 1 month immediately after the happening, and it continued exactly for a month. And this is what we did, Mi-8, Mi-17 sorties. The Mi-17s incidentally flew in from Gorakhpur, all the way from Gorakhpur. They flew through Burma, came through Coco Islands, and then came to Port Blair, refueled, and then reached us. Long, long ferry for them. And all the diplomatic clearances and what have you had to be taken, and they were done absolutely at lightning speed. So the ILs and the AN-32s fixed wing, they did about 300 sorties, 680 tons of load, 9,000 passengers. A little story here. There were these locals, we used to ferry them back to Chennai. They used to go for a joyride. They used to go back there, come back by ship, and again come and stand in line to go back to Chennai. They're having a good time traveling up and down from the islands to Chennai and back. So this is the first of the lot leaving, the families leaving in the IL. So like I was saying about the manpower which came, the 70 of us, we were supposed to rotate in 3 months, every 3 months. However, I of course had volunteered to stay, so Air Headquarters said, since you're volunteered, you have to stay on till the end. So I had no problems. I actually wanted to see whether things has the red light gone? No, has it? Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Okay. Okay, so I'll just quickly go ahead. Quickly go through this. Like I told you, sand in those holes there and let the aircraft land. And this was done. So this was how the runway was repaired. SFCS is super fast changing scenario. So no plans ever worked. This was our tents that we stayed in on the runway. That's the Army camp on the left and the Air Force camp on the right. This is our ops room next to the runway. So plastic removal is one big job that had to be done. So one odd story from here I wanted, but let's see if we get time. In the end, I'll cover one. Yeah, one small story. I had one phone, the satellite phone, like it was like a laptop available with me. That's the only communication thing. And I used to ring up the Vaishi for whatever we wanted. So there are two stories to it. One is that we used to allow everybody to have a 1-minute call home every week. So they used to come and line up in my office in the evening, and they could speak to their homes and feel good about it. And once what happened was we ran out of water, so I rang up the vice chief and said, "Sir, we are out of water, please send water." So in the next morning, the aisle arrived with 40 tons of water. And while they were offloading it, one of the bottles fell off, and I picked it up and I saw Bhuj earthquake. The Bhuj earthquake happened in 2001. So somebody sitting in Delhi said, "I have lots of water, take it." Nobody thought whether it was life expired or not. They sent it all the way, spending crores of rupees to the island, and it was of no use. So another lesson in management that we learnt the hard way. Right? So a lot of paperwork involved. That's a lot of VIP moments. I spoke about them. So 100 days later, we had the station ready. The Jaguars and the Su-30s came all the way from Bareilly, landed there. The three chiefs came. We got a pat on the back, and that was part 2 commenced rebuilding Kanikobar. So this is what we built, little place, little huts for us to stay. And in 1 year, we were quite comfortable as far as living and working was concerned. The Japanese well is another story, but it will take some time, so I'll leave that. You can, you're going to, I think most of the delegates are going to get the book. I think, am I right, sir? So the book that I wrote is going to be with you, so you can go through it and get a little more stuff that I've written about the tsunami. So this is the officers' mess that we built. These are the casuarina trees. They're so tall. When I went 9 years later, when I was finishing the book, this is how tall they were along the coast. Now they must be taller. White. So this is the Tsunami Memorial Service first year. And with that, I think I will end here. And sorry, sir, for taking about 2 minutes extra if I'm not wrong. So that's it that I have for you. Thank you very much for a patient hearing. Just let this slide remain on till the time the next person comes.
Yeah, thank you, Nitin, for In fact, I would say, hats off to your spirit. You will rarely find people volunteering to go on such missions, for rehabilitation and all. And I think the very fact that you came out with that book subsequently, proves, vindicates the belief that the service placed in you to put you there in that position. For the next talk, we have Suraj. Over to you.
Could we have the first slide of the presentation? Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Air Marshal Saju Balakrishnan, Sinkan, Her Excellency Ms. Ina, Ambassador of Republic of Indonesia, General Syed Atta Hasnan, delegates from friendly foreign countries, senior officers from the service headquarters in India and from friendly foreign countries, Excellencies, esteemed speakers, friends from media, and officers who have logged in, and finally officers and personnel of Andaman Nicobar Command. First of all, I'd like to thank the Sinkan for giving me this opportunity. The last time that I was here in ANC, we were here for an exercise, and he mentioned about this, and I said that, sir, I was there in Sri Lanka. So then he immediately said that you will be over here for this seminar. Thank you very much, sir. And I must really congratulate you and the entire team of ANC for putting together such a wonderful program. The initiative of the Dweep Diksha Dialogue is, I think, absolutely fantastic, sir. And the excellent and eminent speakers who are here, I think the younger lot of officers and personnel would gain significantly, as some of old people like myself. I also must mention Ms. Meghna and Ms. Glory. I had heard of Meghna when we were in Sri Lanka, and I'll come to that story a little later. I seem to have some sort of an island connect and disaster connection. In 2004, I was in Sri Lanka as the defense advisor to Sri Lanka and Maldives, the Indian High Commissioners there. And 2020, when the COVID happened, I was the Chief of Staff in Andaman and Nicobar Command. So I think finally I'll retire before I go to another island to another appointment. So there won't be any disasters that's happening there. Megha's personal account of her experience was very, very motivating, and it is, I think, a glorious story, not a story, an experience in herself. And of the people who narrated from the first session, their experience of fighting the battle on ground of the tsunami and their personal experience is, I think, something very, very unique, and what was done was, I think, absolutely amazing. The second session, of course, took us to a different level of the Indian Ocean and the India's vision for being a maritime supporting team of envisioning and making Sagar a reality. That was another level. So I must thank everybody for their vision. Now coming to the aspect when we were in Sri Lanka and doing some relief operations, we heard of the story of a little girl who had managed to survive at sea for 4 days when she was picked up by a local fisherman, and it was an Air Force officer's daughter. I just heard the name, and I'd been wanting to meet this young child, and finally had the good fortune of meeting her yesterday. And your story is very inspirational, and that I would like to, before starting this, narrate a similarly inspirational story which happened in Sri Lanka in Batticaloa. As many would know, eastern part of Sri Lanka, many parts were partly under the influence of the LTT at that point of time, and Batticaloa was one of them. There was a church, and there was a priest there, a Tamilian priest, who had 20 children, and he was running an orphanage. For some reason, he had bought a boat and an outboard engine, 250 horsepower engine. God knows for why he had bought it. And when the first wave happened, he didn't think of anything. He just put the children, put the boat into the pathway into the lagoon, and put the children in it and started riding the boat fast. Then he looked back and suddenly saw this. That was the second wave which was coming in, a massive wave coming in. And he thought that we are all going to die. Nothing's going to, save, and all the children my children are going to die. And he told the story to Satyendra Bindra, who was the CNN correspondent then. He says, something told me, God, face danger and you will survive. And he turned the boat around and he rode the wave, and all 20 children survived, and he survived. And they lived to tell the tale. And that is something of a survival story like Meghna's survival story. So with that, I'd like to begin with this timeline. It was 26th of December, as everybody knows, the Boxing Day, day after Christmas. Well, it was the first day that I got a break in 6 months as the DA in Sri Lanka. The first 6 months, there was the first time visit after 22 years of the Indian Naval Chief, Admiral Arun Prakash. 2 months later, it was General Vij, who was the Army Chief. And thanks to those visits, probably what all happened and the speed with which it happened, it was probably due to these visits. So there was a thought in the entire set of officers in the High Commission, should we go to the Bentota Beach Resort or should we go to the Pinnewala Elephant? I think Lord Ganesha guided us and we went to the Pinnewala Elephant Orphanage, and that's when I started getting the calls. So first call, we had just reached there and we were seeing how the elephants were being taken care of. These are the elephants which are picked up from eastern part of Sri Lanka who had suffered injuries due to landmines and the fighting which was going on. And it said there's an invasion from sea. The first thought comes in that, what is the LTT? Then there's a ceasefire which is going on. There was no other update, but 10:45, there was an input which came in that something happened somewhere, and there's a big tidal wave which has struck Ampara, Batticaloa, and Trincomalee. Now, tidal wave there didn't make any sense to me. I was wondering, I was recalling all the things that one had read about sea. No idea. 11 o'clock, there was a confirmation there's a tidal wave has struck the eastern coast and there's vast damage, and even in Gaul there is some damage. There are no details, nothing whatsoever. So I decided to call off my trip and headed back. At 12 o'clock, I spoke to the Chief of Defence Staff of Sri Lanka and the Commander of the Navy, Admiral Sandagiri. And he told me, we need help, we have got something, and it is wants to evacuate. There are some MPs who have got stuck in Nigambo Lagoon, which was off the Katunaike Air Base and the Bandaranaike Airport. So I said, sir, those you can just rescue. He said, there's serious issues on the other side, details I do not know. So there was complete confusion and chaos, and we didn't know what was happening. And 1300 there was a meeting that was held, and I was already heading back, and 1400 we set up. The inputs were completely fuzzy, distorted. We didn't know actually what has happened. The only input was that there's a sea invasion, some tidal wave has come. How it happened, what happened, nobody knew about it. So we said that let's head back and start working. So we headed back. Well, this is a photograph taken in one of the offices in Gaul Naval Base, and this was the time that the wave struck at 9:26. By then we got to know that it was a massive earthquake that had happened off Indonesia, Sumatra coast, and the wave, and Gaul is on the west coast of Sri Lanka. For you to understand, it's on the west coast of Sri Lanka. And we had damage up the way till Colombo. Colombo, there wasn't much major damage, but there was damage. And to assess the situation, I was told to hop into an helicopter, which the Sri Lankan Air Force very kindly provided. And that time, Rear Admiral Mohan Vijay Vikrama, who was the Chief of Staff of the Sri Lankan Navy, later he became the governor of the Eastern Province. He and I flew down. He told me, Suraj, that's what I was addressed as in Sri Lanka. We don't know how we are going to come back. Let's go and assess the situation. Your ships are going to be coming in, so we need to get there and see what is to be done. The reports which flowed that afternoon on 26th are as on the screen, and there were many people dead. These were all preliminary figures, and therefore we were told to prepare, and whatever teams are going to come from India, you have to go to provide the support that is required in whatever possible way to the Sri Lankan armed forces. Well, the formal request came in. It's just a formality because the process was already underway since morning. We did not, for some reason, get to know that there was a massive earthquake and a tsunami had, started in Indonesia after the earthquake. The inputs from the ANI did not fetch up. We had no idea in Sri Lanka what was happening. Firstly, we did not even know the name tsunami. And that is a little bit of a, kind of a little joke that went around in Colombo in the circles, but it was on the lighter side. I'll probably mention it a little later. Same day, 26th, by evening 7:26 p.m. an Islander with one doctor and the paramedics and medicine landed in Ratmalana Air Force Station. And that was when he landed over there, and the ships reached Gaul and Trincomalee next day morning and next day afternoon. That was the speed at which it happened. So when we took off from Colombo, on the way on the west coast till Gaul, this was the devastation that had happened. This West Coast Railway is one single place where we lost, I think, 800 to 900 people in one go. The train was going from Colombo to Gaul, and when the wave struck, the train was completely washed into the lagoon, and we couldn't find, people. And this was one of the most, sad part of the rescue operation or relief operation, picking out the dead from there and moving in. The rail line, you can see how it has got shifted. That was part of the train after the wave was decided. One rail wagon was found about 400 meters inland beyond the lagoon to the far end. So that was the ferocity of the ocean when it struck. Boats were just lifted in Gaul and dumped onto the jetty. I also had a photograph just like that refrigerator on the tree of a car on the 5th floor in Gaul Face. In Gaul Face, there were huge rocks which were forming the breakwater. The rocks were lifted and thrown onto the road. Each rock must be about 2 or 3 tons or 4 tons. They were lying on the road. There was a bus on top of another bus. Gaul Stadium, where people are, it's now in international cricket ground, that was completely ruined. There was a car on the 5th floor, as I mentioned. That photograph somehow I couldn't find to place over here, but there was complete devastation. And now next, which was most painful for a naval officer, to see a ship keel over. That was SLNS, the pride of Sri Lankan Navy, Parakaram Bahu, which was berthed on starboard side too, on the other side of the jetty. It got lifted with the wave, broke lines, and when the water went away, it just capsized on the other side. And we lost a lot of people in that. Far side on the top, you can see there was a LCU, landing craft utility, which was lifted and taken onto the jetty. That was the slipway where they are pulled up for repairs, but it was taken and put in. There was a smaller boat which was onto the commander's office on the 2nd floor. The boat was lifted and landed there. This was the kind of damage. That was a dredger which was operating in Gaul. It was lifted by the second wave, taken inward, and about 50 meters on the jetty. It was left, and when the tide receded, nothing was left, and boats and buoys and everything was unmoved. That was the kind of destruction that happened. And after the first wave, actually the wave oscillation was not very much, but the water receded. It was like a vacuum cleaner sucking out water. And a lot of people, it was in the morning, so they had got up, they came around to pick up fish. And that's when the second wave came, and many people perished in that second wave. Where they went on ashore, and or they just went out with the wave when it receded, that we couldn't find. There were many people who couldn't be found. That was the situation on ground. The harbor was completely blocked. Same was the case. Trincomalee was a little safer harbor, surprisingly, because it's a natural harbor. It is protected. The mouth is in a particular way. So natural harbor was protected and we could operate from there easily. But ships over there had to be outside. Ports access blocked, infrastructure, communications completely damaged, confusion, chaos everywhere. And there was no warning. And finally, we managed to get the Hawaii Tsunami Warning Center's mobile phone number, and they knew the Indian DA there and the commander of the Sri Lankan Navy. We were the people who would get, and for the next 3 weeks, day in and day out, we used to get these warnings. There's another earthquake that has happened. Is there a tsunami that's coming? We used to get calls at all sorts of times of the day, but thankfully nothing happened after that. Well, this was Operation Rainbow in Crux. The relief operation, one of the largest military relief operations that was undertaken by the Indian Armed Forces for 2.5 months in Sri Lanka. And there was the kind of bonding and kind of functioning and synergy that we had with the Sri Lankan Armed Forces and the government was absolutely phenomenal, and that's a lesson to be learned. The High Commission was working 24/7 from 1400 hours on 26 December till 30th of March. And for the first week, we never went back home. We just stayed there and we would get on, and then we were supplemented by some other officers. Well, tsunami relief operation got underway and was set into 3 phases: induction of relief materials, conducting operations, and thereafter carrying out de-induction. The first Dornier, as I had mentioned, had landed. The relief assistance was the first to arrive, and we had Sergeant Lieutenant Commander G. Parthasarthi. When he left from Kochi, he did not know where his mother and his sister were, because they were that morning on the beach in Chennai, on the Marina Beach in Chennai. And if you have seen the videos of that time, Marina Beach also had massive waves. They were untraceable. He was given an option. Do you want to go back and look for your mother and sister? He said, no, I have been given a duty and I will do my duty. Well, that's what the armed forces training brings us to. It was only on the 3rd day that we got to know that his mother and his sister were safe. The ships which arrived was on 27th evening and afternoon, and these ships continued to provide a lot of relief to the Sri Lankan Armed Forces. Now, the unique thing was that the ships were placed under SOPA, and the control and command and control was given to the Sri Lankan Armed Forces Authority, who could deploy anywhere and everywhere whatever they required to do. There was a virtual air-sea bridge which was created between Sri Lanka and India. And given the kind of effort that was going on, we were made aware of the effort that was going on, because Andaman and Nicobar Islands had borne the brunt of it. The effort which was going on, still the aircraft were pulled out and sorties were flown. In fact, I remember once the people were working with their hands, and we couldn't find shovels and pickaxes. We flew down a sortie of Dorniers from 2 sorties from Kochi by bringing in these. We came to a stage in the relief camps where there were no sanitary pads available in Sri Lanka. People went into panic buying. The markets completely dried up. There were 2 IL sorties filled up, completely full of sanitary pads which were brought in for the displaced personnel to those camps. So that is the kind of bonding and things that was set in the motion, that was put in. And these 4 sorties were flown in and day out. Well, you recognize this person. He is the President Chief of Naval Staff. He was part of the tsunami relief operations in Trincomalee. His ship had gotten a lot of relief, and their teams were doing a great job. Various medical camps and teams were set up. Now, all these camps and teams that were set up in consultation with the Sri Lankan Armed Forces. They lived with them, they worked with them, they supported them. All the material that was required was brought in by either an IL or by a ship into Colombo, and we would thereafter send it. I remember once we had got a lot of relief material which had arrived by air. We couldn't find trucks to take the material. So when in trouble, turn towards the army, they'll find a solution. We turned to Sri Lankan army, and they commandeered deployed some 10 trucks and it was 15 truck load of relief material to be sent to different areas, and all the material was sent across to them. We had medical teams, naval medical teams, army medical team, complete field hospital was set up in 3 different locations, and they looked after the personnel. The camp photographs are already there, and the work which was done by our people along with the Sri Lankan Armed Forces is, I think, the great bonding that we established with them. Clearing of debris, whether it was on land or in the water, whether it was technical assistance to repair generators, fire pumps, motors, etc., or it was cleaning up wells. Fresh water was a major problem. There was no source of fresh water. So the first thing was done to clean up the wells. And the second one was to be done was to dispose of those who had perished in the tsunami. And we could not get the bleaching powder that is required to put on the graves in the kind of mass burial because the bodies were beyond recognition. They were decomposed. And those sort of disposal can only be done by personnel in uniform. And it was a very sad thing. I remember our team was working along with the Sri Lankan army team, and everybody was in tears when they were doing that. So those are memories. There was rebuilding parallelly started because many roads in the east and the south had broken, and they had to be restored immediately. So we had a 203 engineering regiment of the Madras sappers, Thambis, who were there, and they did a fabulous job in restoring the bridges. The Bailey bridges were brought in from GRSC. I remember asking them. There were 4 Bailey's bridges in Sri Lanka, but I think we all got so used to construction of normal bridges that people had forgotten how to assemble them. So the team, both the Sri Lankan army engineers and the Indian army engineers went through the manual quickly, and they started assembling the bridge. And one particular bridge which was particularly deeply appreciated by everybody, this was in Ampara South, and then Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapakse had gone there personally to thank the Indian team. Now there was very limited effort that was there, and a 350-foot long Bailey bridge to connect the either side of the Arugam Bay was built. That was a major movement, and support and operations could happen after the bridge was set up. Salvage operations were carried out by the divers in various ports, including checking of the railway bridges, including from underwater sensors, and that they were carrying to check the integrity of the bridges, so that if the bridges had got damaged, the alternate routes had to be evolved. Well, this is the sonar picture of a sunken fishing boat, sunken prawn, and the hydrographic survey of the harbors when they were undertaken. All these charts were prepared, and the hydrographic survey of Galle, Trinco, Colombo, and KKS harbor was undertaken by 3 survey ships which were deployed, and they ensured the clearing up of all the harbors and operationalize of all the 4 harbors for safer navigation. The kind of challenges that you heard were faced in the Andamans, we could make do this thing in about 20 days to ensure that the harbors were operational. There was a helping hand for one and all. There were people who came in and they were looking for the joint team of Indian and Sri Lankan personnel, military personnel, who were providing help. They didn't go anywhere, and all these we were functioning out of old buildings. Wherever we could find place, we went around to help out all the personnel. This was the handing over ceremony of the server charts by then High Commissioner of India in Sri Lanka, Mrs. Nirupama Rao, to Mr. Lakshman Kadirgamar, who was the foreign minister that time. Subsequently, he was assassinated by the LTT. We had covered, there was media that was flown in. Satinder Bindra was one of the first journalists to land there with the CNN, and they were given a brief. And this is by 16th of January, the roads had already been restored, connectivity was established. So air effort reduced, and thereafter we started bringing down the air effort. The roadway network was reduced, and we started de-induction. We started on 20th of January and completed on 13th of March. The interesting part was that the command and control organization was overall with the HQ IDS. The disaster relief centers were set up in the High Commission. The helicopters and the aircraft were placed at the disposal of the Sri Lankan Air Force, the naval helicopters also, with the detachment commanders, and wherever the Sri Lankan Air Force wanted to depute them, they could be deployed. And the ships remained under command of the COs and the SOPA, and we worked very closely again with the Sri Lankan Navy to make sure that the ships were there wherever the support was required. And there was all ADAM logistics and operational support was provided by the High Commission. The situational briefings used to happen in various areas, and these photographs will show you the kind of interaction it was there. Up right over there is the then Prime Minister, Mr. Mahinda Rajapaksa, interacting directly with our commanding officers, taking a feedback, what they needed, what couldn't become, and what they could muster from their resources they were being provided. We had the Sri Lankan armed forces and the police working closely anywhere and everywhere, discussing briefing, coordination. I think the bonding was absolutely amazing. The number of sorties that were flown in the initial part is just as on the screen. These were the number of ships and where they were deployed. So we had roughly 6 ships and or close to 1,000 Indian military personnel on deck on ground, and we had these many aircraft at a given time. The command control operations, communication was the key to success. They were free and frank discussions. There was nothing hidden. There was complete transparency, and everything was very frank. The deployments were done in consultation with the Sri Lankan military, and the briefings used to happen and debriefings used to happen every day. Because when the operations, relief operations were going on, a lot of NGOs from everywhere across the world, they sent relief supplies. This was also an unfortunate time in which a lot of contraband started getting pushed into Sri Lanka for the LTT. And therefore, there was a clampdown that had to be put in, and there was a bit of hue and cry amongst the NGOs, global NGOs, saying that you're putting a restriction. But they had to be, and we had seen in particular consignment, there were helicopter and weapons which had been shipped in, and therefore it had to be, the security was overall with the Sri Lankan military to ensure that everything was done. And that's why we operated completely with the Sri Lankan armed forces. There was complete transparency, harmony, synergy at national leadership, and plans were discussed. Logistic support was completely by the government of India. There was not a single penny that was charged to the Sri Lankan government. It was from a friend in need, a friend in in helping. Supplies. There are some of the lessons learned, some of them have already been covered, and some of these things were complete new discovery, eureka for all of us who were working there. First 2 or 3 days, they sent us some dry ration. There was no place for cooking. There was no cooking oil. You require some MREs and stuff like that. And many of these recommendations found their way into the report, and the NDRF and the disaster relief bricks which were created were based on some of the inputs that were provided from here. Something as simple as clothing, the region and the weather compatibility. Somebody said blankets are reached in dozens. You don't require hundreds and thousands of blankets in Sri Lanka. You're not doing something in a cold country. The clothes size were out of size. So all these things were put into inputs, and weather protective gear, medical relief supplies. One thing that was very important that was seen is the validity of the medicines and the pediatric. Pediatrician, gynecologist, and the PHS specialist, these are key in any disaster area, and water is one of those that is immediately required. So these are things that have been factored in now. Something as simple as torch batteries we couldn't find, and there was a problem, and ropes, etc. People went into panic buying, and therefore we had to take in that. Special needs for women, children, girls, and the elderly have to be factored in when you do this. So some of these were lessons learned. Mechanized equipment, communications, media, integral teams. We had again a little bit of a unfair input by some of the media people who were flown in, and they kind of gave adverse report after the good work that was being done. So it is media which way they flip. Sometimes you don't know. So sometimes it's good and sometimes not so good to have them with us. Well, these are the relief team interaction on board the ships. Whom you see on the left side photograph is subsequently was the commander of the Sri Lanka Navy, then Commodore Columbage, and then the High Commissioner of Sri Lanka, I think in Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken. In conclusion, it generated a lot of goodwill for the Indian Armed Forces. We already had good bonds, strengthened the ties, and enhanced cooperation between the two countries. Some of the remarks that were on the visitors book by the dignitaries, that's by Mr. Lakshman Kadirgamar, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, by Admiral Sandagiri, the Chief of Defence Staff and the Commander of the Sri Lanka Navy, and by the Secretary, Ministry of Ports and Aviation. Well, the Indian naval team which was there was honoured by the President, the then President Chandrika Kumaratunge, in the President's house, and by the Prime Minister to the Indian Army team which had worked over there in Sri Lanka. With that, I think it's been a great thing. This is actually a hotel which was there. I was trying to find the original one, in which there was a Tsunami beach resort in the Yala resort in south of Sri Lanka, in Yala. And all that was left of the resort was the signboard in a wooden thing nailed onto a coconut tree, which had turned 180 degrees opposite. So that was Tsunami Beach Resort for you, and nothing left of the resort. Then subsequently this hotel came up there where the resort existed. So with that, I would like to finish, and I would say that the effort that everybody had put in, it was a whole of government approach on the Indian side and the Sri Lankan side, and we worked very, very closely. And I think this was the beginning of the fact that the Indian armed forces at this level and scale in an international event providing relief, when you are struck yourself at home, it just goes to say that the vision of Sagar, the vision of being the first responder, is from the heart of the Indian military as well as the Indian leadership. And friends in IOR, the geography cannot change. We all have to work together for a common good. With that, I would like to once again thank the SINCAN for giving me this opportunity. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Suraj, for covering that. I think this is a classic example of the soft power of the Indian armed forces at display in the neighborhood. And we've always managed to be the first responders. And I think these were the the beginning of the Quad subsequently took place post the tsunami, when the other nations realized as to what India can do, and what India has the capability to bring on the table. And we've improved much more since then. For the next talk, over to you, Professor Janki.
Am I visible or should I stand on a little stool? Thank you. The pointers with you. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for inviting me, and also thank you for accommodating a topic which is jara hatke, as we say. So I think the organizers have been a little indulgent, and I'm glad about that. I also want to sort of share the idea that the Tata Institute of Social Sciences has had a very, very long history of doing disaster response work. We just sort of go as faculty and students. The history goes back to 1947, where we had sent, the institute was set up in 1936. 1947 was the first time faculty and students went to Kurukshetra and worked in refugee camps. And I have been part of that very proud tradition, and I have been able to lead teams in disaster situations. And as you can imagine, we always get asked this question: what are you women doing in a disaster situation? Because we imagine disasters as an event where essentially it's all about rescue. So I think we have had to deal with that question, and I'm sure that that's a question that you're probably also thinking about. But I thought I should at least mention this, that I've had a fair bit of experience of doing disaster response work, and my experience comes of doing HADR or interacting with people who are involved in HADR, largely a militaristic sort of terminology, which is understood, I think, globally, that when militaries respond to disasters, we are talking about it as HADR. We don't talk about it as just disaster management. We talk about humanitarian assistance. So I also want to sort of acknowledge that I have deep, deep respect for the armed forces for the kind of work that they do. And I think I've also had the good fortune of making some really good friends, like Air Commodore Nitin Sathe, who was squadron leader then, and we landed in Karnik. And he said, that was 26th of January, and he said, today is the first day when my men are sort of, I've given them a rest day now, and I don't want to fly, because we wanted to go to Kachal. And we said, no, we need to go to Kachal, and quite adamant. And he was kind enough to sort of say that, okay, ek chopper hai, which I can fly, and he flew us to Kachal. So I think with that, we've had sort of a great bonding since then, because that's a story that I often recall, that you do make connections, you do make friends, this kind of collaboration that is needed. And I think it's also that somebody places a little bit of faith in you to say that, yeah, I'm sure, you guys are persistent and you're going to do something good out there. So yes, also indeed to get to Karnik, we had to get a whole lot of permissions. All of that was done. I remember going to Admiral Ramanpuri, who we saw in the film in the morning, and meeting him on a Saturday or a Sunday, I think, and I met him at his house because we had to get clearances, etc., etc. So I think people, once they realize that you represent an institution and you represent a good intent, they put faith in you, which I think I have been able to ride on. And again, many of our students and faculty have been part of this process. So I want to acknowledge the kind of great work that armed forces do. And having said all of that, I'm going to also do a little bit of a critique of HADR protocols and guidelines that we are increasingly bringing out. So you'll bear with me on that. I do believe that national seminars are meant to sort of push boundaries, and you might find my presentation a little provocative. So bear with me on that. Okay, so broadly, this is the structure of my presentation. What is the impact of disasters on women? And this is universal, and I think Admiral Berry had talked about some of the issues that you face. I'm going to little bit mention about what we experienced in the Nicobars after the tsunami, and then I'm going to go on to addressing the whole issue of gender within HADR and what is the global gender gap. There are statistics which I'm going to share with you. And I'm going to close with the idea that is it possible for us to engender HADR, not just in India, but across the globe as well. Okay, so this is a reality that women are disproportionately impacted by disasters. There's enough data, there's a lot of statistics, number of studies which give us this idea, comprehensive idea that we have today, that women are disproportionately impacted, whether it is in terms of death rates, displacement. There's data which is telling us about women's vulnerability to climate change, so we got to be able to work on that as well in a more proactive manner. The economic impact, the issue of bank accounts. Women don't have bank accounts. I think in relief and refugee camps, because we are talking about HADR, not just natural disasters, but also in the context of conflict. Sexual violence, recovery, I think all these are issues which are extremely well documented, and we need to pay some attention to how our HADR protocols speak to some of these issues. Now, why is it that women are impacted disproportionately? And studies tell us that gender differences in death rates are directly linked to women's economic and social rights. And we are talking about human rights, and I'm glad that General Hasnain mentioned that early warning is a human right. And I think we need to move from this whole idea of humanitarian response as charity to understanding humanitarian aid as a matter of right. And if women do not enjoy equal rights, indeed, we know what the consequence would be. So in societies where men and women enjoyed equal rights, disasters cause the same number of deaths in both sexes. So why is this so? I think there's lots of literature on this, excellent studies that have been done across 141 countries. Okay, now coming to I think we have had a lot of this, so I'm going to skip this. The fact that shorelines were altered, jetties were destroyed, health infrastructure became defunct as most government employees left from the smaller islands to Port Blair. You know, this is another issue that I want to probably flag, that we keep talking about evacuation and we talk about civilian population as if they are one homogeneous whole. The Nicobari tribals did not evacuate. A large number of, for them that was home. The people who evacuated was all the government employees who had permanent jobs, and they were sort of holding positions either in schools or Anganwadis or health centers and so on. So I think this is something that no one has mentioned, and I want to flag that. Yes, we were in Kachal, and what was needed in the Nicobar Islands, if you look at it from a vulnerability perspective, even after 1 month, we found that children's and women's clothes had not reached. And I'm not sure, although protocols do mention it, whether we do carry women and children's clothes. The schools were away from the coast and they became relief camps. Usually the schools do become, I mean, that's the way things are. That's usually a good pakka structure. So schools become relief camps. And what we saw in Kachal was that the toilets became grossly insufficient. And one of the first things people said is that we need to fix our toilets. And the other issue, of course, was also that since the jetties were gone, if you had to go from Kachal, if you had to go to Kardeep, I mean Nankauri, you had to board a ferry, but that ferry would be somewhere at a distance. So people had to wade through mangled remains, get onto a chota hodi, and then get onto a ferry and then move forward. So these are challenges which we don't think about. And these are situations, this is a situation we saw after 1 month. Okay, so one can sort of, yes, now these are pictures where in Kachal, we had in our team a landscape architect, and we had a small, on Kachal you had a colonel with a small unit of people, some Jawans, and these guys got together and they built a makeshift jetty. I don't know if you can see it from at the back. And that was something that was much, much appreciated. And this is something that I think we are proud of. The other picture where you see the women, the landscape architect also sort of, he had worked earlier in the Northeast, and we built dry toilets with the help of women. So this is the dry toilets being constructed because Kachal as an island has a lot of rubber plantations. So it's not like it's the jungle. And all the Nicobari tribals, essentially their villages are coastal villages. So they all moved inwards, but then you didn't have what they needed to sort of carry on their lives on an everyday basis. Okay. So the point I'm making here really is that post-disaster needs are gendered. And what is gendering? It is the act of describing something as exhibiting gender differentiated patterns. And I think we need to recognize that there are a wide range of biological differences, and we need to recognize the needs of women and girls as being distinct from that of men. This has been alluded to. We do require well-lit toilets, menstrual health, reproductive health, safety, security of women, nature of clothing. In most situations, women bear the burden of doing food gathering, not just in the tsunami context, but I'm talking about societies and rural communities. And all these are generally ignored or subsumed under the label of victims or beneficiaries. And I think, therefore, it's important for us to bring to center stage the idea of gendering and ensure that gender minorities are well taken care of and their needs well recognized. So there's a lot written about the fact that women's perspectives and travails suffer from silences and erasure in most HADR policies, as we speak of the affected community as if they were one uniform whole. So we need to recognize again that there is gender differentiation and needs vary. I think all of us in the morning were touched by what Meghna had to share. Although the fact that she was here because she was a tsunami survivor, I think when we listen to her, we actually look at her more as an agentic being. I don't think she represents what one would call a victim or a beneficiary, but an agentic person. And I think this human side of things we need to recognize. So, if far from being victims, we need to recognize again that women are agentic and they have a lot to offer on a wide range of issues. And I think HADR policies, protocols need to represent some of these aspects of what women have to offer to a given situation. Here are images which I've intentionally chosen some of these images which tell us that women are highly industrious, they're equally part of rebuilding processes, and in particular, Nicobari women are women who work pretty hard at various levels, and we don't seem to see these women when we probably are doing our response work. I don't know, but I think we don't tell these stories often enough. Okay, so should HADR policies be gender sensitive or gender aware or gender responsive? Or is it okay for HADR to be gender neutral or gender blind? I think we often sort of say that for us, we are just rescuing people. Yeah, so we are saving lives, we are providing relief, and we don't discriminate. In fact, we are trained to focus on women, children, elderly, and so on. So I think this is a valid question, and I'm going to address this frontally. This is a little inflection to sort of, I want you to just read it, as to how our gender stereotypes, culturally what we believe about women, how does it get translated into policies? So you may have a personal opinion that a woman's place is in the home. Women who go out and work are destroying homes, neglect children, etc., etc. And therefore, when you sit in a position of power, you are likely to hire women only if men are not available. So I think these are classical things across the world, and I'm going to tell you it's not just quintessential to India or Southeast Asian countries. I'll come to that aspect of gender gap in a minute. Okay, so I'll move to the next slide. Yeah, women are undependable, they will miss work, they'll get pregnant, and you'll be left fighting for an extra hand. So better to hire them part-time. Always women are dispensable. Women know how to take orders. Yeah, because that's our patriarchal mindset. So there's no need to consult women. I think these are deeply entrenched attitudes and stereotypes that we carry with us. And outspoken, self-confident women are troublemakers. And if you have to hire, make sure that, in fact, I've been talking to a lot of women in the armed forces, and all of them say that we have to prove ourselves and we have to work doubly hard to prove ourselves. And I think, well, that's the world we live in. Okay, so the argument that is made here is that gender neutral is actually gender blind. Yeah. So gender blindness is failure to recognize gender specificities, and that gender is an essential determinant of social outcomes of any intervention, and this has long-term impacts. So a gender blind mentality places a blindfold on the systems, policies, and organizational culture that keeps women from various freedoms and accessing what is due to them. I could give lots of examples, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. It discourages equality and slows down the process of achieving equal access to aid and services. So accessing aid, women find it that much more difficult to access aid and services. And that's, again, well documented. Gender greatly impacts our experiences, and women's experiences have historically been ignored, and therefore we need to talk about women. It ignores the struggle and endurance of gender minorities in patriarchal societies. It adds to wage gap, equal participation, and growth gets impaired. I think we talked in the morning also about Vikasit Bharat. We are also talking about women-led development. And all this is not going to happen if we think that, well, women will somehow catch up or that they can be ignored. It can be used as a smokescreen for blatant or systemic sexism in all workplaces and can impact opportunities. So without acknowledging gender, we become prey to our biases, which then perpetuate the oppressive systems that deny women's ability to grow. And I always wonder, why is it that in an HADR national seminar, we are a big country and a populous one at that, why is it that there's only one woman speaker? Yeah. All right, so I think I have spoken about this, so I'm going to move on. Basically, when you are gender blind, you feel that you have the ability to ignore one gender completely. So we believe that blindness to gender differences perpetuates inequality and stifles diversity as well. Okay, this is something that has been talked about, and just it's good for us to become familiar with that there are different approaches. One is gender discriminatory, gender blind, gender sensitive, gender responsive, and then gender transformative. So when you have gender transformative approaches, you're going to have a more equitable society. And our aim should be to transform society where we work towards greater equality between men and women. And why is this important? Because the global gender gap, according to the World Economic Forum, we have closed only 68.5% of the gender gap. And although it is narrowing, it is going to take us 134 more years to bridge the global gender gap. So gender equality, I think, is a Sustainable Development Goal number 5, and it's a human right and a precondition for realizing all other Sustainable Development Goals. I thought I'll put before all of us, because sometimes we operate from a class position where we feel that, yes, there's a lot of equality, but it's a good idea for us to look at national statistics across countries. And I have made a conscious effort to bring in data from all the countries that are represented here. We have representatives from different countries, and it tells us where we stand. I think India ranks, unfortunately, 129, and there are other countries. You can take a quick look. Top of the list is Iceland, bottom of the list is Sudan. And it is 4 key dimensions across which the gender gap is measured: economic participation and opportunity, educational attainment, health and survival, and political empowerment. And no country has achieved full gender parity. And in fact, if we start looking at the data in a disaggregated manner across these 4 dimensions, I think it's very illuminating, to say the least. Okay, so I'll skip this. So disaster impacts are both spatially and socially uneven. When we look at stories about what happened to people, let's say in the Air Force Base, I think we also need to look at stories of what happened to the Nicobari community. Okay, so we know this, that women, sexual minorities, indigenous communities are marginalized before, during, and after disasters. So there's literature on this. And how do we take cognizance of this and use opportunities available to ensure that the process of marginalization is not repeated? So what is needed? A broad agreement between countries on questions of equity and justice. So our fulcrum actually needs to be equity and justice. So we need to operate from that standpoint. We cannot operate from a situation that, since we are the last resort, whatever we do would be fine. I think we need to measure up. So the idea of accountability needs to come in a big way. And the idea of disaster justice needs to get reflected in the way in which we do our HADR work. And if you don't write about it, we know that person on the ground has to do whatever is the right thing. I mean, the person has to follow. Now, if that person happens to have all kinds of biases, yeah, the biases will pan out in the way in which you conduct your HADR. A degree of community sensitivity, I think cultural sensitivity is important. And we need to embed lessons learned and engender HADR through guidelines that we develop. And I think we could also be using various regional cooperation platforms and make sure that gender gets reflected, gender sensitivity gets reflected in these. Okay, so we need to therefore interrogate and contextualize HADR approaches. I'm going to skip this slide. And what does engendering HADR mean? It means that we look at it through a gender lens in order to ensure that it's aware of how gender awareness or its absence shapes HADR actions. So these approaches then are moving from defense of the state to security of the individual. And I think if we are able to operate with this security of individual idea of within HADR, we would make huge progress. Okay, so there's a detailed analysis that I've done of our HADR guidelines that India brought out in the year 2024 in the month of October. But due to paucity of time, I'm not going to present that here. And I think it's worth an exercise to look at how gender sensitive are these HADR guidelines. And in our guidelines, we have stated that we have drawn from a wide variety of countries, including US and Japan and Africa and so on and so forth. But I think it also tells us that universally, HADR guidelines are gender blind. That doesn't make it all right. Okay? Okay, this is just a very quick example of how we reproduce the idea of women as helpless victims. This is an image on the back cover. So the woman is the victim, beneficiary, person who's affected, and the men are saving her. And in India, you also have the NDRF. There was a particular situation where there was, we are very proudly announcing that an all-female team of freshly trained National Disaster Response Force was deployed for contingency duties on the bank of Ganga River in anticipation of floods and so on. And that newspaper article shows this image and says rescue operations carried out by NDRF personnel, representational image. So you're talking about an all-women NDRF contingent, but the image is that of a woman. How do we do this? Okay. So there was no photo of all-women contingent, and no one thought of sending it, asking for it, and so on. Okay, so gender equality programming, I'm coming to the end, is, I think, an ethical and a legal responsibility. And this is actually an image from a school in Karnik, where you see the girls playing. And essentially it sort of, when you look at our ethical responsibility, we are strengthening our commitment to support the most vulnerable. So do we look at the most vulnerable, or we just look at people? So all these people need rescuing, and we sort of go in and do what needs to be done, and we sort of tell our stories. So we believe that all development work and relief work is rights-based. It should be rights-based. And I want to draw attention to the fact that there are guidelines, the Gender Handbook for Humanitarian Action, that the IASC, which is the highest body within the UN, that has brought out on gender and humanitarian action. And there is another document by UNIFEM, it's now called UN Women, which is also talking about how to integrate gender within HADR and humanitarian action. So there are dimensions, there are recommendations, there are things that are available globally, which we need to pay attention to and maybe integrate. I think the US HADR guidelines at least provide links to some of these documents. So they've moved a little ahead, but not necessarily integrated it in a manner that, because I don't think anyone's going to go to read a book where there is a link provided in your HADR guideline, right? So you need to actually write about it, because if you don't write about it, well, you're going to be gender blind. So these are some of the recommendations about what should gender sensitive humanitarian action look like. So you can take a look at it. I'm happy to share, or the guidelines which are available internationally, they're all available online. I think we could definitely look into some of those guidelines and learn from them. And this is actually my last slide, where I do believe that inclusive HADR, we have a very long way to go. And it represents the idea of a nation state being socially responsive, inclusive, and also conscious of issues of social justice. And integrating gender in humanitarian action is a shared responsibility to bridge the global gender gap. So it's not just about India. I think wherever we work, whenever we respond to other countries, I think we need to address the issue of gender differentials. And it's the responsibility of all humanitarian workers, no matter whether they represent the armed forces or civil or administrative systems. So in conclusion, all people can live in a more equitable society if we eliminate systemic impediments and prioritize equity and gender sensitivity in each of our official and policy documents and in the process of policy making and decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Janki, for bringing out this aspect. I am quite sure that many of us probably were not aware of the gender discrimination and the insensitivity that existed. And I can see, I think General Atta Hasnan has his task cut out, for his next guidelines in the NDMA. But I think we are all responsible in every organization or field that we are working in to ensure that there is gender equality. We have 15-20 minutes available for questions, and I would like to throw the house open to questions. Please raise your hand, introduce yourself, and be brief. Keynote.
Sir, I am Colonel Nadeem from NDMA. To Mrs. Janki, Professor Janki rather, my apologies for that. Ma'am, I would like to just apprise you and this forum. NDMA is pretty sensitive about gender sensitivity. Towards this end, exercises or otherwise all walk exercises, the women and the children are being made to participate. You just heard in the morning, this station itself participated in that. Otherwise, also in all walk exercises, it is mandatory gender lady officer is sent along with the walk exercise team to conduct walk exercises in all the states that we conduct every now and then. In every state, we keep going and doing walk exercises. Apart from all this, the Prime Minister Empowerment Agenda also very categorically states in point number 3, the women leadership. There also the gender diversity comes. Yes, we are way back, way behind doing it. But yes, we are moving toward that and we definitely come to it. Thank you.
There was another question at the back. Yeah.
Jan sir, I am Lieutenant Amit Pant from INS Kesri. Sir, my question directed towards Air Commodore Nitin Sathe. Sir, since you have spoken on the leadership, request to know your views about the community leadership, its necessity and the role of community leadership in the aftermath of natural calamities such as tsunami.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. Yeah, I think you had a question there, Rajesh.
I have dealt this disaster management issue when Uttarakhand flash floods came. So my experience is that in each of such operation, we are more sensitive to the requirement of women folk as well as our elderlies. In terms of evacuations, the first priority is given to them. Then whenever we are organizing the relief camp, the separate place, whatever is available in that particular scenario, we do take care of special needs. And perhaps our culture is like teaches us, thus teaches us that we treat our woman like next to goddess. That is the respect we have got. And when we are carrying out these operations, all these sensitivities are taken care of. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes, Shrikant.
Issue. Since Professor Janki said there's a bit of she like us to get provoked. So this is the provocation, but I'm joking. The point is, I'm not getting into it from a think tank perspective, but still like to engage you a little conceptually on this. Are there problems with the way women are dealt with in our society? Of course. Should therefore there be a lot of policy changes across a stream of policy interventions from health to public policy to even intake within the military? Of course, there's no doubt about that. But should I start to see HADR specifically through a gender issue and then transpose everything that is wrong with our gender issues into the HADR template and then believe that therefore we are going about doing HADR the wrong way? I'll have a slight question mark on this. If I can just extend my argument for 60 seconds more. It is entirely probably correct to say that the relief and the rehabilitation aspects of HADR should of course make, there can be no doubt, there can be no disagreements at all that not only should there be no gender discrimination, it should be gender sensitive or gender transformative if you want it. I don't know whether people will hoist that signal, but they should, they could. But the point is, much of HADR is in the immediate response and the rescue aspect. Now, as has been brought out, you can raise NDRF battalions, which has a lot of women, to bring in that balancing factor. But if the bulk of your HADR is going to happen through armed forces, if bulk of the armed forces is going to be male, not because we want it that way, but it is structured that way, then I'm going to prioritize in my rescue and relief guys who are very, very good at rescue and relief. Just to say, the one I'm going to choose for a rescue is a crack helicopter pilot, not what his political views on gender are. He could be the biggest MCP for all I care, but if he's going to be the best helicopter pilot and going to bring up 400 people out, I'll choose him for the mission. Now, are we therefore going to choose all of these people on the basis of how much gender sensitive they are, or what is his general, this one in that field? I think there are serious problems with the field level. And I'm saying this because when we operate, for example, with pirates, in Somalia cases, yes, we would have wanted women, when you get women on the board, you'd want women in lots of places. But what happens if they are not there? You do best with what we have. So my humble suggestion is the rescue and response part should be kept cutting edge with the operational efficiency as the key factor. And when it goes to relief and rehabilitation, I guess these factors should be brought in. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, please.
That she can comment on my
please. Yes, on.
Okay, anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, you can use
I think there's a degree of oversensitivity on the subject. Frankly saying, as someone who's been with the NDMA for 5 years, I admit I was not sensitive enough when we drafted those guidelines. I'm admitting it, absolutely. I took it upon myself that these guidelines must come out this year in the month of September, and that's how it came out 3 months ago. While drafting them, we did keep the aspect of gender sensitivity in mind, but we did not go to that last mile. There's no doubt about it. Having said that, I think all that we are looking for is optimization, nothing more. The best that we can do under the circumstances. So therefore, issues such as whether the best pilot is there, whether you are putting a lady pilot to come in there, etc., I don't think are really relevant. If it matters, let me tell you, when we sent our field hospital, the 60 para field hospital, winners of the Prime Minister's Award last year, when we sent them to Turkey, we consciously sent 6 lady doctors. We were the only contingent from anywhere in the world, medical contingent, which came with lady doctors. So that should itself just confirms that there is a degree of sensitivity there. Not enough, perhaps. We need to work much more.
Okay. Thank you for that observation that yes, we need to do more. And I think that's the point I'm making. And that's also the reason I said that one has a lot of respect and one is not discounting the work that the armed forces do. Within gender analysis, we talk about something called add women and stir, which is a highly problematic approach. We are not saying that just by inclusion of a woman, you've become gender sensitive. Okay? Because the woman herself may be someone who internalizes patriarchy and the same discriminatory processes. So it's not men versus women. We are talking about gender sensitivity across the board. If I'm brought up in a society which privileges, I think we all know that we are constantly told women are women's worst enemy and all of that. It is because, women are also brought up with the same patriarchal ideas about, well, men and women are unequal, men are superior. I think this is something that's culturally taught to us. So it's not, let me make this very clear, it is not about including women in a program because that's tokenism. My question to the provocative stance here is that why do we accept the idea that you can have the best of your crack pilots, but he could be the worst of MCPs? I think the point I'm making is that that crack pilot needs to be gender sensitive. That's the point we are making, and let's intellectually at least accept that your crack pilot will not be an MCP. When will we stand up and say that all my men, all my officers will not be MCP? I think this cop-out that, it's okay for men to be like that, it's going to take a long time, we are brought up like that, and armed forces will take a long time to change and so on. I think for how long are we going to say this? It's only when the Supreme Court tells us, knock on your knuckles and say, well, get your act together. So I think let's also recognize that all of this is happening because there is a very, very strong feminist movement out there which is pushing. So it's not that, well, we'll do it when we want to. I think the gender gap tells us globally there is an issue which we need to address. Okay? So does that sort of... And I think also saying that it's going to take time. How much time?
No.
Because we are bringing up our boys, our girls in the same frame. That needs to change. Yeah? Okay, he can speak. We can fight about it. I'm used to this. So don't worry, because there's like a hall full of gentlemen, officers. In fact, I had requested for all the lady officers to come in if it was possible to sort of listen into this debate, because I think this is what we need to discuss. And I think all of you, I know something is going on in your head as to a million questions about what about this and what about that and what about that. So I think I'm doing my job when I'm here provoking all of you. He's asking me to respond to the question of community leadership. I think the question really is that how do we integrate within HADR processes community level activities. And I can give my take on this. The reality is, okay, I was invited once in Kochi as an observer by the Navy, which was doing an HADR exercise. I think maybe it was 15 years ago. And there were a couple of journalists who were also there. And they did a brilliant job. I was extremely impressed. Wonderful. When they were packing up and leaving, what they did, they set up a field hospital, a live field hospital with segregation of, all of that, waste segregation and so on. And when they're leaving, they packed up everything and they left. So in the debriefing, I was asking them that, are you aware that every community in India, every community has a community health center or a sub-center, a primary health center or a community health center or a sub-center? How were you interfacing with that local resource, human resource? There are nurses, there are doctors. Are we doing anything with them? So they said, no, but that's not something that we are aware of. So I think the question is valid, that we need to work closely with local administration in order to hand over systems that you have established with regard to, protocol about segregation and, all your triage, etc., that you do. So I think it's a valid point that how do we involve the community? Because although we keep saying that armed forces are the first responders, the reality is that the community is the first responder. Every disaster, it's the local community. Even before NDRF or army or anyone reaches, it is the community that rallies around and does things that needs to be done. And we need to recognize that. So, I mean, that's, I think, a valid point. I don't know if you want to take.
No, I'll just, can I say? Since the question was me, I think I'll take a minute, sir. Firstly, what happened in Karnikobar, I'll go with that perspective, what I saw there, that when we went out to see people outside, we saw them, they were much more resilient. They had come up within the next 2-3 days, after 2-3 days of the tsunami, they were back on their feet. They were looking where to settle down. They were looking at what to do. But did they have the wherewithal? That was one. Whether the government had provided the correct wherewithal, like somebody, the CNC said that blankets were sent. Same thing happened here. There were tins that were sent. There were blankets that were sent. So the leadership outside, the community leadership that we met, that was only after about a week or so when we were looking inwards all the time in the first few days, trying to settle ourselves in Karnikobar. Thereafter, when we went outside, we met the people and the kind of bonds that we had to re-establish, because they felt left out in the initial part of and the civil administration, like it was said, that people have gone away home or they were looking after their own disasters, personal disasters that had struck them. So there was actually nothing outside. So we realized that we had to step in, find the leaders within the communities, speak to them. And what we managed later on, of course, was to kind of call them over. We had a barter system going. We used to give them a little ration. They used to climb the trees, get us the coconuts so that we could have the fresh water from them. And those kind of things, relationships started. Thereafter, of course, football matches, getting their children over, going for Christmas, all that started much later. But then we kind of met the community leaders and then got them to speak to us and tell us what their problems were. Because the biggest problem that we found was that since we were looking for more land, there was this, everybody was kind of looking at it as if we were going to go and steal their homes. Yeah.
I do think it's important for the audience to know this aspect of community response is absolutely relevant. And now the system is, you'll be happy to know, what is called the Abda Mitra scheme. 100,000 Abda Mitras, friends in disaster, have been created in 325 districts of India. And this is expanding. The NCC is coming into it. The Nehru Yuva Kendra is coming into it. National Service Scheme is coming into it. We are going to have a very large segment of community responders. The only thing that's happening, they're not paid. They're all volunteers. They're trained by the NDRF up to about 15 to 20 days, and they're all equipped with about 20,000 rupees worth of equipment, which lies with them. They've all got an app on their mobile phone so that they can be mustered on occurrence immediately. You'll be very happy to know that in the case of the Balasore train accident, the first responders were all Abda Mitras. For the first 2 hours, none other than the Abda Mitras came into that on the scene.
Okay, we'll, since we are running out of time, we'll, yeah.
With the fact that one of my MNDF friends is here from Maldives, since I was looking after Sri Lanka and Maldives both. The rescue operations was also being coordinated from Colombo. The mission was there, but the damage that had occurred was relatively lesser. And that support team in terms of destroyer, which was INS Mysore, then commanded by Captain Patham, and 2 other ships had reached up and helicopters are getting there, and they could manage to coordinate that. So that was being done. So that's why there was more on the Sri Lankan part. Lest you feel that I didn't look at Maldives. We did look at Maldives as well.
Thank you, Suraj. I think 2 or 3 points from my perspective when I look at it. I would like to thank Professor Janki for bringing this issue out and making people sensitive to this aspect of gender discrimination and transformation. And the issue on this community leadership, I think what General Hasnain mentioned, Apta Mitra and all is fine. There is no denying the fact. But this is something where in a place like Karnikobar, the interaction with the community needs to happen all the time during peacetime as well, and it cannot happen in the aftermath of a disaster. So this involvement with the community, if it is existing during peacetime, which we have in the Air Force stations, and I'm sure with the Army also as well as the Navy, once a disaster strikes, automatically you will find that they have this relationship with the the Air Force station or the Army camp over there, that they will come on their own and do that. The issue of relief not reaching Kachal and all even after a month is well understood, and I think this is an issue that maybe more introspection needs to be done into as to why did this happen and what were the measures taken subsequently to ensure that this kind of a thing doesn't happen again. And in the end, I just like to thank all the 3 speakers for a brilliant talk on their experiences post tsunami, and I think Janki did manage to provocate people, and that is what the intention was. The provocation is to improve, and it is not one against the other, men versus women debate. I mean, I take it like that. Thank you. May I request you all for a round of applause for all of that.
Thank you, speakers and moderator. We have come to the end of the 3rd session for today. I now request Commander-in-Chief, Andaman and Nicobar Command to kindly come on stage to felicitate the speakers and moderator. Air Commodore Nitin Sathe. Vice Admiral Suraj Berry. Professor Janki Andharia. Air Vice Marshal Anil Gulani. May I now kindly request our inaugural speaker, Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain, member of the NDMA, to kindly come on stage for felicitation by the Commander-in-Chief, Andaman and Nicobar Command. Thank you, sir. I request everyone to kindly take their seats in the audience. I request everyone up on stage for a group photograph. We have completed the proceedings for the day. We would resume tomorrow at 0800, and I request everyone to be seated by 0750. I now request all senior officers, guests, and distinguished speakers to proceed for high tea through the exit to your left. Thank you.